Yes, if you heard of the Yakub theory, it is a theory that is taught by the Nation of Islam. In a nutshell, it says that black people created white people. And we did it basically through scientific means. A Frankenstein theory, if you will. Genetic manipulation and tampering with genes. Leonard Robinson, thank you for the support. Thank you for the support, Leonard. Let's just play the trailer and we'll break it down afterwards. But the nation of it, everyone have their little theory to try to explain diversity. The out of Africa theory is one. Everyone want to know, how did the white man get here? How did diversity basically get here? And the Yakub theory is the Nation of Islam's explanation. And I think that it is just as dangerous and wrong as the out of Africa theory and others. All of these are just religious people's explanation of how diversity came onto the earth through their own religious account. And there is a new trailer up. I don't know if this gonna really be a new movie or not, but it's not really a movie, it's a series, a new series with episodes. And people are saying, where's the movie? Well, it's coming, and that's why we're about to show the trailer. But the Yakubian theory is that black people basically created white people in a laboratory because we wanted to experience evil. We wanted to see what it was like for evil to come onto the earth. We was experimenting with evil. Let's hear it from their words, though. And we'll hear it from Farrakhan's words, because he has a lecture where he actually teaching about it. So we'll check all of that out. Let's do
it. They shape nations and destinies.
What brings you here, son?
I believe he has an idea he would like to present to the gods. Go ahead with your proposal.
Inside every man, there are two forces, a strong one and a weak one. If the weak could be made stronger, it could create a new kind of man.
Do y'all hear this? Let's listen.
You are too young to speak of such dangerous things.
Yakub, this knowledge is forbidden. Separation of the germs is the way of rebellion.
One must rule, and the other must follow.
What will this do, besides cause mischief and the shedding of blood, son?
And I'm gonna tell y'all why this is dangerous for our people, right? It's dangerous for our people, right? Because it blames us for creating evil. That's why I put a poll up. This the second poll, but everyone, we seem to be on the same page. It's harmful, and white people never push back at this. White people would push back at everything else, but they will not push back at the out of Africa theory, which says we was first. They won't push back at the Yakubian theory, which says we created them. Why? Think about this. Anything evil that the white man does is our fault. We created this thing. And that's what Farrakhan said in one of his lectures. He said, it's doing what we created it to do. We created the white man to throw our babies to alligators. We created the white man to grape our women. We created the white man to castrate our men. We created the white man to break up the family household. We created the white man to create famine, warfare, drought, disease. Do you want all of that on your ancestors? Think about it. 100 years from now, if let's say hypothetically speaking, the Yakub theory gets popular and starts to become big. And 100 years from now, when people want to know how the world gets so evil, they start with black folks being first, then there was no evil in the world. And then black folks decided, let's do an experiment, man. I wonder what it'll be like to introduce evil into the world for no reason, just to see what it's like. Why do you want to see what's evil like? It's called evil.
Stupid.
I don't gotta see. That's like me telling y'all, I want to go see what this evil man is like. Lock me in a room with him. He's an evil man. You don't gotta see what it's like. The word tells you what he is. You gotta touch a hot stove to know that it's hot. Why do I need to manifest evil in a human form and see what it's gonna do? It's gonna be evil.
Stupid.
Duh. And once it be evil and go against your people, and you stand up there and say, we got to rise up against this white man. Now we mad at the thing that we made for being what it is evil. We didn't know what it was going to be. Let's just see if we can manifest these evil beings and see what they do. Sir, they're gonna do evil. They're evil beings. Well, if they do evil, we gotta stop it. Why did you start it? You see, I don't want my ancestors to be blamed for someone else's immoral behavior. You see what I'm saying? That's right. Them people are evil and we didn't make them that way. We ain't got nothing to do with them folks, man. Why y'all doing that, NOI? Why is the NOI doing this to their people? Bro, we ain't got nothing to do with that. We don't know where them people come from, right? Or listen, leave us out of that, man, okay? Right. Leave us out of that, bro. Because now you blaming us on that. All right? Yeah, man, black folks the one created them. And they've been, and look at how evil these people is. You're saying the weaker force that was already in black people was grafted into the white man, which is, you're saying that when we look at all of the evil that the white man doing, is really a reflection of the weaker force that's in every black person. Bro, that is so race. Let me not say that R word, they censoring it. But that is so aces. Man, to say that about your people, bro, it's crazy. Anything them people do wrong, I gotta look in the mirror and say, that comes from me. Why I got to be? That's dangerous, bro. Every group of people that's doing wrong, that's on them. Ain't nobody, bro. You can't nobody blame nobody else for their own immoral behavior. But the NOI is literally an anti-black group. They don't do nothing. They gotta be police. And it's sad how most of their recruitment come through the prisons of guys that was just seeking protection. And it's like, if you see what I'm saying? It ain't genuine recruitment, man. But, my whole thing is Farrakhan got basically a monopoly. It's like a fraternal order. It's a cult. It's anything other than a movement for black people. It's a religious order that is orchestrated and ran, in my opinion, by COINTELPRO. Everything about the NOI serves the enemy more than our people. The NOI got a history of blood on its hand, and ain't none of that blood was shed from the enemies. Can't nobody come up here and cap for the NOI and about its history. And we can talk about Malcolm X, Khalid Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad. NOI is just another neo-pagan group that rolls up in the same time as the Hebrew Israelites and all that stuff, bro. From foreigners. I'm FBA, my nigga. That's right. The whole hairstyle that these Negroes got in the NOI comes from a foreigner by the name of Fraud Muhammad, who took these Middle Eastern people's spiritual system and corrupted it and turned it into a bean pie selling, bow tie wearing, self-hate, sky daddy believing, willing to raise arms against your own and bow down to the white man ass perm and part revolution. NOI been around a long time. It ain't contributed nothing on behalf of our people. But as far as I'm concerned, it's just another stagnant organization in the black community that's benefiting itself no different than the church, and somebody gotta say it. That's right. A bunch of mythologies and fairy tales that get our people more behind, gives the enemy a out. I ain't got nothing to do with the white man's evil. My people ain't create that goddamn white man, bro. Don't put that on us, man. That's right. Blaming that on us, man. That is the most, and now I see why the NOI and the KKK working together, and we're gonna point that out in a minute. The unknown partnership of the KKK and Elijah Muhammad. Because I've been telling y'all this, but now I found the little 10-minute video that I can review to actually expound more on what I've been telling y'all. Because that's some police stuff. Come on now. And I actually heard Farrakhan say that. We really can't be mad at this devil, something like that, because what we're looking at is like a reflection of us. He come from us like, no, man. Everybody ain't the same. Not even all black folks are the same. And we got different vibrations and frequencies. And some of us ain't spiritually headed in the same direction. I'm sorry. That's right. And these people that's out there colonizing, pillaging the world and all that, they frequency and spirit ain't like ours, and it never has been, and that ain't nowhere in us. So you can't graft that out of us. That was never in our ancestors to begin with. That was in them. Like, to put that on us to say, well, that come from you. It came out of you. That's your child. No, we ain't gonna do that. And we can't let the NOI do that. And if anybody got smoke like Madon, click the link. Anybody got smoke, bring it. I want, let's get it lit. This is harmful to our people, man.
Here decisions were made that shape nations and destinies.
What brings you here, son?
I believe he has an idea he would like to present to the gods. Go ahead with your proposal.
Inside every man, there are two forces, a strong one and a weak one.
So a big-headed ass boy went to these grown-ass men in charge and said, you know what? If we take the weak force out of us and put it in a whole nother human, we could make a whole nother kind of being by manifesting the weak force out of us. And they was like, you know what? That's a badass idea, you big-headed bitch. That's a whole badass problem that you talking about, you Yakubian, enormous-headed mother. And they was like, but you know what? Do it anyway, okay? Go ahead and do it, little nigga. That's a dumb-ass idea with your big-headed ass, but go ahead and do it, little nigga, you know? You go ahead with your big-headed ass, all right? That's basically the movie, man. This is crazy. Like, this shouldn't even be episodes. It just should be a 30-minute big head. Okay, let me just play the video.
Made that shape nations and destinies.
What brings you here, son?
I believe he has an idea he would like to present to the gods.
It's a dumbass idea, but we're gonna do it anyway, because he's just a little big-headed motherfucker. You know that's my little nigga.
Go ahead with your proposal.
Inside every man, there are two forces.
Hey, Cam 1570, you know you just hit him on the head with that one. Hold on now.
Oh my God!
Cam 1570 said, so Yakub was a British accented mad scientist, boy. Damn. Hold on. I didn't even peep that. They got this little nigga with the British it say that his bloody name would be Yakub. Oh, yo, how the fuck do he get a British? And you know they programmed that in the prompt with the AI, right? They say, okay, give him a big ass head, a British a British accent. Oh, this is just fucking cringe, bro. Oh, we need a cringe meter, man. Yo, the British accent. The British accent. Oh, man, y'all couldn't give him a Middle Eastern. So we practicing Islam, but we got a British accent. You got a damn Egyptian background. This a whole compilation of cultures. Like, my nigga, this is a whole smoothie. I'm serious. You got British accent, Islam, Black American, Egypt background. Bro, this is what you call a smoothie, a religious smoothie. That's a whole fruit salad full of shit, son. Let me see who we got on here. This is amazing. But we're gonna get some smoke on, man. Shout out to the first caller. I'm opening up the lines for smoke. I don't know if you got smoke, Cam, but how you doing today, man? Cam, you gotta mute your YouTube, Cam, and talk to me through the Zoom call.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I can hear you. Welcome to the show, man. Thank you for calling in. We trying to get more people to call in. I don't know where you stand. I opened up the call for smoke, but not everyone call in for smoke. But you can just let everyone know who you is, and you know where you stand. As I review.
I'm Brother Cam. I'm like a 35-year vet of the NOI, the FOI. So I want the fire. I don't want the smoke. I want the fire.
Okay, so let me ask you a quick question. First of all, is the Yakubian theory meant to be taken literally? Because that can explain everything. If someone be like, well, Sanchez, the joke's on you. You taking this shit serious, the NOI don't even really teach it literally, right? That'll end the whole thing. But my whole joke comes from the idea that people is literally believing this story. So I'll let you expound on it.
No problem. So I can't see you. Am I supposed to be seeing you live?
Well, my camera is on, but it's not through the Zoom. It's through the OBS. So like the people outside that's watching the show will be able to see me, but you won't.
Oh yeah, I like to see eye to eye with men.
Well, this what you could do then. open up another tab, go to the YouTube channel, what we own now, and mute the YouTube video, but just watch it while you talk to me and talk through here, and you'll be able to see me and you'll have the whole experience.
Got you. Hold on.
Go to the YouTube channel.
Okay.
Yeah, because we want to see it. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, if the NOI, because I don't know if it's meant to be taken literal or not. Because a lot of Christians will tell
it's
you
meant to be taken literal, but we not 6,000 years old, so we can't prove. None of us was there, so all of this is an article of belief. Anything that you believe is
theory,
history,
right? It's theory.
You have to be a believer. I don't care what you research. You're a believer in somebody else's story.
Well, I would disagree with that.
Okay, well, tell me what history that you can prove.
Here's what I can prove, right? That diversity, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about
you just switched from history to diversity.
Yeah,
so
that's
if
what
you
I'm
want to talk about diversity.
Stop
we
a
can
second.
do that.
Stop a second. You can't talk about diversity without talking about history. You can't talk about history without talking about diversity. If you let me speak for a second without interrupting, you'll see where I'm going. In the case of Yakub, we're talking about an entire planet full of black people. And the Yakub theory will explain how other races get to the earth, starting with the white man. Once Yakub created the white man and we started to make with this other race, other races come, Chinese, all of that. But I'm just telling you, this is just
That's not
one
how
theory.
The story goes.
Okay, I ain't here to debate the story, but the point that I want to make is this. I'm not here to debate the story. This the point that I want to make.
You're telling it false, so.
I'm not. I called you up here to tell the story. I'm just looking at the trailer and reviewing it, and I got another video where I'm gonna review what Farrakhan saying. I'm gonna ask you one more time, Cam. Refrain from talking while I land my plane, just for the sake of you hearing what I'm saying and for clarity. Now I'll do the same for you. The point of me speaking is to say, no matter how you want to put the story, because I've heard different Muslims tell it differently. So my thing is this right here. My point of talking was explaining that everyone's story is there to explain diversity. How the white man come here, right? And the out of Africa theory is an explanation. I heard other explanations. The Yakub theory is an explanation of how this white man get here. Now, what I'll say is this. I have a way of explaining diversity and how every race get here without a theory or a story, but with a fact. And I'm going to say it here and land my plane. In the beginning, if there ever was one, which I doubt it was, but I ain't going to debate you on that. I believe that the same creator that created the grass, the wind, the trees, and all that created everything we see in every body, every form of diversity. So when we see flowers or plant life, we see that they come in diverse forms in different areas. Trees in America don't manifest like trees in Madagascar, right? You get different species. So diversity can be seen all around us outside of human life. Let's talk about the cat species. Cats manifest differently as we go around the world. One of the most expensive cats, Persian cats, right? It's like every land is taking the same concept and creating it in its own unique way. That's a pattern we see in nature, that nature didn't just make a tree. She made the tree in many different forms in many different lands. She didn't just make a horse. She made the horse in many different forms and many different, same with the wolf, the dog, all that. So I would say, why would it be any different with humans? So when I look outside, it don't require belief for me to know that the creator of the universe was smart enough to create diversity with the creation, because that's how you get ecosystems. You can't have a thriving ecosystem without diversity. Go watch some Nat Geo. It's natural. It's built in the fabric of life. And once you understand that, all the stories and theories and big-headed people go away. I'm done, man. My plane landed. I'm going to let you have the flow. I was simple, short, and sweet, and I got mad respect. I ain't trying to turn it into division. I'm just trying to turn it into clarity,
Well,
edification.
you just,
Go ahead.
from what I heard, that's exactly what you was saying, that it was evil and was NOIs, KKK, COINTELPRO, NIAs, and so you definitely
That ain't
was kind of turning
division.
into,
That is me telling you, you got theories, I got theories. You just
Well,
said it. We
let's
all
get back
got
to the
theories.
subject.
We
Yeah,
all got theories.
I don't want to argue over name calling and emotions or whatever. The subject you were supposed to be explaining was proving history, but you went into diversity and a DEI
Okay.
subject matter or something like that. So you believe that the creator is a she and is nature, right?
I didn't say that the creator. I believe that the creator is neither he or she. It's something that's. Hold on, I'm trying to. You asked the question. It ain't gonna take but a second. Now, I believe that the creator that created he and she must be above both of those sexes. It can't be limited to either one of those if it created both of them. So whatever the creator is, right? None of us can be definitive about that, but I don't think the conversation is about the creator as much as it is about the devil, which is the white man that was created by black people. So with the Yakub story, we're the creator of evil. That's the smoke I got. I don't want to be blamed for creating that evil man. That's just that. And honestly, bro, that's it. That's all my smoke is.
All right, so I just want to be just and fair, and I want to receive justice. So if I get to speak, or if you get to speak, or I mean, it's your show, you can speak however long you
You
can
ask
mute me.
I won't say nothing if you don't ask a question to me. In fact, I'm gonna mute my mic.
Okay, well, like you just said right there, how you just cut me off. I wasn't asking you a question when you just cut me off. So let's try to do this.
I'm just giving clarity.
Come
so
on,
we can
bro.
move
Please,
on.
can I please finish the sentence?
No, you can't. This what you gonna do. You gonna quit playing the nitpick cutoff game, and you finna get back to answering the question about is it literal or not, and going into that. I ain't finna play these cutoff games. I'm gonna shut my mouth. I'm gonna mute the mic, and I'm gonna let you go, man. That's it. You asked the question, I answered you, and you spending too much time whining instead of teaching me what I'm asking you about these questions, brother. You need me to repeat the question? Because when I give you the flow, I don't want to hear nothing else but an answer to my question, or you can go, my man.
Man, you must be projecting because I ain't got to say nothing yet. But
so I'm asking you, wasting my time. I'm asking a question.
Well, I'm not going to yell and overtalk you. So
I want to ask a question. I want to ask a question.
5 seconds to speak so far. Every time I want to ask a question. Sentence, that's crazy.
You're talking about she and the creator. You didn't answer the question I asked you, and we getting off track, and it's disrespectful. You ignored my question. I asked you, man. I said, listen, are we meant to take this literal or not? And can you explain to me on how this is not dangerous for our people that we're being blamed for creating? You never went into that. That was the first thing I asked you when you got on. And now you're trying to shift the narrative to about the creator being male or female. I don't really want to talk about that. I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm trying to control my show and not let you control what we talk about. Yeah.
Right.
That's it, brother. You got it.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna try to obey your rules. So yeah, the story is meant to be taken literally, but I literally said it's a matter of belief because we wasn't there. If that was supposed to happen 6,000 years ago, you can't prove it. I can't prove it because you can't go. We don't have a time machine or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So any article of history, no matter what it is, what subject it is a degree of belief or faith that you have to believe that whatever researcher or whoever you study is telling you the truth. But people have lied on paper ever since, paper writing has existed. So just because you research somebody, that says this or says that, don't mean that that's the truth. So yes, that the story is to be taken literal, and white people came from black people, and evil came from good. It's that simple. Genetic engineering or selective breeding. We graft every day. Every time a dark-skinned person is dissatisfied with their darkness and go marry a white woman, that's proven that you can selectively breed for different dominant and recessive genes and traits. That makes sense?
Not at all. So my bad, I'm muted on his side. My mic was muted, my bad. I said it really don't make sense to me, because I'll tell you why. Why can't we reduplicate the Frankenstein Yakubian theory and graft white men out of us today? You see what I'm saying? And my thing would be this, but we haven't. So until we do, it'll remain a theory and a belief that now hold on, hear me out. Don't cut me off now. I was muted. Now check this out. You said we can reduplicate the theory, the belief. Why not do it so it can be a fact? That way, cats like me won't have nothing to say, because the NOI say, look, with all these millions of dollars that our organization got, we just grafted another white man from a black man to prove that we are the group telling the truth about how this white man get here, and we using science. This is not a belief anymore. This is not a theory. Meet Billy, right? We created him in our lab, and this is how evil get to the earth. And this will prove to everyone on the earth we may need to get rid of this Frankenstein, right? Because now with that kind of proof, no one can argue. Now, I know when you get the floor, you're going to push back at what I'm saying. But the only thing I'm doing is just asking for anything anyone would ask for. If someone say, look, I believe, right, that white man was created by a big-headed little boy in a lab, and this how evil got to the earth, right? Now, I can prove my belief. We can, but we haven't. And you can't really be mad at me for saying, well, shit, now, if you can do it, do it. Don't not do it if you can. Like, come on, that'll be crazy, right? We got to prove it, right, if we can. Now, if we can't prove it, that's another thing. But when a black man sit up there and say, we can prove it, but we just won't, or why would we? Or why would we keep creating evil or make whatever excuse they make? It just make me say it's BS after that. Now I'll fall back. You got it, my brother.
Right. So if you familiar at all with the NOI teachings, then you know the grafting process we teach took 600 years. So you wouldn't be able to see this proof of a new body or whatever you said, new Karen.
Oh wow, that's
Barbie.
convenient.
Can I finish?
Oh, let me mute my mic. For sure, I wouldn't try to cut you.
That's very disrespectful. So, and that's filibustering too, in my opinion. So I listen. It's your show, so I want to hear your whole argument. Me and you never spoke before, but it wasn't in a laboratory. If you know anything about the NOI teachings, it was on an island. It was on the island of Patmos or Pelon. It wasn't in no laboratory building. It was just a process of selective breeding. Selective breeding in the original black nation, in a black man and woman, there's a dominant germ or gene and a recessive gene. It's two. It's a pair principle. In every black person, black is the dominant gene and brown is the recessive. In every brown person, brown is the dominant gene, yellow is the recessive. In every yellow person, yellow is the dominant gene and white is the recessive. So after breeding for selective breeding for a total period of 600 years, that's how long it takes, according to the genetic science of this grafting out, this genetic engineering. So if I'm giving you if this is what you're arguing with, and I'm giving you I'm repeating the story, the science story, why say that's convenient? Oh, it's convenient that you won't be able to see another white person for 600 years. Well, this is what we teach is how long it took to make them. So why would you be mad when I'm giving you the exact, story or science that we believe, that we've been teaching? So what's your, how else should we prove it other than the way that we said it came into existence in the first place?
So I would say that I'm not mad. I'm just saying it can't be proven. You said it can't. Hold up, let me speak. You said, hold up, bro, y'all gotta mute you. It can't be proven, because when you say it can be proven under these conditions, meaning 600 years, then that means we will never be able to prove it for ourselves in our lifetime. That means I will die not knowing for sure if it's a fact. And maybe the people 600 years from now will be able to prove it. But that's my thing, though. We don't have any proof from the first experiment that was done that took place on an island for over 600 years. So now, if we try to reprove it, we gotta wait another 600 years, and you just don't have enough years in your life to prove it for yourself, which is very convenient. Like I said, I see this same trick done in other forms of deception with scientific racism and other forms of deception like evolution and stuff like that. So instead of saying we just can't prove it, they say we can prove it, but not in your lifetime. Like, come on, bro, that's a trick bag. You ain't got to jump in. I'm landing right now, man. You got to learn patience in the NOI as well. Go ahead.
Well, I've been very patient. You've been doing all the talking. So how does albino exist?
So the thing is this. Me trying to explain how albino exists is simple. It's just a normal, diverse pattern in nature, like cow print, for example. So we find albino alligators, albino flowers, albino vegetables, albino apples, albino everything. You even got albino white people. So the fact that white people can hold on, brother. You can't be lying, brother. You cannot be cutting me off, brother. You just said that you got this. Well, if I'm lying, you would let me tell the lie, and then you would debunk me in front of everybody. You would say, y'all, he just lied. Because if I'm lying, the answer ain't to cut me off when I'm talking. That's childish, right? Okay. So it as a grown man, is to let the liar lie, then prove he lying when he through. Let him get all that lying on out and come with your intelligence, black man, and prove that I'm lying. Don't be a kid. Now, let me go to the screen share and finish what I'm saying, and hopefully I won't get interrupted again. So like I was saying, right, even white people create an albino race. Now, you can clearly see that these are white albinos. Albino is a phenomena that we find in every group. You got Chinese albinos. You put it in, look. Chinese albino. No matter what race you put in, that race, right, creates an albino. White is its own race. And they produces albinos too that are outcasted among white people. And the white people will tell you.
At? Show me one.
Here they go right here.
No, just show me one, not a picture. That's AI. Show me a white albino.
Okay, so this what I'm gonna do, brother. If you'll let me land my plane, I swear it'll be over. I know this hurts, but I know this. This is really hurting, dude. Because guess what? He got this is ignorant, y'all, and it show you Negroes don't go outside of their coat. I've met white albinos in my life, and all of these images just ain't no AI. So just the fact that you don't know that every plant, every animal, everything creates an albino, every group do, that's on you. I don't gotta prove the validity of these photos. To the people who don't know that whites create albinos, that ignorance ain't on me. If your belief system require you to deny factual shit that everyone in nature know, then y'all in a cult, and y'all, that I ain't got nothing to do with that, right? So that's cool, brother. I'm cool on that. I ain't gonna even, push that on you. If you don't think whites create albino, we can agree to disagree, and we can segue back to how is this Yakub story not dangerous to our people? Because that's the main thing. We're blaming this evil thing on us. That was my main thing. You don't think that's like, if I was a white supremacist doing evil, I would say, hey man, those Negroes made me. I'm just doing what they made me to do. I couldn't really be mad at him. Itself? And no, I'm asking you, do you think this whole story of Yakub is actually harmful to black people?
Absolutely not. Well, I don't believe that because I'm in the nation. I'm asking you, do you believe evil created itself? That's a cult. Created itself.
So here's what I believe. I believe that evil and good didn't have to be created. Good and evil are forces of the universe that is within everything. It's in a dog and a cat. is in everything that's living.
Why do
Now
you
I'm
call
trying
white
to
people
answer you,
devil?
brother. I'm trying to answer you. Here's what I ain't gonna do. I ain't gonna feel like I'm being interrogated. Drop a one if this brother's being a little disrespectful, y'all, because the bill don't gotta go like this, man. If you ask me something, I'm gonna rush like I'm doing to land the plane and throw you the mic back. I don't think you really want the answers at this point. I think you're trying to create chaos, and that's what I mean about the NOI and COINTELPRO, agents of chaos. It's just my theory, just like you got a Yakubian theory. Because you saying I cannot disown this theory just because I'm in a cult, even if the theory is dangerous to my people. I'm asking you a simple question. Can I be mad at the white man for being evil if I created it? And yes, I think evil and good come with the universe. Nothing had to create these forces.
So come with the universe. So is the universe self-created in your opinion?
Why do the universe even gotta be created, brother? Why can't the universe just always have been? Why it can't be? See, and I'm gonna tell you
Well,
something. Hold on.
Creation.
Because I'm using your words from your viewpoint. If a Christian say, I believe that the universe was created, and I say, okay, according to your Bible, this was created. Yakub created the white man. I use the word created. I'm using the word created because I'm talking about your story. You created you're saying we created the white man. How can I debate you and not use the word created when I gotta reference your story? These tactics ain't gonna work over here, brother. Now I'm asking you a question, man, and I want y'all to take
white
note
people
on
always
how,
exist?
brother.
Do
I'm
white people
asking,
always exist?
I'm trying to ask you a question, and
Do
you
white
keep
people
on cutting me off,
exist?
brother. I ain't answering it, man. You ain't gonna make me by talking. Oh, you can laugh and act like that all you want, brother, and think that's gonna control the narrative. I don't gotta answer every question you throw at me, brother, because he's so childish, right? If I laugh at him, he'll answer it. No, you ain't gonna control the show. I'm trying to have a conversation with this man about something that the NOI teaches that's dangerous for our people, right? Because it blames us for creating this evil, and all white people ain't evil. So that debunks him right there. Because if white people are the manifestation of evil that come out of black people through selective breeding, we're just breeding out all our worst of our worst people, right? That's what they saying. Then you won't even have not one good white person. And it's so sad that Negroes in the Nation of Islam don't even know that white people create albinos. How don't you know that white people create albinos, man? And how don't y'all think that it's dangerous? Because I'm going to tell you, if I'm a young black boy and I'm looking at all the evil going on under this colonizer, and some black man tell me, you created that damn devil, how would I supposed to look at myself in the mirror? How am I 100 years from now if you got black people saying, yo, look at these evil folks, they torturing people, they doing all that? Guess what somebody can say? You can blame black people for that. It was them. Never let black people get hold of science again. Because when science get in our hand, we fuck shit up. That's right. That's what I'm learning from it. If the white man gets science and create cars, PlayStations, technology, phones, we got science and created the white man. We wanted to be Frankenstein gods. It shows you, don't give black people science, man, because they ain't gonna do nothing productive with it. They gonna do stupid shit with it. Why give the Chinese man science and he builds a place like Singapore? Give a nigga science and he go and create white folks. Why? Well, we just wanted to see what will happen if you put evil in the body. So the contribution that black people offered the world was we manifested evil in the form of white people. I don't care where you at right now in the world listening to me. If you under that white man's oppression, you really can't be more mad at him than the black folks that created it. That's right. So after we handle that white man, we got to make sure niggas never deal with science again, because black folks don't know what to do with some science. It ain't just enough to deal with this Frankenstein that's messing the earth up. We got to deal with black folks and they dumb ass ignorance, because when you give them science, they create devils and shit. So we don't just get rid of the white man, make sure we ban niggas from practicing science, because they just gonna make devils and demons. They don't do nothing good with science. Niggas just do pointless experiments that fucks up the whole earth with they clumsy, big-headed asses.
That shape nations and destinies.
What brings you here, son?
I believe he has an idea he would like to.
Did evil have to come from somewhere? Did evil have to come from somewhere? Okay, if we created evil, who created good? Well, Sanchez, good don't got to come from nowhere. Good just been here, you know. Forces of the universe, man. And Negroes can't understand the idea that not everything have to be created. The Nation of Islam has been indoctrinated with Muhammad and a foreigner's mind. That ain't our mentality. They got a barbarian, pagan way of seeing the universe. They think time is a line and there's a beginning to it. Well, what was before that? What created that? They gonna play the what created game all the way till you get to their God. Then guess what they say? Our God created itself. Our God always was and always is. How come we just can't say that about everything, man? That's right. Can't nobody else say that? Well, the universe always was and always is. What started was your journey in it. It's a movie that's been planned forever. It ain't no start to it. And what started was when you started watching the movie. When you stopped, that's the piece of the movie you call time. That don't mean it had a beginning. You had a beginning in it. That's when your light came on within this lower realm of Chronos, Saturn, or time. It's a false beginning because your soul don't have a beginning. That beginning is only referencing the flesh and the moment you came in as a baby and your death. But the one that's gonna leave here gonna know that was all just a joke. It ain't no beginning to him. It was just a little game I was playing for a little while, because God sleep is man awake, and man awake is God sleep, and vice versa. Man awake is God. God asleep is man. So when that's our whole journey in the flesh. But the whole thing about good and evil, those are two dual forces that govern this realm that we in. No one created them. They're just the polarizing forces that is created by the fact that there's a up and a down. And that the laws that govern the upper realms are what we call good or heaven. If you take the H off heaven, you get the word even for balance. When things ain't balanced, it's capitalism, it's slavery, it's oppression, it's chaos. And that's what this world is. It's a world ordered out of chaos, ordered out of chaos. The upper worlds are ordered out of balance. So you got order out of chaos down here, where we think that we have a system of structure, right? Organized calendar, 365 days, you got your holiday season, you got some sort of structure, but it's literally organized chaos. It's literally oppression, it's literally poverty, terraforming the earth, but it's in an organized way to make folks not really rise up to it. But like up in the higher realms, it's literally a whole nother system of governing based upon balance and reciprocity. And where we at right now, both of those worlds emanate through our being. The forces that govern our body are linked to the underworld, chaos, survival. Is my family gotta eat over your family if push come to shove, right? That's the body. But the soul don't come from this lower realm. It only knows abundance. So the soul will give its last even if it's hungry. And people here may say, well, that's stupid. That ain't logical because that don't make sense based on survival. Why would I give someone my last and I ain't got nothing? That's stupid. It's some people that'll do that. And it don't make sense when you thinking through the physical lower realm. That's what I'm saying. So good and bad are forces that are just in us because we're not just a soul, we're a body. The bad is just the will of the flesh. The flesh want to do everything secular, if you will. But the soul within us just want to create good vibes, and it don't really want to take as much as it want to give. And that's just our dual nature. You ain't going to learn this in the Nation of Islam, and why I don't respect the NOI is that brothers will come up here and give me the same energy they gave Malcolm X before they killed him. That's the energy I got from that brother. But they were synced up with these white cults like Scientology and study with these folks. They got Ron L. Hubbard book on their cabinet. Now, Scientology is a group of white supremacists. We know I can't say the word, but they are a group a eugenics group. They have scientific racism at the root of their teaching. I'm gonna go into it. I've went into it before, but it's time I revisit it now. All of this stuff is based upon evolution, Darwinism, and all that, spookism, and that. But the thing it does, it justifies what's going on as far as the oppression, and say, well, the people that's getting oppressed, they actually created their damn oppressor. What do you say to that? The people that's being oppressed, they wanted to experience what oppression would be like. You obviously did if you wanted to see what's evil, what is evil like. Being hung on a tree, your baby's being thrown to alligators. The school to prison pipeline being pushed against your children. Free abortions given out by the people we created. And they won't reason with you. You can point out to them that this is dangerous, man, to be teaching. And I put it does nothing at all either way. I put that one up there because I thought a lot of people would check that one. That was a trick one. This is very harmful. People with their third eye open see that it's harmful. Because think about this, right? Look at all the violence and evil going on with black folks. Gang violence, drill culture. We filling up the prisons. We got low test scores, high disease rates. Black folks are in trouble. We're cooked. The white man don't say, I created the nigga. And he did. But he make you say, you created the colonizer. That's sad, bro. Everybody know when we look at the gangbanger, when we look at the dope boy, that is the white man's creation. That is not who our people is, man. Everybody know all of these corrupted mentalities that we got come from them people in psychological programming, social engineering, indoctrinating us with foolishness since we've been born in this culture, telling us who we are, telling you you're a pimp, you're a gangbang, you this, you that, you're a killer. And we live these stereotypes. We live these. We argue about who hood got the most bodies. And we get mad if you didn't count the 3 bodies that we got because you said my hood had 53 bodies last month, but nigga, we had 56. So what you got to think about is we're the creation of Jim Crow, Willie Lynch. We're literally a psychological operation, an experiment that's created by corporations to self-destruct, to fill up prisons, to kill each other. And they won't even admit it. They'll tell you, them niggas just like that. We didn't do that. And they know they programming our babies to be self-destructive. We know that it's psychological programming, man. They won't admit to it. We didn't do that. We didn't create the Negro. We found him that way. He been killing himself and on drugs and doing all that. Yeah, we didn't make him that way, and they know they made us that way. Meanwhile, these people are evil as hell. They so evil, they're making us gangbangers, drill rap. They're breeding us to be self-destructive. That's how evil they is. But no matter how much evil you put on them, at the end of the day, we got to say our ancestors created them at the height of their technological societies. We're saying when our ancestors reached the height of technology, the greatest contribution to science that they offered was grafting the white man, which actually didn't turn out to be that great at all. It was better off that black people never got smart. This is what I'm learning from the Yakub story. Because if someone asks me if we can change time and the evil was never grafted to oppress the world, what if we would have done? I would have said we would have made sure black folks had some kind of policing over them with their science. Kind of like what we're doing with countries that's building nuclear bombs, and we got to kind of spy on them like, what you doing, big brother? Like, hey, you making something too dangerous. Stop that. You stupid. You're being stupid again. Stop it. Come on, can't we make telephones? How about we make something else? How about water plants for our energy systems? Nope. We made devils before we made cars. We made devils before we made highways and sewage systems. And the brother told me, and we didn't make them in a lab. We made them on the island. Guess what, fool? You made them in a lab that was on an island. You didn't make them outside under the elements because that'll mess up your specimens. And if you don't know what specimens is, when you're dealing with genetics and all that, you may have to, because think about this, you ain't gonna extract DNA and do it embryonically. If you ain't doing that, then guess what you doing? What you telling me is you taking the worst of the worst black people that already exist, and you putting them on the island, and you just letting them have an orgy. And they're just gonna keep breeding worse and worse black people that's more violent and warlike. And my thing would be, how did that become white people like George Bush, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton? It tells me where evil come from, but it don't tell me where diversity come from, because that don't give them their own culture, right? They have their own music form, because all that old demonic, loud, heavy metal, that ain't our shit, bro. If you want to say we created rock and roll, I'll give you that. But don't give black people the credit for those damn heavy metal. They can keep that shit for real. They can keep that satanic shit. Ain't no rhythm at all. It's just chaos. No, we good on that. Rock, okay. But I'm just saying, they got their own shit. And not all them like that. So it'll debunk, like, every white person would have to be evil for this to make sense. But you saying we took the worst black people out of our group and bred them and kept breeding them till they got worse and worse. And not only did they get more evil, they got more white too. So evil is synonymous with whiteness. And the whiter you are, the evil you are. We can look at niggas' skin shade to see where they at morally now. It's stupid. And instead of a nigga realizing, hey, it is a belief, it is a theory, we can't prove it. And yes, it's just a religion. That's the thing why I don't like religions. Because religions have the most bizarre, dumb, ignorant, dangerous, toxic, harmful stuff given to our people, just like the church, the black church. They want to blame evil on a red dragon that's convincing everybody to go do evil. People just can't be evil on their own. It's good and bad in everybody. Some of us wrestle against the bad in us. We suppress it. We beat it down. It ain't that good people don't have bad intentions sometime or think bad thoughts. It's that these good people don't act on them. It's that what make these good people so resilient is just like Jesus. They're tempted like every other man. They tempted too, but they be stronger than that evil part of that's in us. That's called battling your demons, son. That's right. That's called slaying your dragons, son. That's called defeating your own devil. You trying to project evil as a force or a form outside of yourself, you dropping a ball. That makes your whole spiritual system a waste of time. That's what the NOI is. It's basically a military group that's there to silence any black messiah or any voice that rise up to get our people out of these dumb, spooky religious belief systems that don't serve us. It serve the enemy. Every belief system we got, it gives the enemy a out for what he doing and blames it on us. Just like the Hebrew Israelites telling y'all, the white man is oppressing us because we ain't doing what God want us to do. Even though the people that's oppressing us ain't doing what God want them to do. God want everybody to be righteous. Now God punishing us with people that's more evil than us. People that's still more wicked than us, while they punish us, while God sit back and watch and say, beat them up. They won't worship me, beat them up. And guess who worship God the most? We do. You can't tell me black folks don't worship Jesus the most. Don't worship the God of the Bible most. We got the most churches than anybody, and God picking on us the most. God got the people that's blaspheming his name in power, and got your grandma and auntie who crying and foaming at the mouth, suffering. How long, God? Everybody get blamed, like we victim blame. All of these religions are working with the fucking CIA and FBI, because when it's time for you to rise up against white nationalism, white supremacy, all of your religious leaders gonna be in the bed with the enemy already. They don't let a million niggas march in Washington, D.C. if them niggas ain't already in the bed with the beast. That's right. You can't have 10 niggas stand out on a corner without the police harassing them. But we can have millions of niggas marching in D.C. every year, and they got a contract with the city and a parade license. They got a permit, and everybody getting paid. CNN for broadcasting it and the city of DC getting that money? Why don't we have a Nation of Islam in New Orleans? Because the amount of money they would generate in the Mercedes dome down there will restore that city back to what it was prior to Katrina. No, it's because them Negroes got a contract with DC. I already exposed it. It's monetary gains. And they only get big and bad and disrespectful with black folks, while telling white folks, don't worry about that, we created y'all. Every time you turn around, Farrakhan smiling in some white man's face, but he'll send his goons to come target any nigga, because the NOI ain't a nation for black people, it's a gang for Farrakhan. That's right. And look how the brother acted up here. Y'all don't get them vibes? I know what Malcolm went through before he died, nigga. He must have known. I see how evil y'all niggas is, how disrespectful you, the combatant energy that you got. But you know, every time I turn around, Farrakhan is chilling with Rick Ross. Farrakhan with this rapper. Oh, he on a picture with Young Thug now. He's just a celebrity. He's just a celebrity. I don't care, man. It's just a cult. I don't care what nobody say. The Nation of Islam is in the same position that the black church is in. That's right. And we've been giving them a pass when they probably more corrupted and they even worse, if you ask me. All of these religious groups at the top of them, they done sold out, and they got a white supremacist message up there that's giving the colonizer an out and blaming your ancestors for all this shit. And y'all need to peep game on that, man. Everybody got it. The Hebrew Israelites. It's because of us that the white man doing what he doing. If we don't start and falling back and wearing our fringes and putting and then God will let the white man stop beating your ass. See, look at you. You ain't wearing your fringes, bro. That's why the white man got his foot on your damn neck. You a Hebrew, ain't you, my brother? Where your fringes at? Dangle, dangle. No fringes? That's why Yahweh Shai gonna destroy our asses. Like, come on now, God picking on us for little small stuff. And we praise God the most, man. That's right. And God letting the enemy run the whole world, and he cursed God's name. He think he is God. That's right. Everybody all of these black ideologies are in bed with the state, y'all. Go read the King Alfred plan. The King Alfred plan tells you that all of the black leaders, the black fraternal organizations, the black religious organizations, all of these things are controlled by the oppressor, the FBI, the COINTELPRO at the top of this stuff, y'all. NOI ain't no different. They got the same, it's a parallel. Every group got a way to deflect from the real enemy. Just like if you are a black Christian, guess what your pastor gonna tell you? You need to love everybody. And don't even be mad at your oppressor. Turn the other cheek. Love your earthly masters. Why? Because they don't know what they do. That's Satan. That's Satan. You got to be forgiving. You got to be merciful. You got to be like Christ. You got to bend over. You got to take it all the way to your last breath if you want to get in them pearly gates. You can't be mad at the white man, because that anger, that's of Satan. You just need to come on to church. Let's sing some songs. Let's bend over and take our oppression, because one day God gonna save us. Don't you worry about the world falling apart outside and that your people getting oppressed. Let's just come over here, sing some songs in church, baby. It's okay. That's a cop-out. And then when you look at the Hebrew Israelites, they just waiting on Yahweh Shai too. The white man gonna be destroyed when Yahweh Shai come back. This whole system will crash when God consciousness come back into the minds of our people. They got everybody waiting and blaming themselves. That's a recipe for disaster. If you got a child that's procrastinating life, that's waiting for life to happen to them and blaming themselves for everything, man, that ain't a good way. That's a horrible mental paradigm to be in. To be a waiting ass person, blaming yourself for everything. Bro, that's a horrible mind state to be in. And someone obviously knew that because they said, we're gonna give black people this mindset because we want them at the bottom. And everywhere you look, our leaders is giving us that mindset. They got us waiting and blaming ourselves. Just peep the parallels with everybody's doctrine, man. They're programming you to have the mind of a teeny bopper with low self-esteem. Waiting and blaming yourself. Just waiting for something to happen good in your life. You ain't making none happen. You just waiting and you got a victim and blaming yourself. And everything go wrong, it must be you because I suck. Just you keep feeding yourself. That's I'm telling you, that's the same mentality that religious people got. They stay crying and whining and no motivation for real. Like just one day God gonna make it all go away type energy. Just stand firm in Christ, brother. Right? We gonna get through this. Not a lick of warrior energy. And when you look at what the Nation of Islam teaching our people, because I'm gonna play the Farrakhan video, they're teaching us the white man is doing exactly what we made him to do. Now, what my mind's supposed to do with that? When I think about all the oppression that this white man done to my people and what he doing now, and you're telling me I made him. I'm looking at my hands. I'm thinking about the blood that's flowing through my veins. And I got to say to myself, you mean to tell me that this beautiful blood that runs in my veins, you mean to tell me when my ancestors became smart and they had the God-like abilities with genetics, with breeding, with technology, that what we chose to do was experiment with evil? Don't tell me that, man. Please don't. How am I supposed to be proud of my ancestors when I look back and the only thing I can think about is them dumb motherfuckers created this white man? God damn. Like, I know them my ancestors, but I can't resist it, bro. I can't resist it, man. Once you tell me this happened, I got to say my ancestors were some complete dumbasses. I got to look in the mirror and say, the worst thing that ever happened to the world was when the black man got science. Some people just don't need to be smart. That's what we can learn from the Yakub story. After you tell me how evil get here, and you tell me it's literal, guess what? It makes me want to go be a white nationalist, nigga. It makes me want to rid the earth of niggas. Because check it out. The white people that we created are more civilized than us today. Or at least they're trying to make it appear that way. And when you deal with niggas from the NOI, they act ghetto just like that brother just did. So they fulfill these stereotypes. Remember, it was NOI brothers that killed Malcolm X. But what do we always say? It's gonna be some racist white dude that kill your black leader. Everybody know that they want to stop the rise of a black messiah. And we keep looking for some white dude to kill some black dude that's talking the truth. When it's gonna be some black religious group that knock him off because they all got a monopoly on spirituality and consciousness. The Moors, Hebrews, the NOI, all of them working together to keep us all divided. why the people in all of these groups rich as hell. They got all of these people at the bottom of these groups divided it up into all these different Abrahamic cults with dumb stories that relinquishes the white man of any accountability of his colonial actions. It changes it takes the heat off of the white man. It makes you actually feel sorry for the white man. Because now when I see the white man, I see a Frankenstein mutated human that we made in the lab. I don't know what's more evil. Us making a white man, or the fact that the white man got to live out his existence as a lesser being that's deduced to suffering and chaos just because we created him that way. It's like if I make the devil, if I make some demons, and the demons go make the world a bad place, no one can really be mad at the demons. People will sympathize with the demons because the demons have exercised that they can at least be civilized and create a world outside that we still live in our day-to-day life and we enjoy. Them niggas in the Nation of Islam, they live in this same world that they said is governed by devils, and they do business with the devils. They got contracts with these devils. I can show you pictures of Farrakhan in the same, they got a whole contract with Scientology and the KKK. So why is it that the NOI can be so cool with our enemies that it said is devils, but any independent black voice rise up, you gonna face the fate that Malcolm X faced. They gonna meet you with militancy and this combative energy, like what Malcolm X experienced. Because what did he do? He challenged the NOI viewpoint about the white man. Basically, Malcolm X started to break away from the Fard Muhammad's teachings and kind of having a mind of his own. And guess what these organizations fear? Black people thinking for themselves, y'all. That's right. Ever since the 60s and 70s, the CIA put all of these groups out there to control our minds and paint the narrative for us on a spiritual level. It have not connected us with our ancestors. It has connected us with Abrahamic cults that is all governed under the papacy. Fraternal orders, boule. They not gonna give you any kind of school of thought that's gonna connect you with your DNA. You got to do that. Quit going through mainstream institutions of thinking. Break free from all of these things, all of these different popular schools of thought, your NOIs, your big churches, your Hebrews, your Moors, the popularized ideologies that you see promoted all over TikTok and the media over everyone else's. Everyone else's get censored and blocked. Your freedom of speech get targeted. For them to let the big Christian pastors speak, for them to promote the big Hebrew names on the big platforms, the Farrakhans of the world. Those are the safe black movements that they put there, y'all, to keep us in a doggone docile state. The NOI been got infiltrated, man. We ain't nothing in this country grassroots that's built by the people, bro. Everything is some foreigner built it for you. It's some shit that's based upon something that don't connect you to your real roots. We ain't Hebrews. We ain't Muslims. We ain't none of the stuff. We ain't Christians. We ain't none of that. We spiritual gurus, man. We're the one who they call the Naga, the serpent man and serpent woman. If you only knew who you was, you wouldn't want to claim none of that other shit, because everybody wanted to be who you was. That's right. Now you want to be whatever all the colonizers is. You want to be a Jew now. You know how goofy it look when I see a nigga in that big old top hat with the beard, cultural appropriating, like the rapper Shine doing. Now Shine know that his roots go back to the island, but he going around looking like Abraham and shit, like he just left up out of some rabbi's synagogue, whole scarf and all, looking out of place on an island. Now you the leader of an island. All of your people got on colorful island clothes connecting with their goddamn roots. And you from the same island and you dressed up like Abraham Lincoln around this bitch. A big boring ass black suit even though it's hot outside. Yeah, man, like for real, bro. I can't stand the NOI. And it's up and it's stuck, and now I'm gonna have to go back on my NOI warpath. I don't like you bow tie wearing ass, disrespectful ass niggas coming up here with all that energy just cause a nigga wanna accept this big-headed bullshit of yours.
What brings you?
Decisions were made that shape nations and destinies.
What brings you here, son?
I believe he has an idea he would like to present to the gods. Go ahead with your proposal.
Inside every man, there are two forces, a strong one and a weak one. If the weak could be...
So why don't we fucking keep making more strong bodies? It ain't about how smart you are, it's about your intent. Because you can have technology and use it for good. But that ain't what we doing. We using it to police people, surveil them. We building hell on earth with it. No one care. Like, I can't blame the shit on technology. I gotta blame it on people's intent with the technology. It's never about the thing. We always gotta start at the intent. And this right here, showing you that black people had evil intentions from the get-go. You can't say this is a good thing. If someone say, look, Sanchez, there's a weak force in you and a strong force in you. Which one would you like to motherfucking reduplicate? Duh, the strong force, silly, that's a no-brainer. Why the fuck would I want to make an island full of weak, violent, disease-ridden, barbaric? Only a devil himself would want to do that. I won't even blame the demon. I got to blame this little big-headed nigga. That's Satan. Because guess what? Why? If we keep breeding the strongest with the strongest, we'll just make stronger versions of ourselves. Why do we want to go backward instead of forward, man? That's right. We got all this technology, right? We smart. Look at your big-headed ass, man. You got all that knowledge in your little big head, but you got evil intentions in your heart. All that knowledge, and you want to make a monster, not an angel. Why? We could have just went to another island and bred stronger and stronger versions of ourselves. And tapped into our stronger side. What kind of a man says, listen, everything that's flawed and bad about me, I want to manifest that into another human? Why the fuck would you do that?
Stupid.
Who does that? What would be the purpose of that? It's just another way to excuse the white man for being a barbarian. That's right. And to put the blame on the victim. You saying that the slaves actually created the slave masters, the biggest smack in the face to my ancestors. It's just sad that a lot of more black folks don't see this with the NOI. I've been calling this out. Drop a 1 if you've been calling this out in your city for a while too. I can't be the only one that's been onto this damn white nationalist story that the NOI pushing. I can't be the only one that picked up on how this served the enemy and on how this is selling your people out. Drop a one if you've been on this before Sanchez, because I know I ain't the only one that said to myself, bro, this a disrespectful story. That's hella disrespectful. You're telling the slave man that they the one created the slave master in the first place. I can't go with that, bro. Because the slave didn't even understand slavery when we met these evil people. We didn't even understand money and capitalism. We didn't even understand these systems of colonialism and oppression. The slave master had to teach us that. And you telling me I created him? Some ain't adding up, bro. Seem like he created the Negro through slavery and Willie Lynch. Why are we adopting his story for us? It's sad. We turning him into, we're saying all of the evil that the white man doing is because he's a product of the black man. When it's literally the other way around, bro. All of the evil and gangbanging and drive-bys that niggas is doing, you literally the product of the white man and colonization, social engineering, and Americanism. Your whole mentality of self-destruction ain't even yours. It was socially engineered and crafted for you and adopted by you through your evolving process in this society. The prisoner pipeline system is just that. It's a system. It's not a natural phenomena, people. That's right. It's a system that's carefully orchestrated, controlled, and carried out by artificial factors. Our people was never this way. Something created this modern Negro. If you go back in time and look at how we was in antiquity, we was not dope boys and pimps and hustlers and gangbangers and shit, nigga. They made us this because this is more better for the corporate system of America. It financially benefits them for us to have this mindset. It keeps their hospitals making money, their prisons making money, the music, the fashion. Bro, it benefits. We're a product of America because everything that America produces, it's produced to benefit America. The Negro ain't no different. It's there to benefit America at its own expense. And that's what I'm saying. It's reverse psychology and it's evil. When people look at black folks acting up, they say, look at them evil, dumb niggas. We need to get rid of them niggas. No one says, you know the white man made them that way. Have a little mercy on them. No one gives us mercy. Even though we know that these young boys got a fucked up mind because of a lot of this chaos is socially engineered, y'all. Psychological operations. All of our goddamn kids ain't all on bullshit because parents are just bad parents. I'm just saying, bro. There's definitely a conspiracy in this country to corrupt the minds of the youth before they even old enough to think right, so that you can breed another ignorant consumer that's gonna have a short lifespan because you don't want them collecting no pension and Social Security. We know that. So my whole thing is, the whole world know that the ghetto mentality is a creation of America, and that is not who my people is. Everybody know that. They know what we went through. And they know that before we went through that, we didn't have this corrupted mind. But they don't admit that. They don't give us no mercy. They ignore history. And they say, you know what? Them niggas just evil and we need to exterminate them. They ignore the fact that the white man created a monster through Willie Lynch and slavery. They ignore that. And they say, no, we ain't got no smoke for the white man. We just want them violent niggas out the way. You, on the other hand, let's say, even if we did create white people, I wouldn't admit to it, nigga. Because it don't serve my people. It served them. Because think about what the white man doing. He created the ratchet woman. He created the no good gang banging ass nigga. But he ain't gonna admit to it. He ain't gonna say, take it easy on them niggas. You know what we did to them through slavery. He gonna say, nope, them niggas can't blame nobody but they self. They black asses are just evil and wicked. And we gotta do something about them. Meanwhile, the same people that made us this way, they can keep making your children that way and have them being targeted on a social level through eugenics by saying, we didn't create that. We did not make that monster. He been a monster. His mom and dad ain't raising right. Lock that nigga in a cage. He's a monster. Meanwhile, they keep making more monsters and the world keeps saying, damn, them people are evil. They don't see how the monsters are made. The black man, the only one that created a monster that's oppressing him and want to let the whole world know, I made that. He mine. Yep, I made that.
Stupid.
Why you want clout for that? Because the people that made ignorant niggas, they acting like they didn't do nothing. The people that produced the gangbanger, they saying, we didn't do that. Some ain't adding up, bro. It's like, who team are you on? Because you giving them a out. It's just giving them a out. But no one will never give us that out, even though it's literally our story that you giving them. The white man, we say the white man is the manifestation of evil. We grafted the white man out of us. The white man grafted the nigger out of the Negro. Let's tell the truth. The white man grafted the gangbanger. The white man grafted the suit and tie, bow tie wearing, permacomb nigga that'll kill Malcolm, that'll kill his own people. See, the white man grafted that self-hating ass, boot-licking ass nigga who'll tap dance for the white man but go after any resemblance of a black messiah. That's right. The white man grafted this Bible-believing, church-going ass nigga who waiting on a sky daddy. He grafted that nigga out of a warrior. He grafted that nigga out of a warrior. And you talking about we grafted this monster out of my ancestors, nigga. Let's tell the real truth. The modern nigga is grafted out of an ancient Olmec. The modern bean pie selling, bow tie wearing ass nigga was grafted out of a strong Olmec. And you telling me that this damn monster was grafted out of my people. And this damn monster created monsters, and he know goddamn well he grafted these monsters out of their own ancestors. That's right. And he won't tell the world, I made these monsters. He's saying they come from their ancestors who was monkeys and barbaric, and they was doing the same thing, chicken bones and tribes going to war. Look at these niggas today, they gangbanging, same thing. They retelling history when they're the barbarians. They were the pagan tribes killing each other in their own continent. That's right. They flipped the script on you, and they got your leaders on their side. It's crazy, bro. Instead of the whole world looking at black people empathizing because our mentality as a collective is a byproduct of 400 years of slavery. No one does that, but yet everyone will empathize with the white people once you tell the world, and once the Yakub story get popular, it's gonna do what the Bible did. Instead of us reading the Bible saying that the colonizer gave us the God, saying that the colonizer is the devil, they get us believing in a red dragon while going to church with the white man that hung you on the tree. And you got the same God that your oppressor got, because you don't see that the enemy ain't a red dragon. It's the one that gave you his God that looked like him. That's right. So once you can't see evil right in front of you, but you see it all around you, people ask questions like, where did it come from? And they create stories like this when we question it. And these stories ain't meant to really answer the question. They're there to hide the source of evil, because the devil can only operate in darkness. So when people say, how did this whole world get to where we at today? They're gonna start them off with the Yakub story, if they're in the Nation of Islam, versus telling them about these barbarians that came from over the water and no one know where they come from. They popped up colonizing everyone's land and no one made them. See, the thing about these people, nobody really know where they come from. And it's very convenient for a black group to say, hey, they come from us, man. I'm the daddy. I'm the daddy. What's the name? Remember that movie Life? When they was trying to find a daddy to that white baby and can't get right. And what they would say, I'm the daddy. No one else want to claim the monster. Why the Nation of Islam want to do it? Everybody hate this monster. I would disown. Well, it's our son, and that wouldn't be right as a father to disown our son. Your son disowned you, remember? He hung you on a tree. He tortured you and castrated you. I'm sorry, son, your ass got to die. I brought you in this world. I'm gonna take your ass out. This story don't make no sense, and it only helps the oppressor. It only gives the colonizer an out.
That shape nations and destinies.
What brings you here, son?
I believe he has an idea he would like to present to the gods. Go ahead with your proposal.
Inside every man, there are two forces, a strong one and a weak one. If the weak could be made stronger, it could create a new kind of man.
You are too young to speak of such dangerous things.
Yakub, this knowledge is forbidden. Separation of the germs is the way of rebellion.
Separation of the germs is the way of rebellion. But it sound cool as fuck, little nigga. Let's do that shit. Hell yeah, nigga. Hell yeah, bitch. We finna create white folks in this bitch today, and we'll have Outback Steakhouse by tomorrow, motherfucker.
One must rule, and the other must follow.
What will this do, besides cause mischief and the shedding of blood, son?
Here decisions were made.
Please don't be charging for this. And they asking for, bro, this is such a, that's why I'm telling you, don't trust niggas in bow ties. It's scamming and grifting. The Joker wear a bow tie. The sideshow host, step right on up to see Lizard Boy. Lizard Boy has 4 fucking heads. That guy wears a bow tie. I'm telling you, bow tie gives me scammer vibes. Oh yeah, bow tie gives scammer all day. Drop a 1 if you feel me. Well, I never could really get jiggy with him because I make a nigga feel like Pee Wee Herman. It's just some scammy, like every time I see a nigga in a bow tie or a pinstripe suit, I feel like I'm about to get scammed. For real. And this nigga got people supporting and donating when they just go onto any little website video and they generate AI videos. So the Nation of Islam making cheap ass AI video, cheap ass generated videos and making the people contribute to it. And it's sad because the Nation of Islam got enough money to give its people something that's worth a damn. To literally rent a venue and have you a stage and hire you some black actors, man. And you telling me this is good for our people? Hell no. It's a ripoff. It's AI slop, and it's asking you for more money. You don't need no one to support and contribute this kind of project because you just typing a prompt on an AI video generator, bro. That's right. I can make this right now. I pay a monthly subscription, and I got a limit to how many of these I can make, and that's why they doing episodes. Because every month you get your new credits. Come on now, bro. But I'm just saying though, to me, I can't call it a grift. It's basically a ripoff is what I call it. It's a ripoff. It's selling you AI slop from an organization that should be trying to edify its people. You got a bunch of young women in the Nation of Islam that are into acting and that they want to act. You got a lot of young kids. They're into acting. Why do they got to go to Hollywood to get into that? When we got organizations that want films out to get their message out like Yakub, whether I agree with it or not. I'd rather see a real black kid, you know, and y'all interacting with humans in y'all nation with something like this. Because it's got y'all brand on it, and it's just more AI slop, in my opinion. So it won't let me type my message. Is not harmful. So yeah, you can't call it grifting, but it's definitely a ripoff. It's definitely a ripoff. So having people buy into this like it's some kind of real film or like y'all got a set somewhere, that's kind of deceptive because them the vibes. I'm just saying. Just my opinion. I believe the Nation of Islam can do better than that. Because why? They're a whole nation. That mean they got actors. It's niggas in the NOI that do filming. They got cameras. They got DJs. They got music producers. They got all of these talented ass humans in their nation, and they giving they people AI, cheap ass AI slop. It's a disappointment, bro. I don't care what nobody say.
Here decisions were made that shaped nations and destinies.
What brings you here, son?
I believe he has an idea he would like to present to the gods. Go ahead with.
And by the way, the NOI ain't FBA, nigga. because the NOI's foundation come from a foreigner, nigga. FBA don't got names like Muhammad and Hayabim and all that shit, nigga. I'm a copper color FBA Creek nigga. I'm such a Creek nigga. I'm a Olmec nigga. And when you a real Olmec talking, you wage war against the Abrahamic faiths, nigga. Because all of these other Abrahamic faiths got our people thinking they fucking foreigners. Saying you a Muslim is like saying you an African, dummy. Now come on, let's debate it. You talking to a real Alabama nigga, bro. I'll mop the floor with you fake FBA ass niggas. My blood goes deep roots in the South, nigga. Country boy. Olmec blood, nigga. Indian blood. Seminole blood, nigga. So I'm a real FBA. Real FBA. We don't sympathize with Abrahamic faith, nigga. Abrahamic faith got our people calling theyself everything but copper colored. Fool. What you talking about, boy? That's right. If you think the NOI is FBA, you got to be a fool, nigga. That's a foreigner's goddamn mindset and a Shriners organization, nigga. Our folks didn't wait on Sky Daddies, nigga, and we didn't get perms either. Now, try to come, you can't pull my FBA card because my shit heavier than Tariq's, nigga. I can go show you my folks in a long history of my people in Alabama, nigga, from laundromats that we had in the early 1900s, fool. Houses that my great-granddaddy built people living in right now, nigga. My name, where I'm from, folks know my folks go deep back on the land, nigga. I know who I am. Can't no nigga pull my card, nigga, cause my shit ain't a card, it's a lineage, nigga. And the NOI, their ideology undermines our damn lineage. We ain't no Muslims and Arabs and none of that shit, nigga. Don't activate me, nigga. Don't activate me, nigga. Trying to defend this pagan, neo-pagan, barbarian ideology that lets your enemy off the hook, nigga. That's right. Let's talk about that part. Let me drop the call in. See, you niggas can come, and that's COINTELPRO behavior. You want to talk about everything but the facts that I'm pointing out on how this shit is harmful to our people, and you can't even prove it, nigga. Who does the Yakub story serve the most? Black people or the white colonizer? How does this make me feel good about my ancestors after I hear this story as if I'm a young black man into science? I'm realizing that when my people became intelligent enough to do selective breeding, when we learned all of the mysteries of DNA, we didn't decide to be known for curing cancer. Nation of Islam ain't telling you how we cured disease, how we use this knowledge to do nothing good. They telling you we got smart as hell and we created some devils. You know what's worse than the devil? The thing that created it. That's why I will always have more smoke for God than Satan, nigga. I don't care what nobody's saying. If that went over your head, you lost. If that went over your head, you lost.
Made that shape nation.
Yeah, I can't be mad at Frankenstein. Like, think about it, right? I can't create a monster and then put it behind bars when it says, raw, I'm gonna eat you, I'm a monster. I created this monster. Then when the monster start monstering, I act shocked. Oh, put it away. Oh, we gotta get rid of it. You're the monster. It ain't, at this point, it's not the monster. It's science in the wrong hands is what's scary. Because even if we get rid of the monster, I'm gonna want to get rid of the scientists that we know can just go make another monster and another monster. We gotta make sure that after we deal with the monster, the people who got smart enough to manipulate DNA and reach this level of science like what the white man doing, we gotta keep them ignorant and dumb for our own safety. That's what we saying. That's a eugenic statement, not mine. But that's really what the subconscious is deduced to go with, though. Like, okay, let's get rid of the monster and let's make sure we keep black people at a certain level of knowledge where they don't know too much. Because if you get them niggas too much knowledge, we may have another monster epidemic. I'm just saying. So it ain't enough to just get rid of the monster. We telling them you gotta do something about niggas getting smart because they don't do good with knowledge. They only do bad with it. That's right. And for all of our safety, we need to keep black folks dumbed down. That's really what I'm getting out of it. That's why I said stop teaching this literally. Because if you teach this literally, it's very dangerous, man. That's right.
And God said, let us make man after our image, after our likeness, and let us give them power and dominion. Well, that God is a little weaker than the God that created everything independent. What God is this that said, and let us not make another God as such, let's make man and make him in our image.
The ancient Gnostics who wrote that said that your higher self, your soul, don't have a beginning. Energy can't be created or destroyed. It ain't no start or beginning point to an immortal being, okay? I know you don't understand that because your soul is inside of your body and you're trying to process some divine knowledge through the brain, which is a chunk of meat. All of that electricity run through this meat labyrinth and it bounces around, and a simple understanding turns into a complicated bunch of processing your brain to where you try to understand something that the body really can't. This is why you got to think outside the box, which is the body. This is a spiritual matter. He's misinterpreting this scripture. This scripture is telling you how your soul grafted your own body in the womb of your mother. And the ancient Greeks taught this same concept. That's how you get the Cupid. The Cupid was a deity and archetype to show you how the consciousness fall from heaven into the body, into the flesh. So the Cupid is essentially a fallen angel, if you will. And it was taught that the parents don't pick the child pick the parents, which is interesting. Because we also was taught that everything happened on the physical realm happens in the spiritual realm first. Your soul wanted to enter the earth realm, and it manipulated this realm with its, from that position it was as God, to make your mama and daddy meet to open up the portal for it. All of these points are connected in time. So my thing is, this is how the Greeks taught about the Cupid and the baby choosing the parents. But I'm saying that Greek concept may not have even been from the Greeks, because we find ancient indigenous cultures going deep into that stuff, which lets me think that the Greeks just took a lot of deep shit from our ancestors. That's right! Because I'm telling you now, they just did. But I'll tell you what, he's misinterpreting that now, turning it to the Yakub story. What this scripture was trying to teach was how the immortal you from the higher realm looked down into the earth realm before it even had a body, and said to itself, I want a body. I want to go down there into the earth realm, into an avatar, and have an experience. Let me make a man in my image. It's taught throughout a lot of cultures that there are souls in a higher realm and they want entry into the gateway, entryway into the earth. And that the gateway to the earth is through the mother. And that the soul from a higher realm works, manipulates reality to open up a vortex for itself. And that came into all of these stories about the child choosing the parents. Let me give a shout out to Mama 867. I know there are a lot of YouTube that are evil, but I know there are a lot of, whitey people that are evil, but some of us are good, and we are not all the same bloodline. I wish whites would stop grouping us together. That's facts. That's what I was saying earlier. If the Yakub story was true, every white person will be evil and every black person will be good, because the Yakub story explains to us how evil entered the world. And prior to us grafting evil into the white man, evil didn't even exist into the world before white people coming into the world. Evil literally entered the world through the white man. Prior to that, evil was a weak force lying dormant within black people. It only became a strength, a strong force that's oppressing everyone when black people genetically bred that weak gene out of us and grafted it into a humanoid called a white man. Because it ain't a human, it's a predator, it's a humanoid from this standpoint, right? It would be genetically modified. So in that case, again, every white person would be evil, and there would be nothing they can do about it. It'll just be in their DNA. That's like this, right? When you look in the mirror, you can't do nothing about that. You know why? I'm sorry, but DNA is stronger than you. All right? Your height, your penis size, your physical attributes, a lot of who you are, it's just in your DNA, and you just gotta love who you are, because you just can't, that's who you are. It's your DNA. It's your written code, brother. It was written in the beginning. Your DNA was there even before your body physically formed, and your body is responding to the DNA. It's just nothing you can do about it, which is why we need to learn and get to know who we are. Because if we don't like who we are, that leads into gene editing, GMOing yourself, versus understanding why you this way. And when you understand that, you'll embrace yourself according to the ancients. But my whole thing is this: we're not tapping into our DNA for real. And my whole thing is this right here. If white people are a result of the Yakubian theory, it would just be in their genetics that all of them will be evil. Now, somebody from the NOI may say that ain't true, Sanchez. Well, even if it ain't true, you should lie and say it is. Why, Sanchez? Because that's what they doing with black people. Listen, eugenics and scientific races, they are saying black people as a collective are just violent, and it's in their genetics, it's in their DNA. It ain't nothing you can do about it but lock them up and get rid of them. Drop a 1 if y'all know about eugenics. Drop a 1. Yeah, these people are saying that's in them niggas' blood. Ignorance, violence is in them. You basically, nothing you can do about it. It's actually messed up that they would say that's in our blood when really that's in our indoctrination. That's a mindset we develop through trauma and oppression. It ain't got nothing to do with what's in our blood, because if we tap into what's in our blood, we wouldn't be like this. That's right. But they'll lie and say you niggas is evil because it's in your DNA. So anybody from the NOI that come along and say, I just set the trap to where you can't debate me. When I say, okay, if white folks come from Yakub in they DNA, all of them should be evil by nature. It's in their nature. I shouldn't be able to find one good white person. If I can find one good white person, that'll debunk you. I'm just saying. And then my thing is, even if and the reason I say it's a nail in the coffin, because even if that wasn't true, it'll be your benefit to lie, just like the eugenics is doing. That's right. Then I will look at you sideways and ask you, why ain't you fighting them back and doing to them what they doing to us? Why you playing Mr. Nice Guy? Either way it go, I'm exposed that something is off about what you teaching with this. Because it just don't benefit us, and I see who it benefit. Madon Kemet. How you doing?
Yo, salute. Yo, Sanchez, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Let me say, first of all, thank you for joining. Let me say, second of all, don't come up here and do what the NOI brother just did. With the gangbang mind, the chaos mind, brother, we can talk with respect and we can be calm and share the mic. We can even interject. I don't mind if you cut me off, you know what I'm saying, here and there, if you got a question or whatever. But we ain't got to be disrespectful and just have that negative energy that brother just had. But yeah, I'm going to let you grab the mic, though, man. Salute.
No doubt, I appreciate it. Well, I'm going to just say peace first off, and I appreciate you letting me up. But the brother Cam, you know, he wanna set something up with you, man, where y'all can just have a straight dialogue, without all, you know what I'm saying, just a conversation, basically. The brother,
you know what, I don't really dig the brother's vibe, because what a lot of COINTELPRO agents do, they want to make it like, well, Sanchez, he cut you off and he's disruptive and all that, when really they come over here and try to control the narrative, steer the conversation left, deflect from what the show is about. He never really went into the whole meat of the show, which is all of the arguing points that I'm making now. He wanted to deflect and talk. Do you think the creator is a woman or a man? And then we'll be up here for 30, 40 minutes and a whole somewhere different. I know those games. I know them. I done dealt with a lot of agents in my life, bro. I know the energy he give, bro. It's very fucking COINTELPRO. Drop a one, y'all, if it ain't just me.
Well, let me say this, Sanchez. The brother, he willing to set something up with you. You can get a moderator or whatever you need or whatever you feel like. But he just said, he just asked me to ask you if you're willing to set something up where it can be a moderator or anything, just to have a discussion where it can't be next person over talking. It won't be, you know what I'm saying?
See, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to do it. Because he already crying and whining. Listen, look, see, the reason I don't want to deal with folks like that, because they leave away from here and they'll make it like he kept cutting me off and he talking all over me, and it was just the opposite. When you rewind the show, you're going to see I was muting my mic when that brother was talking and he kept interrupting me. You will see his mic coming off mute because he's saying, fuck you, you ain't mute my mic, I'm going to unmute it and I'm going to talk when I want. He kept on interrupting me. And I had to let him know, now, bro, I was muted for you, let me talk, right? But see, that I ain't finna do it with him, because he don't really want to debate me, because he know he can't fuck with me intellectually. He just want to create chaos with me. And I know how these NOI niggas work. I feel the vibes. I don't want to debate that nigga if he's already whining, bitching, and crying about being cut off, bro. I just don't. Why you want to talk to me then, bro? I'm going to talk over you and shit, right? I'm disruptive, right? No, because we going to have a moderator and all that, bro. You still going to come with. Okay, I tell you what then. This is what we going to do right here. I think about this shit. And we probably can, we're gonna arrange something, and we both will have our own moderator. We'll agree to the terms and all that. A lot of these niggas, they don't really.
Well, just real quick, he told me you can get the moderator of your choice. Just set something up. Just think about it. You know what I'm saying? If you know what I mean, because the brothers feel like, he's a part of the NOI. So if you got questions about the NOI and the story of Yakub, He willing to,
Are you
just to have that dialogue.
are you a part of the NOI?
I'm not an official registered member, but I always agree with the teachings.
So you can you break down some of the questions I got for the Yakub concept? Can I ask you then right now till we set it up with him later or whatever?
Well, only thing I can tell you with what I heard and things like that, which is,
Well,
I'd rather
you
for you
never
talk
know
to
what
that
I'm
brother.
gonna.
I'd rather you talk to an official member than me. You know what I mean? They could, because
Well,
they
listen.
got more knowledge and understanding than I do within that. You know what I mean?
Well, you said that the Yakub theory is true, right?
I think it's possible. Yeah, from my understanding. Okay, if I look at the people on the earth, white people, black people, Mexican, Hispanic, I can see how that's highly possible and highly probable.
I
How
think,
the nation break down, how the people came about.
and I want you to explain to me how is it highly probable that if you put a bunch of ignorant niggas on an island and let them have an orgy, eventually you'll get George Bush, St. Patrick, and all that shit. Go through and tell me that.
Well, from my understanding, I'm only going by from my understanding from what I've heard over the years, right? From my understanding, it didn't work that way. It was like, from what I heard, it was isolation. Like you breed this one, right? Okay, you take the brown gene out the black gene, and then you separate that, and then you breed that until you come up with a yellow color, and you separate that, and for a while you hold it in isolation, and out that yellow, after grafting, you
So
can
let
get the
me
white,
ask you
and
a
then
question.
isolate that.
So when you talk about the yellow, you talk about Asians and all that. But my whole thing is, I got you. My whole thing is this right here, though. When you go through all of these different shades, you can't forget the diversity that comes with that culture. I get why you can say, okay, once you start diluting the brown, you would go from yellow, then eventually to beige, then all the way to like albinism and the pale white groups that come in all races, by the way. But I get that. But what I don't get is how that would explain how each group get its own unique, rich cultural history. For example, when the brown gene turned into Chinese people, it just was a bunch of people who grew chinky eyes and yellow skin, and they became more violent. They also started to now, for some reason, like noodles and rice. For some reason now they like egg rolls. Okay, then when they became the white folks, they started eating burgers and sausage and shit. So what you're saying is, okay, the brown part of the black people we diluted that to create all the other races, but every other race can give you a real rich history of how they music get this way, they food get that way, even how they learned how to plant it on their land at first through trial and error and all that. So what I'm telling you is this. If what you were saying was true, once the brown gene turned into the Asian people, those yellow people will still act like niggas. That don't mean they got to become egg roll eaters and shit and into goddamn the flute-based music with wind. They music is even different. They language, just so many different. And then, okay, those Asian people will now have to give birth to white people. So what you're saying is that it was a world full of black people. The black people took the brown gene out of them to graft the yellow people. Then the yellow people, we took the yellow gene out the yellow people to create the white people. So basically, George Bush, Bill Clinton, St. Patrick, all those white men, Abraham Lincoln, they come from Bruce Lee and them. They come from Jackie Chan's and them people. Jackie Chan's and them people come from us, the brown black people. But you know what color y'all forgot about? The mahogany red-skinned Indian in America, where he come from. See, once you start off diluting brown, you can't get red. You got to go to yellow, beige, and white. That's another flaw. I can point out more, but I'll let you interject with them. That's a lot right there.
Well, you ever heard of red bones in the South? You know, you from the South, you from Alabama. You know, you got red bones that come out of we you know.
Right,
You
so
can,
let
I
me
mean, we can see
explain
this
something to you.
process how it's
So,
possible.
yeah, so red bones in the South aren't mahogany. I'm from the South. Red bones refer to mulatto women, often black women who are mixed with white, very fair-skinned women that can damn near pass for a white woman back in the day. Red bone in that context, sir, it doesn't mean red-skinned Indian, and you should know that, my nigga. I don't know if you from the South,
I'm just
but
saying. I'm just saying.
hold, let me land my plane. In the South, when we're talking about a red bone, we're not talking about a mahogany skinned woman. It's two different things.
Well, all I'm saying is we can see through observation, through science, through birth, that how we can come up with these different variations of colors through breeding, or what they would call
But we
grafting,
can't.
grafting out.
We
You know,
can't though.
you can graft out these different shades of colors and different things, and if you isolate them,
I get
you
the
know, you
theory,
can,
but we just don't see it. That's what I'm saying. Like a person can keep on teaching me the theory of evolution till they blue in their face, but that's not what we see outside. We don't see Asian people giving birth to motherfuckers that look like Jeffrey Dahmer. You don't see that today. We don't see a bunch of white folks that like Garth Brooks being created from a bunch of egg roll eaters, sir. I hear the theory and you can repeat it all day. I'm showing you why it don't match up with what we see outside, even though y'all COINTELPRO agents like to talk like that. Y'all like to say, but what we see is that we don't see a damn thing. That's that agent talk, bro. That's that programming. That's that hypnotization right there, bro. I'm dealing with what we seeing. I'm showing you the shit Farrakhan teaching is what we don't see, sir. And you even tried to reach by using red bones. You ought to be ashamed of your goddamn self, especially if you come from the South. You acting like you ain't a nigga now just to prove this big-headed bullshit, son. You know what the hell a red bone is.
Stupid.
well, I bring that up to show how you can get the variations of
Well, yeah,
colors
that was stupid to bring up.
through sex, through mating, through grafting out. I'm just saying,
But
bro,
I'm
you can
glad
get
I
that.
was able to let you know that that ain't what a red bone is. So bring up something else, because that was stupid.
Well, that is a shade that we see within the black race.
No, I said, can you find? No, you're acting very dumb, Madon. Listen, what I'm telling you, Madon. What I'm saying is this: you said in the Yakubian theory, we started at brown, it went to yellow, beige, then white. I said red ain't nowhere in y'all evolutionary theory, which is a flaw. And you tried to bring up red bones in the South. And you still trying to use that as if that's the same color as the dude on the Redskins helmet, in Washington Redskins. I'm telling you, any red bone in the hood know that her skin color is not that color that's on that Washington Redskins helmet. And you know that that ain't what we mean when we're calling them a red bone. And you can play dumb all you want, but a lot of people watching this, right? And they know that too. But they're seeing how desperate the NOI is to keep our people believing this bullshit. It's satanic. And that's why it says no different than the church got our people believing in a lot of fairy tales for one nigga's gain. Just because there's a few niggas eating. It ain't no different than the church, and you're proof of it. You act just like the church people act when you go to pointing out the flaws and that stuff that's keeping our people not getting nowhere, believing in all this crap and self-blaming themselves for the evil going on. They all act like you, Madon. They play dumb. Everyone know like it's playing dumb, but it's all y'all got. And it must be sad for you to know what a red bone is, but still try to force that argument because, well, ain't nothing else I can really say, like, because I'm mopping the floor with this shit. And it ain't like you're like, oh, you right, man, that is what a red bone is. Let me give you another example then, because you don't got another example. It's sad. It drop a one if that shit's sad, man. It's sad. Like he's still.
What's sad, Sanchez, is that you. I mean,
sad,
come on, bro.
man.
Come on, man. Let's be
It's
realistic.
sad,
I mean,
bro. It's sad, bro, that you trying to make a red bone a mahogany skinned woman, dog. That was sad, I ain't gonna lie. Cause I'm from the South and you tried to play with our slang and lie on the shit. And I'm like, I'm kind of offended too. Cause I use, like, that's how we talk in the South. And you know damn well it don't mean that, bro. That's right. But it just shows that y'all will try anything for this cult. I'm glad you doing that. It show the people y'all ain't just willing to kill for this shit. Y'all willing to lie, play dumb, embarrass yourself. This is a real cult, my nigga, for real. But I'm gonna play the video. You can stay if you want to, but I'm gonna do my thing if you ain't got nothing to say. But if you got something to say, you can get the last word. Go ahead, and you can, Bill, I ain't, restricting you from the mic. I'll mute up before I play the video and let you say whatever you got to say before I get into this, and you can review it with me if you want. But yeah, go ahead. We'll go ahead and play this.
And after our likeness. Well, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that the God that spoke like that is the father of the white race. His name is Yakub. In the scripture, he's called Jacob. Not
this man lying all on the scriptures. Because guess what? Yakub and Jacob is just the name of your higher self. Jack and the beanstalk, Jacob's ladder, the one that ascends up the ladder. Yakub got a big head because it's personifying the third eye. So let me show you something about Yakub or Jacob. It was there to teach about ascension. It wasn't the creation of the white race. Everybody turning this shit to pseudoscience, but let me pull this up real quick. Because who he calling Yakub, the Bible calls Jacob. Jacob is the only person in the Bible with a ladder that ascends to heaven. This is the Babel Tower concept. Jacob's ladder is the central nervous system. The truth is the real Big Bang is the activation of your consciousness in the lower realm. And the pharaoh, what you see on the right is the pharaoh in this image here is called the backbone of Osiris. Jacob is the name of the Kundalini energy that rises up the God body that seats itself in the head of God to where you can wake up in the base reality. So that what you see on the right is the pharaoh inside of his tomb, but that tomb is at Eden at the North Pole. All of us are in a tomb blindfolded, just like the pharaoh, and we're asleep. And this life is a dream. You're in the matrix. And according to the Hindu, what we see on the left here, see, this is a female's god body or her goddess body. I got a god body and a goddess body. When I made this one, I wanted to do both sexes. So you got the masculine on the far right in the form of the pharaoh, and on the far left, the god is teaching you the same concept. Basically, this is not your earth body, this is your God body or your goddess body, women. And your consciousness is sleep inside of your God body. And it start on the lowest level and it have a lifetime and it works its way up the stairway to heaven, up the spinal cord, up Jacob's ladder until it seats itself in the head of your God body. And that's when you wake up in heaven as God. That's when this thing opened up and the pharaoh comes out the tomb and he wakes up from his sleep. But his consciousness got to go through each level of this column, which is them. They was teaching you what the universe is. It was all of these netters are stacked on each other. They are parallel universes. You got to be born through each one. And here is a Nordic concept of this same thing, showing you the different worlds on the tree. Represent the snake that you see on that tree. You know that is basically another way of teaching about the Kundalini within everyone. Let me show you another example. Here it is here, the spinal cord. Jacob's ladder is dealing with the path of ascension within every human. Now I keep telling you, Islam, NOI, the church, the Vatican, all of these different faiths and schools of thought, y'all, they are gate guards to keep the gods from waking up. They are gate guards to hide this knowledge that I'm giving you right now. It's all about the power that's within us, and they turning it into bullshit like Yakub and all that. The thing about it is this right here. These stories, they are misinterpret them to teach about different stuff like what Farrakhan doing, but it hides that the original teachings about this stuff was way more divine, and today they're just divisive. The truth is that good and bad is within everybody, and whichever one of them serpents you feed, that's where your energy go. So again, one of these serpents is connected to the underworld, one connected to the highest realms, the 6 and the 9. 6 is the number of man. 9 is the number of the divine, the higher self. But my whole thing is this right here. All of these stories weren't meant to be taken literally. It's archetypes to teach about forces and knowledge within the self, y'all. Right. Taking this stuff literally today is why we can't activate the greatness in our DNA. Because when our ancestors was teaching about these symbols, they was using it to activate the God within them, not to sit around waiting on the God in the sky. So Farrakhan ain't nothing but another gate guard. No one gonna lead you to the knowledge of self. They're gonna always lead you into a belief system, and they're gonna defend it with military will. They're gonna be willing to die for this thing. And because they got a lot of souls trapped in these little cults, believing in dumb stuff and never activating the knowledge of self. And they will fight, because that soul is a slave. It's paying into a system, a belief system that's keeping them powerful. And I represent a threat to that with this knowledge that's connecting them to the ancestors. So when you talk about Jacob or Yah's cube, because what you're talking about is the Kaaba cube, Yah cube. It's the cube of Yah. The cube of Yah is the God body. It's basically, think about this, right? They said that the body is the temple of God, right? That's another way of saying that the body is the cube of Yah. Your body is a torus field, which literally shapes like a magnetic cube or 360 of energy. Let me show it to you. This is what you are, the totality of your being. You exist within a field of energy, and when we raise our vibration to a higher level than this field that's around our body, we can break free and leave the earth. So you gotta look at this field around the body like a prison. It don't look like a fence. It look like a fence, right? It's just like a fence, trapping the consciousness in a certain bandwidth frequency. Once you vibrate above that frequency, you bypass the layer of reality that we call Earth. You literally shift the consciousness to a parallel reality beyond this one. So these are like cells within cells. And that's what this is, a cell in every sense of the word. But we're not trapped, we can get out. But these religions ain't teaching us the real spiritual science on how to raise our vibration. Allah, Jesus, all of these mythological characters, when you believe in them literally, it don't raise us to the vibratory level on a collective level that we need to bypass this particular layer of reality and leave these evil folks here to burn with it. We're in a sinking ship. This world is not our home as spiritual fallen gods. And we trapped here in the body is the curse. So our original spiritual systems was about mind over matter. You know what I'm saying? Going beyond the physical. And all of these world religions have hijacked that plight. You know, they telling you going beyond the physical is going to this place called heaven in the sky. But the ancients taught heaven is a state of mind that you create within yourself right now. Right? So, or hell could be right now. So my whole thing is this right here. All of these religions, including the Nation of Islam, are gate guard groups that's there when a person start asking questions about reality and they soul, the earth. They're gonna lead you to some vain belief system where you're believing in an outside power versus tapping into the inner power within yourself. And at the head of all these organizations is one leader like Farrakhan or bishop like Eddie Long or Creflo Dollar, or you know what I'm saying? These are patriarchal Abrahamic organizations that came into our society in the 60s and 70s when we started to wake up and ask those questions I was telling you about. They gave us these things to distract us for another 100, 200 years, waiting in sky daddies and partaking in paganism, foreign systems that is not a proper identity for who we are. Until our outer activity match with what's in our DNA, we will not unlock our greatness. If your mode of behavior is a system of traditional rituals that your enemy has gave you to perform, then guess what? You're predictable as hell. They know exactly what you're gonna do because they taught you how to do it. And you ain't gonna do nothing but keep repeating these traditions and rituals for hundreds of years and wondering why you're so easily controlled. There is something in our DNA that is spontaneous, unpredictable, undeniable, uncontrollable, and we won't release it because we want to be believers. We won't release it because we want to entertain dumbass theories that don't serve us. They only serve a few men enriching their goddamn pockets.
Not righteous Jacob. This is Jacob that wrestled with the angel and prevailed. And after he wrestled and prevailed, his name was changed from Jacob to Israel. We're coming up on you now, Mr. Satan. How did you get here? By what process were you made?
This is called preaching. Ain't teaching nothing. This is acting, right? Speaking with authority, but saying nothing to our people, getting us nowhere. That's right. Getting you riled up, and then it's back to work. I went through this in the church every Sunday. It is not no real knowledge that's really was satisfactory to my soul. That's what led me out of all these schools of thought. It was always some gloomy, gray, and just missing about it. Under all the yelling and shouting and fancy suits and all that, I was fucking empty. I knew there was something else. Something about me. Something within me. I got tired of sky daddies, man, and that's when you become a man. When you say, you know what, I don't need a daddy no more. You still got a daddy if you got a God, man. You got a dad. Leave me alone.
The Honorable.
And we all got fathers that we love. I'm just saying you need a parent. You need a guardian to look over you. And some of them will even tell you, if it weren't for God, I would be evil because ain't no good in me. That's like a child saying, if my mom and daddy didn't beat my ass every day, I would act out. I need that belt on my ass, daddy. You better keep whooping me because I'm going to cuss the teacher out now. But that's what they'll tell you in church. Ain't no good in me. It's only God. If it wasn't for God, I would be out there stealing. Well, I'm going to tell you, you ain't really a good person if somebody got to scare your ass to do right. That means you really want to be out there killing and stealing, but this God is threatening you with a belt. That means you still evil and you ain't really changed, man.
Of the white race, his name is Yakub. In the scripture, he's called Jacob, not righteous Jacob. This is Jacob that wrestled with the angel and prevailed. And after he wrestled and prevailed, his name was changed from Jacob to Israel. We're coming up on you now, Mr. Satan.
You saw the lick lip? Y'all saw how he licked them lips? This a young Farrakhan. He thought he was doing something there. Look, coming up on you now, Mr. Satan. That was corny as hell. But to them Muslims, yeah, that was fire. Yeah. That shit was Mr. Satan. Hey man, we can go back and look at that and roast him. That's fun.
Called Jacob, not righteous Jacob. This is Jacob that wrestled with the angel and prevailed. And after he wrestled and prevailed, his name was changed from Jacob to Israel.
Coming up on you now, Mr. Satan.
We're coming up on you now, Mr. Satan.
Oh, shit.
How did you get here? By what process were you made? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, you were grafted out of the original black man.
And that's where he's lying at, and that's where we stand up and say, bro, don't put that on us, niggas. And that's why I said an NOI is COINTELPRO. You want to blame that on us. And you telling me what a nigga said versus what he can prove. And y'all big mad because I'm asking for proof. And you telling me I can't prove it. It'll take 600 years. They'll tell you that they can prove it, but it'll take them 600 years. So in other words, we can't prove it. Because there's nothing they can show you in your lifetime to make it a fact. Therefore, it can't be proven.
Is Jacob that wrestled with the angel and prevailed. And after he wrestled and prevailed, his name was changed.
And I gotta use that shit, Mr. Satan. Yeah, Mr. Satan be playing tricks on niggas out here. I don't know what would be more cornier than Mr. Satan. Probably some shit like, we're coming up on you, Dr. Satan. Like, what kind of title y'all want to put in front of Satan name that'll make that shit funnier? Make that shit funny, because Mr. was a good one. I never heard Mr. Satan. We're coming up on you now, Professor Satan. You know, what title you want to get that nigga? This is fun.
From Jacob to Israel. We're coming up on you now, Mr. Satan. How did you get here?
Coming up on you now, President Satan.
By what process were you made?
Now here come the he say, she say. Who said it?
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, you were grafted out of the original black man. Your own scholars bear witness to this truth. Your scientists.
Of course, if I was a white scholar, I would fucking say that's true. Again, it benefits me, stupid. Of course, Elijah Muhammad was working with them people, man. I'm about to play the other video, the KKK and Elijah Muhammad. Why y'all cool with the KKK, but you can't get along with niggas like me and Malcolm, man? Come on. What's up with that? You can get along with the nigga that hung your people on trees and want your people exterminated. Y'all look up the niggas that comb their hair to the side, and you know black men comb our hair in a 360, and we get 360 waves, nigga. We don't do cow licks. Y'all want to put this white boy on a pedestal, right, who combs his goddamn hair to the side. And you telling me this our culture, son, and you want to put prop this, you niggas still walking around looking like this white boy that's part of your shit with bow ties on, telling niggas that we created the white man. You been indoctrinated and programmed with the mind of your colonizer, nigga. And I'm gonna call it out. I don't care if you niggas don't like it. Of course the white man gonna tell you you right. I would tell you, yeah, that's a good one, nigga. Yeah, you right. He created my evil ass. I wouldn't be hanging your ancestor on this tree if this nigga didn't make me evil. So whenever we see the white man doing something evil, we got to be reminded, hey, that's our creation. It takes a lot off of the white man, because it ain't like the white man doing the evil out of his own will. He's doing it because he was literally created that way by us. It's our experiment out of control. And if they really thought that, why would they be trying to look like the goddamn white man, y'all?
Stupid.
Huh? You mean to tell me we created the goddamn devil, and the devil took over and oppressed us and tortured us, and now y'all waking up every day trying to dress and look like the devil, and you niggas look real goofy combing your hair to the side because the black man hair don't really grow that way. That's why niggas got to put all kind of chemicals in their hair. Remember when we watched the Malcolm X video? Niggas calling the white man the devil, but they putting red devil eye in they hair to look like him. I always thought something was silly about the damn NOI. Putting poisons in your goddamn head to look like the white man. The white man ain't gotta put none of them chemicals in his head to get his style like that, because his hair naturally grow that way. That's right. You niggas is putting all kind, putting cleaning products and Ajax and Comet and Pine Sol and all this shit in your head, nigga. Look at how far back Farrakhan done pushed his lineup up. It ain't no more FBA in that lineup. Years of chemicals in frying your hair, and it ain't good for your brain cells. I don't care that you don't like this. Our people gotta stop putting these chemicals in their head, man. If it ain't good for the women, it ain't good for the men. That's right.
Are now agreeing with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that the Caucasian people are a new people on our planet, and they have brought their figures in line with the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad 6,600 years ago. Well, if that is so, is that a teaching of hate? You said that the thing that causes us to be listed as a hate group is our teaching on Yakub.
That's reverse psychology. It's a psychological operation. They want, because we cling to stuff that we think pisses off the enemy. And we think it makes them mad to say we created them, when really they are agreeing with us saying, you right, but I'm mad, nigga. Now, if the white man was really mad at what we saying, he would say you lying about it, science don't support it, it's pseudo, and that's some bullshit theory made by dumb, ignorant N-words. The white man ain't never gonna come out and say, you know what? You're 100% right, but that pisses me off, though. If the white man pissed off at what you saying, he gonna say it ain't true. He gonna say, oh, that's lying. Even if your shit supported with science, he gonna say it ain't supported with science. So this don't make sense. It smell like bullshit. It seemed like this is what y'all working together with the KKK, a psychological operation. Because they're trying to make it like the NOI is so racist because they saying they created white people. But they're right, everyone. They're 100% right, though. I mean, they're right, though. We wouldn't be evil if it wasn't for them, you know? So you can't really be mad at us for being evil because they're right. I mean, they made us this way. Like, come on, folks. We can see clean through this. Come on, folks. You can see through this, man. It's like, put all this together. It don't make no sense, bro. Y'all ain't listening for real with your investigative mind. You even agreed that it's all true, but you called us a hate group for that. Don't make no sense. If the white man was mad at what you teaching, he would deny it. He would make fun of it, mock it, censor it. He wouldn't shed more light on it by acting like he's mad at it, because that's exactly what's going to happen. It's the same thing when they censored NWA. They album sold more than everybody's shit because people thought that it made the government mad. But really, I believe the government made money off that shit too, and that they was part of the psyop. If you want people to go check on some shit, you gotta give it the stigma of being censored or banned. Or in this case, if you dealing with black people, it pisses off the KKK. It pisses off the white people in power. But come on, it pisses off the same people that y'all partnered with. Y'all partnered with Scientology. That's the white man. That's the devil that you said we grafted for evil. And you partnering up with the devil now. You got contracts with CNN. That's the devil on that, man. So we created a monster, and instead of us trying to do something about the monster, we asking the monster for jobs and trying to do our hairstyle like the monster. We want to dress like the monster. We want to do our hair like the monster. And we want to work with the monster, while telling our people we created the monster. And the monster is out of control, and the monster is dangerous to everybody. The monster telling the world I'm 100% right that the black folks created the monster, but the monster just mad. Now, the last time I checked, when the monster mad at what you saying, he ain't gonna say you right, bro. That's right. I know how that monster work. You can be 100% right, but if what you saying make that monster mad, he gonna say you wrong and you don't know what you talking about. So how the monster acting different for y'all? That's crazy now. Some ain't right about this, y'all. I'm showing you COINTELPRO.
Were you made? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, you were grafted out of the original black man. Your own scholars bear witness to this truth. Your scientists are now agreeing with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that the Caucasian people are a new people on our planet, and they have brought their figures in line with the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad 6,600 years ago. Well, if that is so, is that a teaching of hate? You said that the thing that causes us to be listed as...
It makes me hate my ancestors, I ain't gonna lie. The Yakub story make me start to hate my ancestors. Because how can you not? All you got, like, how can you not hate a person that had so much ego and so much ignorance and stupidity in their civilization They fucked the whole world up for everybody. They the reason people getting great. They the reason babies starving. They the reason people getting diseased. They the reason for all this suffering. Just cause they listened to a little big-headed ass boy and they wanted to just try something new. Once you give me this history for my ancestors, I'm sorry. It's hard for me to connect with some ancient people who you telling me did that. That's right. It's hard for me to not do nothing but look at them and say, you dumb motherfuckers. I know they my ancestors, but I'm embarrassed like that I got to tell the world, yeah, my ancestors was the dumbasses that messed everything up. Sort of like Eve in the Bible, right? The Christians teach that Eve bit the apple. She messed everything up. I remember being in church sometimes saying to myself, why the fuck did that stupid bitch ever even bit the apple in the first damn place? Got all this damn suffering because you broke a rule that God said don't break. And when you watch this video, they just passing the sin of Eve to black people, y'all. That's right. Because this young boy is breaking a rule that all of the adults told him was stupid. So why would our ancestors listen to a child when it comes to something that's important with the fate of humanity? That would have been the dumbest decision ever made in scientific history. That's right. But you want me to be proud of my ancestors? Yes, this is hate. Because if this shit's true, there's no way I can build a bond with my ancients. Knowing that they was this damn irresponsible.
And destinies.
What brings you here, son?
I believe he has an idea he would like to present to the gods.
He should have kept that idea in his big ass head.
Go ahead with your proposal.
Inside every man, there are two forces, a strong one and a weak one. If the weak could be made stronger, it could create a new kind of man.
You are too young to speak of such dangerous things.
Yakub, this knowledge is forbidden. Separation of the germs is the way of...
He too young to speak on it, but they let him kept talking and they funded it and went with it, right?
rebellion.
One must rule, and the other must follow.
What will this do, besides cause mischief and the shedding of blood, son?
You see what I'm saying? This story is a smack in our ancestors' face, telling the world we created our oppressor. Oh, man. Can you imagine the Catholic Church, right? Going into the jungle, colonizing a tribe, and over time, teaching that tribe that their ancestors created the invader. Oh, my God. That's literally what we going through with the NOI. That's crazy.
As a hate group is our teaching on Yakub. My question to you is, can you, with all of your scientists, disprove what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has said of you?
And that's the Agent COINTELPRO shit. Because if Elijah Muhammad said that black folks created white people, the burden of proof is on him, my nigga. That's right. That's like me saying, bro, it's flying elephants under the ground. And you be like, no, it ain't. And I'll be like, prove it wrong. Prove it wrong. You can't prove it wrong. So it's flying elephants under the ground then, nigga, now. That's the game that Farrakhan playing. And all of the agents play that game, y'all. They shift it's called shifting the burden of proof. That's right. They will make an extravagant claim. And at that point, it's up to them to prove it. But they get off the hook by making you say, well, disprove it. Christians do it too. They say, I bet you can't disprove that Jesus didn't live. I bet you can't disprove that he didn't resurrect. You can't disprove it. I know. That's how I know I'm right. Stupid. That is not the way the scientific method works. The person that make the claim got to prove it right. It ain't my job to prove it wrong. It's yours to prove it right. You see how that works? I didn't make the claim. I don't got to prove it wrong or right. You got to prove everything you say as a man or a woman, though. That's right. Or don't say it, because shifting the burden of proof is childish tactics. It only works with people that don't know who you deceivers are. They don't know your tactics.
You're not an ancient people. You are new people on our planet. You had to have a place of origin, and you had to have a source from which you originated.
That's like a nigga said, I got the biggest dick in the world. No, you don't, nigga. Prove it wrong, brother. You know I'm not fit. Now, you see what you just did? You know damn well I'm not gonna prove it or disprove it, nigga. Like, you just shift. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, nigga in the chat room who trying to say, well, he trying to see if you can prove it, goofy ass nigga. Nah, if you say you got $1 million and I say prove it, and you be like, no, you disprove it. Prove that I don't got it. I'ma just let you talk to yourself. Cause I don't gotta do nothing. I ain't make the claim. So that mean I don't have to be burdened to prove or disprove something someone else said. Right? If a person want me to believe the Yakub story, I'm not gonna believe it because I disproved it. I'm gonna believe it and buy into it because they did prove it. Otherwise, if I do believe it without them proving it, it's now just blind faith, which is what the religion of the Nation of Islam is. No one can prove it, so it's blind faith. Like most Abrahamic faiths are, which is why instead of them calling it Abrahamic faith, they should replace the Abrahamic with the word blind. Blind faiths. Facts. They can't be proven, only believed. And when people can't prove what they just said, they always shift the burden of proof. You can't prove I did it, nigga. A dude will say, bro, I visited every country in the world. And I'm like, damn. Can you prove it? You didn't take pictures? We in the age of social media, brother. Where your Instagram? You ain't got pictures of it? And then he get offended. You can't prove that I didn't visit every country. Why you hating, bro? You can't disprove it. And it's like, well, damn, bro, how you shifting the energy on me? You said you traveled to every country in the world. All I did was just ask for proof like any legitimate person will. If you did it, you should be able to prove it, man. That's right. Why you getting mad trying to say, well, you can't disprove it? That's playing games, bro. Now you want me to go investigate the airline company. Hey, did this nigga book a flight to Madagascar last year? His name is Robert Smith. Now I got to hire a private investigator and I got to play this mystery game to investigate your damn trip when all you got to do is show me a picture. Call one of your homeboys in Jamaica. You can't do nothing, but you want me to go on a whole investigative Sherlock Holmes into your last actions for the past month. That's why it ain't my job to prove shit you said, bro. Don't say it if you can't prove it, man. That's right. Cause it's bitch shit to shift the burden of proof on the next man that's just asking you to prove what you said.
prove what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has said of you. You're not an ancient people. You are new people on our planet. You had to have a place of origin, and you had to have a source from which you originated. You even put out a movie called Children of a Lesser God. And Yakub was a god, all right, but he was a lesser god to
Somebody said, I can't prove my mother birthed me, like I don't got pictures of my mama holding me bloody. Like I don't got pictures of me being a newborn baby with my mama holding me. You see how Farrakhan make people stupid? This cult will kill your brain cells. It'll make you delusional. You cooking, fam, here go the full trailer. Click the link. You better believe I'm going to review it. Gotcha. Thank you, my nigga Awakening Minds. But you see how whenever you're in a cult, because I used to be a Christian, I was delusional too. There was nothing no one can tell me that was logical, common sense, coming from a place of rationalization, critical thinking. I didn't want to hear that. I would reach for any little thing to prove my bogus ass bizarre theories in my cult. These people don't know they part of a cult, and they will deny obvious things and reach to prove something that just can't be proven. It's a blind faith. And they will even go so far as to say, you can't even prove your mama gave birth to you.
Stupid.
That's fucking crazy. That's sad. When a human being say that for their leader, for their religion, that's some real brainwashing, nigga. When a person wanna believe in a little big-headed ass scientist that bad, when a person wanna believe in a bullshit story that bad, that they will disrespect the womb they came out of, we in fucking trouble, nigga. We in trouble when you can look your mama in her face and say, Ma, I can't even prove you gave birth to me. How I know you gave birth to me, mama? You see what I'm saying?
Two forces.
When you want to believe bullshit that bad, it ain't no more hope for our people. I'm sorry, man. That's right. Farrakhan to really mess these people mind up, and it's sad, man.
people. You are new people on our planet. You had to have a place of origin, and you had to have a source from which you originated.
All of that is bullshit. We can't prove none of this, and this don't get our people moving forward. That's right. It's a distraction tactic.
You even put out a movie called Children of a Lesser God. And Yakub was a god, all right, but he was a lesser god to the God who originated the heavens and the earth and all in between. You are a scientific experiment that we did with ourselves to see whether evil had the same power as good.
Now tell me that ain't a bunch of bull crap. That's a bunch of crap. Black folks wanted to see if up was the same as down, if man was the same as woman. We're talking about polar opposites. Good, evil. Why would evil do good? And why would good do evil? When that happened, ain't the lines blurred? That's right. Why would we expect evil to be anything but evil? What kind of experiment is that? That's like saying, I want to do an experiment just to see if water is wet. See, Sanchez? Look at my hand. We just wanted to see if water was wet. It's wet. It's wet as hell. It's drowning me at this point, Sanchez. Oh shit, this water is a hurricane. But we just wanted to see Will it drip? Will it wet my hand one time? We just wanted to see, will this water actually wet my brother, my sister? Because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad will let us know, yes, it does. It wets. And it wets good. It wets all the way wet. It's wetter than wet, Sanchez. Because we just wanted to see, will evil actually be evil? See, Sanchez, what we want to see is, will this fire actually burn my hand? Let me see, oh, shit, Sanchez. It burnt like a motherfucker. I guess the experiment was a success, my brother. Assalamu alaikum, my brother. I guess once again, my sister, my precious queen. Let me just pinch your little nose. Okay?
So in the germ of the black man, the life germ, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that Yakub saw the brown germ. In the life germ of the black man, a black germ and a brown germ. And he said that if he could separate that brown germ, he could drive it into its last stage and clothe it with flesh and give it form.
So he just said that the germ had to be clothed with flesh, but the other brother said it was selective breeding, where we just bred out the worst that was already in our group on the island. Drop a one if y'all see what I mean about different Muslims got a different way of telling the Yakub story. Drop a one if you know, like I know, that they tell this story different damn near every time, and that's what liars do. Drop a one. It ain't just me. The brother said now it was selective breeding. Now he's talking about clothing a germ, which is a whole nother scientific process. That means you're dealing with a specimen that you directly extracted from black people, and you did something in a lab to it, and later you had to put this in a body. But selective breeding mean you selected the most violent, ignorant people for your group and you made them that way. That's two different accounts we got in one stream today. And I told that brother that I've heard these two different accounts before. And he tried to tell me, well, you wrong about that. But it's really not no consistent motherfucking Yakub theory in the Nation of Islam for real. That's right. Hold on a second, everyone. Let's play a quick commercial, if you don't mind.
Support the content you love. Your contribution matters. It helps us continue our groundbreaking research, allowing us to create the unique content that you expect from our brand. Contribute today via Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. Thank you.
Yeah, man, let's get on with it. We'll drop the call-in link too.
And expression, and that Mr. Yakub did. Yakub was born 20 miles outside of the city of Mecca in Arabia. Go to the book of Habakkuk. It says, God came from Teman, and the Holy One from Mount Paran.
And guess what? You can interpret these scriptures for Yakub. You got other people taking these same scriptures, interpret them their way. But no one interpret them the way that the Gnostics who wrote the Bible interpret them. That's the disingenuine part. You feel me?
These are two cities in Arabia. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad asked, which one of these two would you take for your Lord? The God that came out of Teman, or the Holy One from Mount Paran? Arabia is the birthplace of Yakub. It is where he taught the 30% who were dissatisfied to follow him. But the rulers of Arabia would not allow him to make his people on that peninsula. So the
again, a bunch of fairy tales and mythologies that don't explain to us how white people get here. It's an intriguing story. And what we find, if you can tell a good story, people will buy into it, man. It's psychology.
assigned him to the island of Pelon or Patmos in the Aegean Sea. And there he took his followers, and the process of grafting white out of black began. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said it took 600 years. The process was a birth control process, a selective breeding process where you married the lighter on to the lighter.
So then why would we need a body to wrap a germ? Don't make me rewind the video. They keep talking about this germ, and that this is why religious niggas need to stay out of science. Because you're speaking specimen language. You're speaking embryonic type pregnancy to where you're dealing with a type of process of manipulating the germ on an embryonic level. You know, like what they do with the tubes and stuff. I forgot the name of the test tube babies or whatever. Because on one hand, right, you will hear the test tube baby theory. And that's the one that's really popular, even though Farrakhan will bring up selective breeding. But remember, people been calling white people test tube babies for a long time because of the other story here that people telling in the NOI. And it ain't just the NOI, your 5%ers. They got different stories of how the white man was grafted, and it ain't consistent. Which is why we say that white people are test tube babies. But if they test tube babies, that wouldn't be selective breeding, though. That would be you directly taking the wheat gene out of black people and creating a new human through embryonic modifications and right there on a cellular level and petri dishes and shit. And then you would have to put that in a body like what he said earlier. Now he's into the selective breeding. Let's go. But that's two different sciences and two different process of grafting. And I don't know if they know that because they making it like it's the same thing and it's confusing. And they'll act like it's because you don't understand it when these are some religious Negroes trying to talk scientific and technical terms, and you're correcting them.
A birth control process, a selective breeding process where you married the lighter on to the lighter and you killed the doctor.
So that's the part I don't get. They say the whole world was full of black people. There were no lighter shades. Remember what Madon said earlier? If the world was full of black and brown, and we took the brown to create yellow, beige, and white, how did we already have lighter shades? Brown ain't no light shade. Brown is dark.
Yo.
That's what I'm saying. You got a planet full of black and brown people. And then they'll say, well, we bred the lighter people with the brown people. Wait a minute. There ain't no lighter people yet. It's just black and brown. What's up? Who we got on the call? What's good?
What's up? What up? What's going on?
I'm doing good, man. Salutes to you. Thanks for joining.
Salutes to you.
Yeah, so what brings you here for the show today? Thanks for calling in.
I mean, I got my own theory on how white folks came to the world. So
well, that's not really what the show is about because
it kind of does support some of what they saying. So well, I mean, if you want to air it, you know, I'll give it to you.
Well, I'll say this right here. I'm gonna be honest with you, right? If a person say, I got my theory on how white people was created, I would say, what steps have you taken to prove your theory? And if you come with my theory takes 600 years in order to see like the last brother, then it give me the scam vibes. But I'm gonna give you the flow, man. I'm not really a fan of theories. I really would like a fact.
All right.
But cause I got facts to explain how everybody get here, no theories. But you got it. Go ahead.
I got you. So kind of how like what's going on right now, like with AI, how they making like fake synthetic intelligence. What happens is they're gonna eventually start making humans, and this is what happened before. So it's kind of like what you say.
Let me explain something to you.
And so,
hold on real quick. They can't make humans. They can make humanoids. It can never be a human if it's made by humans. So you got to use the proper terms.
They're gonna execute that to a point where we can mate with them. That's what white people are. That's what happened last time we did that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm gonna tell you something right quick. If we make a lesser human, which is what they teach white people are, it's a weaker gene, it's a lesser human, that means we will be the dominant gene. That means if we did mate with white people, then we wouldn't be able to mix with them, which is exactly what happened. A baby is 50% white, 50% black. You know, he's 50-50. So just like when a black man lay with a black woman, the baby is 50% the black man's and 50% the black woman's, her family DNA, right? Same with the white families. That nature allow us to fuse, or what we call procreate equally and fuse equally with them. That would not be able to happen if their genetics were weaker than ours, or some weaker gene that was taken out of us, because our dominant gene would just overpower it.
I got you.
You wouldn't have what we call mixed people, right? Mixed people wouldn't. Drake wouldn't exist. None of them niggas exist. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you do know they taking. I know you know, because I seen you mention it before. They taking black women's eggs. You know what I'm saying? So it's happening again. Everything.
Let me correct you. Let me correct you. They're taking poor women's eggs, right? And when you say it's happening again because it happened before, that wouldn't be true, because if it happened before through us, that means we took our own women eggs to create a monster.
Well, this where the monsters come. Like if you look in the whole entire world, anything parasitic to the earth is like a deform or like a pollution, and it comes from the machine. So it's influenced by us going on the path of chasing riches, and when we do that, we stumble upon a human that is more parasitic to the earth, and we keep doing that shit.
I don't mind you saying that. I mind you saying that my ancestors are responsible for creating this type of human. That's where the scientific racism comes in, and we don't see how dangerous that is. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you.
Because if a person want to go over there and talk about how evil that the colonizer is, I'm not going to stop them. But the moment they say at the end of their spiel, and we created this damn monster in the laboratory, then the music going to stop, the record going to still, hold up, wait, what, nigga? Now you going, what the fuck? You threw, that's some agent shit throwing that up in there. And that's what the NOI do. And our people don't even see it. They just take it. And what make them take it, because the psyop, the psychological operation, they sell it like, see, white people don't like to hear this shit. This make the white people mad when you tell them that we created their ass in the laboratory. No, it don't. They agree with you. The white people will agree with you. Yeah, you right. Y'all did make us in the lab, and look at me, I'm angry. You're pissing me off. We ought to wake up and say, are they really mad? This seems staged and fake. Wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? Whose agenda is this serving? And then you realize, wait a minute, they're giving themselves an out. Because think about it. If my people did some of the most horrific acts on earth known to man, the most evilest crimes against humanity, of course it will make it look better if you say, but you know that white folks, they mind is bad, man. You can't really fault them because black folks created them like that. Like black people made them like that to be evil. That's the same argument we making in the hood. We saying, listen, yeah, we violent, yeah, we ratchet, but look at what America done to us. Kind of give us a break. So you would have to do the same thing for them. They doing reverse psychology on your ass, and we don't even see that because it's coming through our own leaders. We don't understand COINTELPRO psychological operations, covert operations, what to look for. Always ask yourself, who does this help the most? And it should be a big red flag when your enemies say, you're right, but I'm mad because you're right. If you was really mad that I'm right, you would say I'm wrong, nigga. We know how the devil really work. Come on now. Come on now, bro. You know how many times I was right and these people is mad so they censored it? Look at Flat Earth. We right about the earth being flat. And it pisses them off. So what do? They don't go out there and say you're right. They go out there and say you're dumb, you're stupid, you're wrong, you're science denying. Why Farrakhan get a pass? The enemy never say you right if he mad at what you saying because it's correct. His anger would never let him admit that you black men are right about you being his God and his creator. That gotta be some kind of psychological operation, bro. And then when you find out that the Nation of Islam is cool with the KKK, and who benefit from that message? The KKK do. The white supremacists do. That's who benefit from that message. Because if we just told the world these people are just evil by nature, no one made them that way, no one tampered with their genetics, they're not a mutation, these are regular human beings, but they just evil as hell. See, that sit different right there. That hit different. That's holding grown ass humans who know what they doing accountable, bro. That's right. We ain't dealing with no lab experiment. We ain't see that let the colonizer off the hook, y'all. That's right. And that's why all of these damn Abrahamic faiths are in the bed with the state, and you can't trust none of these religious organizations, black folks. They been sold us out. All on got a way to let the enemy off the hook and blame you for all the evil in the world. I can't make this up, man. Show me a group. Let's look at what they teaching.
The lighter, marrying the lighter on to the lighter. And after 200 years, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said God revealed to him that there was a brown.
You know, every group trying to make this white man a monster, a lab experiment, a reptilian, a archon, a vampire, anything but just, man, that's a regular man, just like you, bro. He put his drawers on and bleed like you, and you gotta make that nigga all that cause you scared, man. You got to turn this damn white man into all kind of boogeyman and shit. It really changes shit when you look in the mirror and say, guess what? The man that's oppressing me is just another man, just like me. With that mentality, it's more responsibility on you to do something about it, because the kids know this man bleed like you, bro. No, ain't no excuses. Why you ain't rising up out your situation, black man? Cause he's a reptilian. He's a mutanoid. He's a monster, Sanchez. He's a boogeyman under my bed. How we gonna beat him? Everybody got to turn this colonizer into something other than human in the subconscious so that you won't even think to rise up against it. It'll make you docile.
Civilization on our planet. And 200 more years of that same process, a yellow civilization was in existence. And 200 years after that, that same process continued for 600 years. And at the end of that time, there was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed creature on our planet that
with country music, Vienna sausages, cowboy culture, hot link making. I'm just saying that part. And again, you go from brown to yellow to beige to white, but you don't account for the red-skinned Indians. That's right. Your theory fall apart. There were red-skinned people, copper-colored people. See, guess what they don't want to tell y'all? Red is darker than brown. You can't make that up, y'all. That dark burgundy, crimson like mahogany, red skin, bro, that's darker than brown. That's why the problem they got in the Yakubian theory. Once you start at brown and you don't start at dark red, you cheated yourself. Because you can't explain how the red-skinned Indian get here, and they never thought about that part with this dumb theory. We took the brown and made the yellow, and then from the yellow, we made the white. You know you gotta wiggle the back of your throat, and that'll make niggas believe what you saying. For real.
That is called. He took his followers and
Nah, I ain't tripping, man. What up, Sanchez? Man, you've been, you've been talking real reckless, man. But I would just say, man, you said, you was talking about, we call a white man this and this and that, right? So let me ask you a question. What did the Native Americans call the Europeans when they came here? Yeah, I can hear you. Okay.
My bad, my mic was muted, yeah.
Okay, you say you FBA, right? So we know it was Native Americans.
What was the question?
Persuasion. So the question is, what did the Native Americans call the white man when he got over here?
What did the Native Americans call the white man?
Yeah, when he got over here.
The invader. The colonizer.
Hold on, well, let me ask you this. Didn't they use words like forked tongue and things like that?
No, that's what they call any deceiver. That go beyond color. That mean that it can be a nigga like Farrakhan. It can be your homeboy, right? Backdooring you, speaking with a forked tongue. Our ancestors didn't use those animal archetypes just for white people because we use them today. We say, man, that nigga a snake. If that nigga told on the police, we say he a rat. We don't care what color his skin is. Anybody can get this shit. If you act like a snake, you're a snake. If you act like a rat because you told the police, you're a rat. And guess what? No one says just call the white people rats if they tell on police. These are universal archetypes that we dealing with a certain behavior that anybody, if you do that shit, niggas gonna call you that, bro.
Well, the point is this, right? We know the Native Americans knew it was something different about the nature of this European that invaded his land that was different from anything he ever saw. So my question to you is,
I agree with that. I'm with you on that.
So my thing is this though, right? So
I don't agree that we made him though, that he come from us, bro. I don't like that. Like, no, he don't come from me, man. Hell no. Like,
So
come on,
how
I
did-
didn't
so
make that
can-
man in no laboratory. Don't blame, yeah.
So how would you explain to us how white people got on the planet?
Now, I'm glad you asked me that. For years, people have been asking the white man where he come from, and it's a mystery. Now, guess what? Who the burden of proof of is on the white man. I don't got, nigga, I can prove where I'm from. Everybody that can prove where they from, pat yourself on the back, cause it ain't your job to prove where the next man from. It's his job for every man to be able to prove where they from. And when I can't prove where the next man from, I'm not gonna fill in the gaps and fill in the spaces with bullshit and pseudoscience. I'm just gonna say, look, y'all, we don't know where this nigga from. And to me, that's better than making up shit saying, well, we created this nigga in a lab, cause I think the whole world will look at them people different if all of us know where we from and we saying, yo, this the only group that we don't know where the fuck they from. That's enough to make all of us say, damn, it's something weird about them. But if you say, oh, no, we know where they from. Black people created these folks. Black folks, dumb ass, created them. Yeah, them dumb niggas. Right? I don't like that. I'd rather it be a mystery, because that's better for us. It makes everyone say, wow, that's weird that no one know where they from, but we know where everyone, you know where you from? Yep. You know where you from? Yep. Wow, they gonna stand out like a fucking, you helping them out doing that, because they don't know where they from, and you giving them an origin, and you're taking the blame for creating these monsters.
Well, what's wrong with, my thing is, okay, we know all of us that's alive right now, right? We can see that we got Chinese, what we would call in today's world, Chinese people, Mexicans, all these different groups of people, different people, right? So my thing is, somebody got to explain how they got here and explain the process.
No, they gotta do that, bro.
What you mean? That's
because listen, Madon. No, listen. I do want to know it, but I can't know it if niggas keep making up lies and not letting them talk. You don't know them people. Like, my whole thing is this. It's historically proven no one really know where these people from. They're like strangers. And guess what? That's a problem. We all need to shine a spotlight on these folks and say, hey, y'all got some explaining to do. All of us original people, we can trace our lineage back to lands, but we don't have no records of where y'all come from. We shouldn't be scratching our head arguing, trying to give these people an origin. We should be interrogating their ass on, look, man, where you come from, because that ain't checking out. Like, y'all helping them out. You can't answer this for them. They gotta answer this for themselves, bro. Every man gotta say who the hell you are, man, where your people come from. And the people that can't identify, that's a problem, dog. And you can't solve that. I'm sorry, nigga. They on their own with this one.
Well, I think that's kind of because it's up to man to come to
it's
knowledge,
up for
right?
you to tell the world about your family lineage, Madon. But if you go out there and try to tell the world my story and where I'm from, Madon, you doing too much, bro. I'm not arguing against you. I'm saying you're right. It's your responsibility to have knowledge of self. It ain't your responsibility to have knowledge of everybody else. If you want to do that, fine, that's extra shit. But what I'm saying is this. If you saying I know where the Dogon tribe is from, Sanchez, but every time we interview the Dogon, they saying we don't know where we from. I'm taking your example. We don't know where we from, right? I'm saying I don't want nobody trying to answer for the people that say they don't know where they from, because if them people don't know where they from, how you know? That's like, they would know they shit more than you. And then when your first theory is, well, we created them in a laboratory with a big-headed little boy scientist, how does that get taken serious, bro? Like, that's your theory? Come on, come with another one.
Well, where you get? I never heard him say a laboratory. I heard it was done on an island.
I would hope it was in a lab, sir. I would hope it was. We're talking science. There's nothing wrong with a lab. Like you people want to do science, but you don't want proper equipment. That's weird. Why you banging on laboratories? That's crazy, bro.
I'm not banging on laboratories. I'm
That's
just
crazy.
saying it was over 6,000 years ago. So I don't know what the technique was, but I understand the process. But my thing is, when we look at our time here in America, white folks had always told us they was from the Caucasus Mountain, or they give us evolution by Darwin, right? So they always try to tell us where people came from in the process of humankind, right?
This what I'm telling you. They never told us where they come from. So my thing is this right here. If the people that's telling everyone else where they come from, we can say that if everyone else who know their history, look at those people and laugh and say, anyone with a brain know they don't know where none of us come from because they don't know where they come from. And my big mama told me where I come from because my roots go back in the South, right? So my thing is, the people that don't know where they come from, that's a bad position to be in, and can't nobody get them out of that. But them, I'll give you an example. If I don't know where I come from in my history as a black man, I can't expect no other group to give me that, because they may deceive me, which they've done to black people for hundreds of years. The moment we start doing our own lineage and genealogy, FBA was created, my nigga. We should have been doing it. Can't nobody else tell your story but you. And we telling it now, boy, and we telling it good. And not only that, we going up to every group saying, let me hear yours. What's your story? How did you get here? Come on. And if you ain't got one, that's a problem, and we ain't merciful enough to give you one, nigga. It's like I'm in the classroom, right? If you don't know the answer to this question, I'm sorry, madame, you can't cop off my paper. Every man for theyself. If you try to help that group, I will ask you, why the hell are you helping your oppressor? Because that's what you're doing. You don't think we should want to help them, like, learn? No, it don't matter who they are. It matter what they doing to us.
Well, the thing of it is that
they better find out who they are. Yeah.
Well, once people get the full understanding of what the minister is saying, and you see the story in its whole
I'm
scope.
asking you what you saying right now, because it's my. I'm gonna listen to the minister video, and I'm gonna interpret what he's saying through my lenses. And people in the comments gonna say, well, Sanchez, you putting words in his mouth, or Sanchez, you just taking what he said and responding to it. I'm not gonna let you come in here and be his interpreter or nothing. I'm just not gonna hear anything you say about what he's saying because I got the video. But I will debate you like we doing right now about what you think about it. I'm not gonna let you speak for the minister though. Yeah.
No, I'm not doing that because, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying that.
Because we playing a video.
Right, but it's deeper than just a video because there's different things. I'm just saying you got to attach.
Let me ask you something. So, but all we got to do is break down the simplicity of the story. The white man is evil. Evil didn't exist before the white man, and we created evil because we created the white man. That's all you need to make the arguments that I'm making, and I'm saying that's bullshit. If you agree with that basic points that I just said with the Yakub story, then that's what I'm debating against. We don't got to go all deep. I'm saying we didn't make the white man, period. Simple.
Okay, so let me ask you this, right? How was the white man created?
Why don't you go ask the goddamn white man? That's what I keep telling y'all. What did I tell y'all agents do? They shift the burden of proof on you. Now, he just admitted, don't nobody know where these people come from. Black folks say that all the time. They say, man, don't nobody know where white people come from. Then some leader will say, I know. Let me tell you a story about Yakub. And all of these charlatans will create their own little story about where white people come from. I'm with the rest of our people, the majority, that's saying no one knows where they come from. And y'all can act like y'all know, but that ain't the majority. That's why all of these stories exist within little cults like the NOI. Because when you go outside in the real world, outside of your little cult, There are several. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. White people say they come from Africans that evolved by migrating out of Africa. We can go into the out of Africa theory. So it's not a mystery where the hell they come from, right? They use evolution to explain that. That's one thing. But what a lot of these black groups will do, they'll say, well, evolution don't make no sense. And they will tell an even dumber story versus give you the truth. They will say a theory worse than evolution. Like, damn, well, that sure don't make no sense. Everybody trying to get rich off of theories, y'all, because these theories turns into schools of thought. Ideologies form based upon these theories. Schools like Islam and others. That's what I'm saying. This stuff don't get us nowhere, keep us divided, and it only helps the enemy out. That's what I'm telling you. This is all part of the King Alfred plan. When I be calling the NOI, the FBI, and CIA and all that, that ain't speaking reckless. That's me telling you what I know, bro. Based upon where the NOI today with all of its contracts, it's completely in the bed with corporate America, and it ain't no way around that, man. NOI is a whole business in America, bro. Right? So my whole thing is this right here. Is in too deep, just like the black church. And it can't give our people the knowledge that will connect us to this land and to our ancestors. That will undermine the entire system. It starts with ignorance of who we are. And they will occupy us with trying to figure out who the fucking oppressor is. Bro, when you learn who you are and what happened to your ancestors, that's all your people need to go out there and get busy. But all of these groups will keep us occupied with these distractions. And what happens is they will tell you that the white man is some boogeyman created in a lab or an island experiment or science project. And it really makes this white man something that's other than human. It makes it scary. It makes it a monstrosity now. Right? And I believe that's harmful. I believe that's why the white people agree with it. Why would a white man agree that a black man made him as a scientific experiment? Even if it was true, the white man would say that ain't true. Why would he do that? Because it excuses him for what he did. And it makes his evil mindset get passed off as just a simple experiment that talented black scientists was experiment with and they made a bad mistake. Versus, guess what? These are regular human beings, but they are vibrating at such an evil level, they are inhumane in their actions. They have no regard. Like, we understand that there can simply be evil people in the world, man. And I think that that's the truth is simple. All of these Yakubian theories and all that is far-fetched and fantastical. It's simple, like people can just get so evil that they feel like they got the right to own everything and everybody and take your land. And if you're good, see, I'm gonna tell you why that's hard for us to grasp, Madon. I'm gonna be honest with I really think it is. Our people don't know that kind of mentality for real from the cultures we had in our tribal state. When you tell our people, look, man, it's just some people in the world that's just that evil, bro. They can believe it, but they can't believe it. But shit, nigga, we can even see a lot of our people getting like that now. Your mental can deteriorate, your aura, your vibe, your fucking respect for the fellow human, it could deteriorate in this capitalistic system of greed. You can have more respect for a pair of shoes than human life. In Alabama, in my hometown, a dude just got beat to death for a damn outfit. They took his clothes off the damn dead body after they stomped on it and beat on it. And then they found out all the clothes was fake and knockoff. They all three of them in jail. I can pull up the story for you right now, man. But right there. That's black people doing that. They stumped and beat the man to death for an outfit, not even jewelry, stanky clothes that you just stepped on. It show you the level of evil you can deteriorate to in these hoods in America, man, with this programming they got people under, bro. And you don't need a bunch of bizarre stories and theories. It's just evil motherfuckers out there, man, for real.
Well, I hear you, Sanchez, but at the end of the day, let me ask you this. So how would you say, because matter of fact, so you don't believe in creation, right?
It don't even matter what I believe. It matter what I know, man. So next question.
So you know creation is real, right?
What you mean by creation? What's your definition before I say anything?
When I say creation, I'm talking about the heavens and the earth and all that's within, right? Everything we see, the grass, the trees, the animals.
What
the
are
insects.
you at? I mean, is the world around me real? That's what you asking me?
Right, but I'm just saying, do you think that was created by something or someone or female, male, or whatever?
Nope. I think it always was and always will be, and ain't no beginning or end to it. That fucked you up. I knew it would, because I ain't gonna give you what you want. I know what you... I know what's going on. I played this game a lot, bro. I've done this a lot, bro. Trust me. I've done this a lot. No, bro, I just told you what I just gave you something. Now, I just told you the truth, bro. That's a good answer. That's an option. There may be no beginning and no end to it. Scientists even you have that option in science too. It ain't just me. That is a option in science. It may not be a popular one, but I'm gonna choose that one. Just like I don't gotta vote Democrat, Republican. I can vote for the Green Party, and you can't say, well, that's stupid, you dancing. No, I'm voting for the unpopular option in science right now.
No, I'm just saying, when I said, how did the trees, so you saying the trees always
it
been
just
here?
Was always
right now, always been here.
That is a possibility, sir. It's possible that there's no beginning or ending to the universe. That's very possible. It's a popular concept that was shared by many ancient cultures. And it's a theory in science today. And it's still gonna be there whether you laugh at it or not. I think it's retarded when a person give you a other theory, none of it is fact, right? That these are all theories in science, and you didn't choose the theory that I chose. It's just a theory, man.
You know, I got you, bro, but you know, it's cool. You know.
It's silly that you would even think it's a gotcha moment just because there's a concept of linear time and non-linear time, and I subscribe to non-linear time. There's no beginning or ending to a circle, bro. If time is an infinite loop, which is what many ancients taught, then I can subscribe to that theory as well, brother. And just because you can't grasp the concept, that's childish, man. Go study, bro. Go study Vedics. Go study the Hindu. Go study the Mayan. All you know is the Gregorian timeline. But everyone didn't see time as a line. Some people saw time as a circle with the past and the future at the same spot, which is why they said when you make it to the future, you back at the past again, because time is an endless loop that has no beginning or ending. And that is hard for us to grasp because we've been trained to think like the Greeks who thought linear time. And we don't even know about these other ways of seeing reality, which are starting to dominate mainstream science. By the time you grasp the concept, it'll already just be getting into like we're always late. Science already talking about the concepts I just mentioned. These are ancient concepts that's coming back, and they're starting to dominate science again. They small now, but there are a lot of people talking about it. And by the time our people catch up on it, we won't even realize that it come from our ancestors. Our ancestors didn't learn their concepts of time from Pope Gregory. You that's what you're teaching, Madon. Because the linear time concept, it ain't ancient, bro. It ain't got nothing to do with the ancient Egyptians or the ancient people. They did not see time as a line. So you can laugh all you want, but it just shows you need to study. Because your way of seeing the world ain't the only way, my brother. That's right. In fact, it's the dumb way and the new way that's got the world messed up.
Well, I was laughing because I can observe creation and see that
we don't really want to care.
Process.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying it's a process that has been made where we got different, what we would call in 2025, different races. Even though some people don't agree with that word, but I'm just saying we got.
Okay, since some people don't agree with the word, can we both agree? Okay, we got diversity. I bet everyone can agree with that one, right?
Right. So to me,
cool.
that had to take a process. That wasn't no random act. It couldn't have been no random act that caused it.
But so that's what you're saying. Listen. But when you say it couldn't have been a random act, you debunk yourself. A little big-headed boy showing up to talk to some God saying, I got an idea. If you take our weak part and you can make that's a random act that's trying to explain diversity. What I'm explaining is an act of creation, because I'm saying that the world around me always was and always is. That means that all of the diversity that we see always was and always is. Now I don't have to have an explanation for it. It rids me of that burden, because what I'm doing, I'm making the act of diversity part of the divine act of creation. When you don't do that, then you have to explain how diversity come through man on islands with man manipulation. But that would mean man would have to bring diversity for trees, plant life, and all that, not just humans. If nature relying on man to create diversity in humans, why wouldn't nature rely on man and create diversity in fishes, reptiles, all that? So you telling me nature created diversity in trees, insects, and all that, but when nature made humans, it said no diversity, just make them all black, and we'll leave diversity up to the black people to whatever they gotta do to make different kind of humans. We gonna leave that on them. But as nature, I'll make diversity in flowers, trees, and everything but humans. So I rid myself of the problems y'all got, and I'd simply make diversity a divine act of creation. Now y'all gotta make it an act of evolution, an act of Yakub, some random act that just happened and changed shit. So when you say that diversity ain't just a random act, you're right. It's an act of creation. It's a divine act. You're making it a random act with these bizarre stories. Some random, spontaneous event that just popped up and now it's responsible for diversity. That must be specified. Go ahead. That's right.
No, but come on, Sanchez, don't do that, bro. You know when I say random fatality, it just come on, man, don't do that. But like you just explained my point. You made my point. Like I said, man, you said instead of using the words I use, you said a divine part of divine creation, right? So in order for something to be divine, that means it had to have something or someone in control. Right? It ain't just when we use the word divine, right? You can't use that word without it being a person that's doing something that you can define as divine. It takes an act of human to even for you to describe what is divine, because you know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is this though, Sanchez. We can clearly see whether people agree or not, we can clearly see it was a process that something happened on this earth that called the diversity of human beings. And we know when I said random act, it wasn't just like some water coming together with some air and creating this. We can clearly see it's a process that scientists are doing today. And so it had to be scientists back then. And that's all I'm saying.
What I'm saying is this. You can say there are groups of humans that was created through scientific processes, but when someone asks you to explain the scientific process, and you say, well, it took place over 600 years, that's a cop-out. You can't explain it, you can't prove it, so it becomes a religious cult in the case of Yakub and many others. And my whole thing is this right here. If you can't prove it, it ain't scientific at all, it's religious. My only problem with a lot of religious ideas that our people got, they often benefit the oppressor more than us. And I just can't see how you can't see that the Yakub story doing just that. Right? At the end of the day, even if I said this earlier, let's say the Yakub story is true. It benefits black people to deny it. That's right. It benefits black folks to act like it didn't happen. Sometimes you got to do what's best for your people. For example, right, Madon, the white man created the nigger, right? Because before the nigger, we had the negro. We had the naga. But the nigger, the consumer, the ghetto ass nigger, we know that that's a creation of the white man. And guess what? The white man ain't gonna admit that the version of black people that he put before the world to represent us is his creation, something he socially engineered. But he'll act like it ain't. And that's because it benefits his people to play dumb. Even though he did make this lesser being called a nigger, he ain't gonna admit to it. So, because he doing what's best for his people. This hurts our people. Even if we did make the white man, we shouldn't be saying it. We should deny it. Because that's what we need to do for our people, man.
Well, let me ask you.
It helps him and hurt us. Yeah.
No, I beg to differ, because if we understand the story, how they break it down in its entirety, we can understand, okay, this is why the white man act like this. This is why the white man put different things.
But that's my point, though. You're saying the white man act like that because the black man made him like that. But my point is the black man sags his pants and kill each other, and the family is broke up because of the white man made him like that. But the white man won't admit that. The white man won't go out in front of the world and say, you know what? You know why black people act like that? Because Jim Crow and slavery. So give them a break. Don't lock them up that much. Let's give them more programs and help them, because you know we the ones made them niggas like that. No, the white man turn on you. He made you like that, and he'll go out there and say, we didn't do that. He just a dumb, ignorant nigga. But you want to be nice. That's what I mean. Being nice make you an agent for the enemy in this situation, bro. I don't care how you cut it. Because guess what? You doing something for him that he won't do for you. He won't be nice for you. That's right. He don't care if the world know why you violent. He just hope that the world crucify you for your actions that he programmed into you.
Well, I understand the point you're trying to make, but what I'm saying is this, right? As black people, right? For years, even our ancestors, even our grandparents back in the 60s and the 40s and the 30s, they always wondered, like, God damn, what's wrong with these white people? Why they keep taking us? Why
they didn't wonder that. You lying. I disagree. They didn't. Nope. No, you lying on them. No, bro, but go ahead. You lying. They didn't wonder that.
Whether I'm lying or not, just let me finish, bro, if you don't mind. So we had our people I mean, even back then, they was wondering, why is this white man so brutal and act like a beast? Why is he so this? Why is he taking our land? Why is he hanging us from trees? Why we can't walk down the street? Why he setting up all these things? And woo, 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 woo. Our people wondered about this, right? So to me, when the minister and them is breaking this stuff down, they're talking about the nature of a people, right? And the behavior, even though some of us got the devil nature in us, because the way we act, right? And the way we think. Like, so that's why I can agree with you on some points that the white man has created us to a degree for us, like within the mind, you know what I'm saying? And some of us through what they did to our grandparents and great grandmamas. But the point is, though, we knew it's something about the nature, right? And I think that this is what they're dealing with.
But you just said we didn't know, though. Which one was it? You just said we were trying to figure it out.
That's the point I'm making. We was always wondering, why is this white man acting like this?
And I disagree. We never wondered that. We knew why. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I'm gonna tell you why it doesn't. It tells us a lie on why. The reason why the white man was acting that way, he was driven by capitalism. He created the system of capitalism. Capitalism means any situation I can capitalize on, I'm gonna do that to get my people ahead. When these people was exploring the world, they was realizing, man, it's people living in these lands that we can kind of overpower with biological warfare. We can make them sick. We can make covert strategies on how you can take over that land over time. And they said, look, how does a capitalist think? If a capitalist sit back and plot on your land and they realize it's it's gonna be a good strategy, it's gonna be successful, they're gonna give it a green light. When you look at history, these people went around the world colonizing a lot of people land. And I'm gonna tell you right now, it's one thing, hold on a second, bro, you gotta stop now. I'm telling you why they did it. Why do niggas kill each other in the streets every day? Money and greed. You acting dumb, dog. And that's what I mean about these religious cults. For them to be a black man in a cult, they gotta be detached from reality, y'all. They acting like niggas ain't cutting niggas' feet off for Jordans in the hood. Why did he do it? Because we made him in the laboratory. Now, why we gotta go with some silly like that? Why can't we just say, look, bro, the spiritual aura of humanity is deteriorating because this system called capitalism, greed, money, corruption is making people get so consumed with desire that they're willing to kill and do anything for a piece of this shit, man. I be watching these forensic cases. These women be setting their husband up and all kind of shit. And I'm like, you know you gonna get caught. But you get the ball out for a few years and then the jig is up. It's crazy like the shit folks do for some fucking money. Bro, like I said, when the dude got jumped for his outfit, I don't gotta explain that with no long, drawn out, crazy theory like Yakub. It's simple. Humans can really stoop to low levels when we get consumed with capitalism and greed. It can create a monster, bro. This is the spirit that drove St. Patrick. People was thinking dollar signs. Them niggas was going into these lands with money on their mind, bro, and that will really motivate you. I ain't gonna lie, bro. When a nigga think about, I'ma be iced out with gold on my neck, I'ma be in the best palace and mansion if I pull this shit off, nigga go hit that bank, man. He'll motivate himself by thinking about the money, bro. I've been there. I know how a nigga can run up in a house and tie babies up if he think you got that money up in there, man. A nigga don't care. He'll put his feelings aside. Bro, we can't act like this ain't the simple truth. We ain't got to turn this shit to all this spookism that these religious leaders doing just because they're imposters trying to enrich themselves and keep our people stagnant believing in bull crap. Big-headed bull crap. Let's go.
Okay, now you said they making, right? So the they is the white folks, right? Am I right? Can you hear me?
I ain't answering questions. I'm gonna just let you respond. I'm gonna play hardball.
Okay.
I'm playing
Okay, now let's
hardball.
go.
Yeah.
Let me-
I said
Okay.
you should have been listening. Yeah.
I got you. That's cool. You plead the fifth. I got you. No problem. But the thing of it is, though, man, we can clearly see as a people that. But matter of fact, scratch that. Right? You believe in the ancestors, right? You believe that a lot of stuff that the people did in ancient Egypt and different ancient societies, right?
Do I believe in it?
Yeah. Or do you claim to know in it?
I don't really understand what you're asking me.
Okay, so you would you believe in you be talking about the what the ancestors believe and you break down and you show the syncretism within the ancient structures, the ancient symbolisms and all these different things, right?
Syncretism, it ain't a belief system, but you talking about syncretism.
I'm just saying, but you go back in time to show what the ancient was talking about, right?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah. So you going back back in time.
And none
to
of
show-
them was saying nothing about Yakub, which is why I'm calling out Farrakhan, because our ancients didn't teach about Yakub. Elijah Muhammad did, and that's not enough to go against all the ancients.
How you know
and
that?
what they
How you
were
know
saying.
this ain't? How you know this ain't some of the ancient?
I'm gonna tell you
writings?
how I know right now. Because this teaching, this story, have an origin point, and the Nation of Islam don't lie about that. Anytime you make a claim, you gotta have sources. Their source is Elijah Muhammad. The Yakubian story is a story that came to Elijah Muhammad through Allah himself. If you go and research how this story came into Islam, through divine revelation of the honorable Elijah Muhammad. So they don't make, hold on. It don't matter because his teacher didn't give him the Yakub story. I'm telling, see, this what I'm saying, y'all. This what I'm saying. I'm telling you what I've heard from real Muslims. Now, I'll say this. Muslims ain't consistent on shit. I got to throw that out there too. But what I've heard is that the Yakub story came by divine revelation from Allah. Like a lot of shit come through Allah directly speaking through Elijah Muhammad. I don't know if y'all know that in the chat. Do y'all know that? Drop a 1 in the chat room if y'all know that about Elijah Muhammad's divine revelations. Am I the only one know this?
Allah? Who did Elijah call Allah?
See, this don't matter, bro. You trying to shift the narrative. I'm asking one thing right now. Do y'all know, drop a 1 in the chat room, that some of these concepts in the NOI come via Elijah Muhammad, via divine revelation from Allah himself speaking to Elijah Muhammad? This is what I learned from certain Muslims, bro.
Didn't he call it Master Farad Muhammad? Isn't that who Elijah say taught him, Master Farad Muhammad? And
Bro,
if we look at
bro,
where
this
he came from,
so
he
here's
came
what I'm
from the
saying.
East, right?
Here's what I'm
just
saying.
Elijah Muhammad say he got the teaching from Master Farad Muhammad, who came from the East.
But
The
only
same
thing I'm
East
saying,
that we-
it proves my point. It don't come from our
it proves my
ancestors. It comes from foreigners, bro. It don't come from our ancestors. The Olmecs
came
didn't
from the
teach
land
nothing
of-
about. The Olmecs didn't have a Yakub theory, bro.
I wasn't talking about that. I'm saying, according to Elijah Muhammad, Master Farad Muhammad came from the East, over there in the land.
This is irrelevant, though,
all
bro.
Where all the ancient structures are at, bro. We see. I'm just saying. So
Bro,
how
the
you
ancient
know,
structures are all over the earth. They ain't just in the East. What the hell are you talking about?
I'm just saying. Hold on. I was making a point. Okay, we're talking
point
about
that's null and void.
Hold on, I asked you a question. How you know this ain't some of the teaching that came from the ancients? And you said,
oh, okay,
because
I'm gonna
this-
tell you how I know. If it came from anything other than what they teach in Islam, that it ain't me that's wrong, it's Farrakhan that's wrong. Cause I'm just repeating what I've heard Muslims say. Muslims say that a lot of Islamic concepts in the NOI, they come from Elijah Muhammad. And if you ask them how he get them, they will tell you divine revelation from Allah. And so let me ask you a question. You never heard about this, Madon? Oh, no. If you do that again, I'm gonna kick you off, bro. I'm asking you a question because you're asking questions is pointless. The point that we're making here, if Elijah Muhammad is getting this shit directly from Allah, it ain't coming from our ancestors, man. How the hell you don't see that? Nothing else don't matter, bro. That's it. Nothing else matter.
And what I'm telling you, Sanchez, is that when you look at it, right, Elijah Muhammad said Master Farad Muhammad was Allah in the person.
I don't care how you try to make the story about how the divine revelation took place is not our ancestral stuff, bro. God, dog, man. That's crazy, bro.
Bro. The point I'm making is, right, the information came from out the East, the same place where
it doesn't matter. It didn't come from the ancestors, man.
That's why I asked you about when you.
And guess what, bro? And guess what? Muslims in the Middle East, bro. Muslims in the Middle East don't got no damn Yakub theory. You're a lie.
Okay, what's the story of Jacob in the Bible?
Bro, Bin Laden them ain't got no damn Yakub theory. You're a lie. Now you gotta twist scriptures and shit.
That's not.
Bro, you can interpret the scripture however you want to interpret, but now you going to it biblical interpretations and you still ain't going to the ancestral world. The Dogon don't got a Yakub theory. The Pygmy don't. The Bushmen don't. The Ashanti tribe don't.
I never said they did,
okay,
bro.
then we need to move on then, because my whole point was these stories don't come from the ancestors. These are the ancients. These are the old tribes. And if it don't come from them, then we agreeing. Let's move the hell on, bro. Anywhere else you say it come from, I'm fine with that. My point is it doesn't come from our ancestors, and you just admitted that.
Oh no, the point I made, and you proved my point. I told you, I said, Sanchez, now when you deal with the ancient world, you go to the Middle East a lot, where what they call the Middle East, where you break down the structures, the symbolism, and all that. Now all I asked you was, how do you know that this information didn't come from the ancient world from the East?
It ain't about how do I know this or that. It's about when you say something, you need to prove it or shut up. That's all it is. That's what men do. So I'm saying once you start talking about Yakub created the white race and you tell a story and I tell you to prove your story and you start telling me, well, how do you know this and how do you know that? It ain't really about what I know. It's about what you're claiming to know. And in this case, you're claiming to know how white people was created and you ain't giving us sufficient motherfucking information to support your claim. And you're filibustering, dancing, trying to shift the burden, trying to make it about me and what the hell I know. I know one thing, you ain't telling me enough to make me buy into the Yakub story. You keep dancing and using motherfucking COINTELPRO tactics.
Man,
it ain't about what I know and don't know. And you keep begging me too, like I'm beating you or something. You making me feel bad. I'm being nice. I'm just being passionate and I'm kicking ass with this truth. Drop me a bomb, Becky. I'm whipping you into submission, and I wish you would stop crying all over my mic. I gotta wipe your tears off of it. Now, you need to grow some balls and be a man and quit begging me. You making me feel like a bully. Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Man up and quit begging.
Hey, Sanchez.
I'm trying to have a dialogue, Sanchez. And you keep running. You dodging the questions. You dodging my questions, and you won't answer nothing, bro. Come on, man. Let's be.
What's your question? Let's go. Let's go. What's your first question? I'm gonna bring you in global status. What's your question, madam? Let's go.
Bro, I asked, bro. I done damn near forgot, man. You went on your little
okay, then shut your mouth, man. Yeah, see, everything is the next person. See, excuses, whining, crying, and that's that motherfucking bow tie energy. I told y'all. That's that bow tie, slick back, cowlick energy. Let's go, global status. That's
What
that.
What up, Sanchez, man? Shout out to the panel, man. All right. Look here, I don't know your name, Mr. NOI, man, but I think you know, at first, you know, I thought Farrakhan was a decent guy, but I see that he got y'all blind, man, because y'all say a lot of things. And he put it in y'all head, and so when y'all walk in reality, it's like y'all lose y'all observation skills and everything. Like the same way y'all think that the first point what Sanchez had pointed out, that every race has a albino. You cannot converse or challenge Sanchez on that. On top of that, when y'all be talking about how much the sun hate them, if you observe year round through the summer, through the winter, it's white people in numbers that are outside. So I'm trying to see, like, where do y'all pull all this stuff from y'all ass, man? I never seen a white person be in the sun and melt like a vampire or something. I never seen it my whole life, and the people before me, we never seen it. So where's all this coming from, man? Like.
Okay, you want to? Can I answer?
You know what?
Yeah,
I'll answer it for them because they got sunblock.
He asked me.
Sunblock. That's gonna be. Go ahead. No, go
Yeah,
ahead.
you're good, bro. But no, let me ask you something, bro. Have you ever heard of dominant and recessive?
Yes, I know about that.
Of course we do, man. The
Okay, then why are
oldest
you
theory
questioning?
that's
Why are you?
easiest to
So
debunk.
why are you? So why? I don't see why. I don't see what the argument is. You got.
Okay,
If you
let me
if you
explain
say
your
you
argument
understand
for you,
dominant and
Global. I
recessive, right, when it comes to black
got
and
it.
white.
All
So my
right.
thing is this, bro. What are you talking about?
If you don't understand the argument, let me give you clarity. His argument is this right here. If the
I
white
know it's
man
argument.
got
I just went to the point.
if the white man got the recessive or the weaker gene, how is he able to rule the world even though the sun's supposed to be his biggest enemy? The sun basically ain't doing enough to stop the white man. So it ain't even a threat. That's kind of, I
Where's
think
he
he's,
getting that information from? Well, who told him that?
what I'm saying
Let me
is
ask you
this,
that. Who told
bro.
you that? No, I'm
The
gonna
white,
ask you
the
that.
white,
Sanchez,
the
bro.
white
Where you
man
get
been
that?
in power for
Hold on.
hundreds
Who
of
told you
years.
about?
And listen, the sun ain't stopped his rule though. He's still in
I'm saying
power.
who?
Right. The son ain't done nothing to this man. Like why you talking about
I mean, who
how they
told you? Who
oppressed
told you?
him?
Who told you about
Hold
the
on.
sun
Hold on.
destroying
Hold
the
on.
white man?
Hold on.
Where you
Hold
get
on.
that
'Cause
from?
hold
I'm just
on, because
asking you, bro. Who
I
told
got
you
you.
about?
I got you.
I'm just
I got
asking
you,
this
Global.
brother.
I
Who
got him. I
told
got him.
him?
Look,
I'm just
I
asking
got
the
you, bro.
brother. Who
Shut up
told
and
him?
I'll answer you, bro. Stop. Khalid Muhammad did. Khalid Muhammad did. I can play the video. He got a whole clip talking about the copper tone white man. It's viral. You should know that. I thought you came up in the conscious community.
I
Like
just asked the
y'all
brother where
boys be
you get. I didn't
imposters,
say I
bro.
disagreed with him or nothing. I just asked him
Oh,
where did.
why are you asking shit you know instead of sticking with the point? Is losing the point though, brother. So you're bringing up the fact that okay, the sun targets the white man, right? That's what's taught in the NOI through Khalid Muhammad. That man saying that ain't true. Cause the white man the sun ain't stopped him yet. He's asking you for smoke, and instead of you giving him smoke, you throwing up smoke to get away. It's smoke screens. You see what I'm saying? Global status. He creates
Nah, I
chaos
just
and
asked him who told him
confusion
that.
from simple stuff. Like he'll say who told him that, and we'll tell him who told him that, but he won't get back to the point, which prove he just asked a question, a pointless question to deflect from the point. You feel me? Global status.
it's just simple, Sanchez. It ain't nothing
Nah, man. I
complicated.
need to
What
know
I'm
where he
saying.
getting the information from.
But
That's
I
all.
just told you, and you still asking it
I need
because you
him
don't
to
know.
tell me.
But no, because you're trying to play these games and just
Why you trying to
motherfucking,
say this, brother, man?
bro.
Ain't no saving. It's
Okay.
simple, man.
Yes, he is. You won't answer for yourself. He is saving you.
It's simple. You haven't answered. You haven't
Bro,
answered though.
all I asked you was who you get your information from, and you went into this whole. I mean, come on, bro, just answer the question.
Come on, you know Farrakhan, the whole NOI, the people who you with. Y'all
Okay,
say
how much?
all this
So
stuff.
did they say? So how long did it? How long did they say it'll take?
So
So how long did they say that it'll take
global
for the sun
status.
to
I
destroy
didn't
the white man?
bring you on my show
hold
to
on, Sanchez,
debate.
let me ask you
No,
something.
hell no. I'm finna kick both of y'all ass off my shit, nigga. I'ma dominate my damn show, nigga. This is tyranny. And if you in the chat room and don't like it, you can go too. You subscribe to Bro Sanchez TV. Both of you niggas can go. My mouth gonna get ran the most on this mic, nigga. It's my shit, and I'm being selfish in 2026. My people already told me they don't like these damn panels. So if you come on, nigga, it ain't gonna be no conversations going on I ain't involved in. I'm gonna run my shit like Tariq and everybody else. You call in, you deal with me, then the next caller come, nigga. It ain't gonna be no riffraff going on, and I'm just sitting back a spectator in my shit. So fuck all that. Get y'all goofy asses up out of here. I ain't here to moderate a debate. I'm here to do the debating, goddammit. And I don't need no help from nobody. It's all smoke. And I'm gonna put my Don back in the ring with just me. I don't need no nigga helping me. It's about me and mine. They sub the Bro Sanchez. Now, what's good, Madon? If you can't debate me, you can just go and I can finish my video review. This is my show.
No, I got you, man. The brother stepped up like you wanted smoke, so I mean, you defended him. So
what happened was I started a live stream asking for smoke, and you ain't nobody giving it to me. That nobody worthy of a challenge. He didn't start this live stream, so why you bringing him up? I'm the bully here.
Well, I don't see a bully, man. I'm just having a dialogue. You know, but if, like I say, if you want to deal with somebody that got more in-depth knowledge, step up with the brother Cam. Had a dialogue with the brother Cam, man. He's more, like I said,
All right, thank you, man. Appreciate you. Back to my damn video review. And this is how you moderate and control your damn YouTube channel, y'all.
Sanchez cocinando.
You run a program and you stick to it. Now, it's smoke about the Yakub theory, and I ain't here for nothing else. Click the link if you got smoke. That's what I said I wanted the show to be, and I ain't gonna let nobody get me off track on what I wanted my show to be. And I wanted to be Sanchez versus callers one at a time, dealing with the Yakub theory, and only hit the link if you got smoke. If that's the way I said I wanted to run the show before I opened up the broadcast, no one can make me stray from that. That's right. Boom. Straight like that. Just like everybody else do it, because I got a whole program. We ain't even played this video yet.
In the United States, African Americans have had a long history of oppression at the hands of whites. Since our arrival in the States as slaves, the path towards freedom in the form of finances and overall lifestyle has been made difficult due to
Now this video talking about the unknown partnership of the KKK and Elijah Muhammad. I don't know if it's really gonna go into the COINTELPRO aspect of how the KKK, the theories about the KKK and NOI connection, but we gonna see. Let's play it.
In the United States, African Americans have had a long history of oppression at the hands of whites. Since our arrival in the States as slaves, the path towards freedom in the form of finances and overall lifestyle has been made difficult due to a number of specific laws and policies made against black people. Leaders in the African American community often decided how many people would operate in society, as they were very influential and respected. Elijah Muhammad, who established the Nation of Islam in 1931 alongside Wallace Dodd-Fard, was such a great leader, and his views on religion and the black man caused great controversy, both amongst those within the nation over time, as well as those on the outside looking in. A major basis of the beliefs being pushed by Elijah Muhammad was that of being strictly against integration. For Muhammad, the idea was that black...
So you see what I'm saying? The KKK and the NOI both are separatist groups that are working together to do what? Keep their people divided only at the bottom. Because remember, now I gotta show y'all something real quick. Let me get my slides out. I'm finna whip me some bow tie butt today. Pause. Sure is. Sure is. Let me get my slides out, man. Sure is gonna do it. We ain't caring about it. Let me get these images of Farrakhan. Wait till I get these tapes. I got the tapes. Hold on. Let me, I can Google this real quick, because y'all need to see this. See, when you say that the white man is a devil that we grafted, he's doing evil because we made him do it. I don't think we created the white man to be evil. I think that evil can prevail when good people do nothing. And I think good people can be convinced to do nothing by their religious leaders. You see, because why would our leaders be in the bed with a grafted devil? Why would you want to merge NOI with Scientology? Let's put up a picture of Ron L. Hubbard. That ain't a black man. Everything about your ideology come from foreigners, and you got to come up here and play dumb like the shit that the NOI is involved with is ancient. And I ain't gonna let you do that, bro. Because Ron L. Hubbard ain't connected to my ancestors. That's right. Muhammad ain't. All of your concepts are pagan foreign concepts, and I don't care, nigga. I'm gonna tell it. I'm gonna tell it at it. I don't care what, nigga. I'm gonna tell it. It's the truth. It's the truth. This is not our way of thinking. This is the foreigner's mentality. It only benefit Farrakhan. It's a pyramid scheme. It only benefit the people at the top. The people at the bottom, they the ones suffer the most from it. They buy into something that don't serve them, just like the prosperity pimps, just like all the religious motherfucking leaders. They get rich because the people at the top are the only ones profit from the bullshit belief. If you ever work with a sales company, just like when I was a young man, I was thirsty to get ahead. And I was convinced by these damn scammers to sign up to sell this flawed insurance. It was legit insurance, but it was a dying insurance company. And because the company was dying, they only last stand to get profit was to create these like insurance packages and have you go around as a salesman trying to get people to sign up, for their insurance. Nobody would never sign up for the insurance because it was so many cheaper alternatives, but they weren't trying to sell insurance. It costed everyone $150 to be part of the program to be a salesman. And they was making money off the little bitty $150 that they was getting from all these people. And people would just quit after a while and just realize, damn, that's all they wanted was that $150. Because you realize no one gonna ever sell that insurance and make any commission. I was scammed. And then I actually called up the dude that brought me on to it. And he basically told me, like, look, why don't you bring people on? Because you will get $50 out of their $150, and most of us make our money that way. None of us really sell insurance. I was like, what the wow. So this is a big scam of me telling other folks to buy into a sales job that you ain't gonna make no sales with, but I'm making money by bringing you on, and you will realize soon I scammed you. That's crazy. And the people at the top was making a lot of money, but the people at the bottom wasn't. And it was just $150, but they was doing this to different groups every day. Cause my group, it was a whole little table that we had. That was a lot of 150s. But I'm just saying, the people who pay into it the most are the ones who believe in something. You buy into it because you believe the scam, right? But at the top, everybody know what's going on for real. It's the same thing in religion. At the bottom, that's what's keeping these organizations going. The consistent tithes, donations. The organization is taking that money and investing it with corporations. They taking the money that they telling these people, you give it, you're donating so that we can serve our people, so that we can be a revolutionary group that's inspired by God. This is really holy money. You're funding a holy war that's gonna make your people get free, basically. But what happens is you're just buying into Farrakhan's investments on a personal level and different things he's doing, because ultimately the Nation of Islam ain't as lucrative as Farrakhan is himself. So you will find this is happening in the church too. Pastors will tell you about why you need to tithe because you donate to the kingdom of God and all this, and they'll take that money and they will make investments for their children. They will invest in corporations that's doing the devil work with your holy money. And they will be in the bed with the same people that's supposed to be the face of evil for your group. So you telling me that the white man is a direct manifestation of evil. He's the weakest part of me manifested in the flesh, but yet some of your biggest contracts and deals come from that nigga.
Come on now, dawg.
You ain't even doing business with your own people. You using the white man artificial intelligence to make this dumb corny ass movie. You won't even have no kind of black economy other than selling black people shit that really ain't gonna benefit them. Bean pies, newspapers that's really egotistical prints to suck y'all off and Farrakhan off for doing nothing. Selling them cheap AI slop. If people gonna call out the black church, we ain't gonna let y'all off the hook, man. That's right. I can't see how people don't see y'all just as worse.
Black.
I told folks, you think I'm going against my people. That's because y'all ain't researched the King African. It tells us to really come out of all these religions. Come out of all these Abrahamic faiths. This is not our identity, bro. This relationship with America ain't gonna go well when you got the same gods as your oppressor, because those gods gonna always excuse the oppressor for what he doing. The Bible told us, turn your other cheek and respect your earthly masters. The Nation of Islam told, guess what? They teach us in the Bible, everything evil in our life is going on because we ain't found favor in God. If you got a good relationship with Christ, your path and your steps will be directed. In the church, they're literally telling you, because you going through all that in your life, you ain't right with God. This is the stuff I was taught. God letting the devil do what he do to you and ain't shielding you right now, young man. You need to find favor with Christ. They'll sell you more Bible study, sell you more church, right? By telling you it ain't a system of oppression. It's the devil allowed to do that to you, and God, you ain't under the favor of God. Every group got a way to make us ignore systematic oppression and turn it into a spook religion, which makes us redefine how we view evil. And it always ends with us being the creators of the evil. But no one would say when we do evil, someone else created us to do that. We don't get that excuse. And the NOI using reverse psychology, because what they'll say is, well, if we knew that we created the white man in a lab, what that's gonna do for us, bro? Farrakhan know that the white man created by black folks on the island. That ain't stopping him from doing business with them. It ain't making us separate. Like, think about it. The NOI and the KKK literally used to meet up, and they still got a contract. I wouldn't say contract. They got a partnership, the KKK and the NOI, because they both agree, let's keep our people divided, basically. But yet, you being the NOI and them being the KKK and y'all having a partnership is a direct hypocrisy to what y'all trying to create in the people. So y'all got a partnership, but y'all want the people at the bottom to be divided. The KKK and the NOI got a partnership based upon keeping their groups separated, but yet Farrakhan merged the NOI with Scientology, which is a white man. How is that separation? It seemed like this is just a COINTELPRO shit to divide and conquer the poor whites and poor blacks. Because just like the United Nations, the niggas who eating the most at the top in the bed together. Keeping us divided at the bottom, bickering with each other, the white man this, the white man that, and the white man agree with it. Yep, I'm a devil that y'all created on the island, and look at me, I'm mad at you for doing it. And me and your leader working together. We can't see what's going on. The white man telling Farrakhan, you right. Your people created us on that island, and we wouldn't be evil if it wasn't for y'all, and now we the rabbis and ministers. Look at here. Look at that devil with that minister collar on. And Farrakhan gonna give that devil the respect of a minister. Even though he just told me this is the goddamn grafted man and the devil himself. That's right. And you want me to take this shit serious though.
Black people should be self-sufficient as God is black, and so was the first man made in his image. As a tactic to be able to truly prevent integration, Muhammad would eventually turn to an unlikely source in the form of the KKK and white supremacists. The move was heavily scrutinized, and the doubling down of it by Muhammad only placed a greater strain on many who felt that working with these groups under any circumstances was a poor judgment. Many have never heard of this gutsy and groundbreaking move, making it crucial to understand both how and why Elijah Muhammad partnered with the KKK and other white supremacists in the first place, as well as the consequences the decision had for years to come. Elijah Muhammad was born Elijah Poole in Sandersville, Georgia on October 7, 1897, as the seventh of his parents' 13 children. Having grown up in the South, racism and the subsequent issues that came with it was something Muhammad hoped to escape by moving up north. By his early 1930s, Muhammad had developed strong views on race and religion, thanks greatly to influence of Wallace Dodd Fard, who had changed his name to Wallace Fard Muhammad by this time. These ideas led Elijah to establishing himself as a black separatist, with a strong belief in the black man being the original man and capable of thriving without having integration with the white race. Information from a PBS article reveals more specifics of the Nation of Islam's origin state.
I want y'all to hear that again.
These ideas led Elijah to establishing himself as a black separatist, with a strong belief in the black man being the original man and capable of thriving without having integration with the white race. Information from a PBS article reveals more specifics of the Nation of Islam's origin, stating, like Malcolm X's father Earl, Poole left Georgia and came north in search of opportunity and to escape Southern racism. He met Fard and one day heard from him that Fard was in fact Allah, or more precisely, the latest in a series of Allahs. Renamed Elijah Muhammad and referred to him as God's messenger, Poole established a new temple in Chicago, the city that will become the Nation of Islam's headquarters. This establishing of the nation in Chicago was crucial, as Chicago was a large enough city for there to be hope that the message would spread quickly and grow the following. Another focal point of the teachings pushed by Elijah Muhammad, according to the Britannica piece, was that Elijah Muhammad believed that the white race was created by Yakub, a black scientist, and Allah has allowed this race to hold power for 6,000 years. Their time was...
How is that different than what the Hebrew Israelites teach? Huh? That Israel is the original chosen people of God, and the white man is just Jacob, a lower, lesser being, Esau, whatever you call it, who God appointed to rule over us because we weren't being obedient. They didn't do nothing but take that same, I told you, all of these ideologies came out the same neo-pagan movement that was happening in the 60s and 70s. Black people was waking up, rising up, trying to connect with our ancestors. And what happened? An influx of new ideologies to throw us off and distract us for the next hundreds of years with these false sky daddies. We still caught up in this stuff. So basically, what the doctrine of manifest destiny says that black people are being oppressed, but that's what God wants to happen. And how are you not saying that with this doctrine? You're literally saying the whites was created by blacks and that Allah allowed this devilish race to hold power. You're now saying that colonialism is divine will. It's the divine will of God. Now, guess what the colonials are saying? That their right to take your shit is God's will. That's right. You're just saying what they're saying. That's why you got a partnership with the KKK. Y'all literally teaching the same thing. All of these Abrahamic faiths, y'all, let me tell you something real quick. All of these Abrahamic faiths, y'all, I hate to break your heart, but check it out. They sold us out to the Zionist agenda. What is the agenda of Zionism? To keep colonizing these lands and have an out and have an excuse to do so without no pushback from the people who are the victims of those lands you colonizing. And that's when they buy out your leaders and they create ideologies to make your people docile and not seeing who the real enemy is. So instead of you saying, look, we don't know where these people come from, they just showed up with tactics and ways that were alien-like to us. Our people never heard of capitalism, money. This come up out of Egypt. When people say we created these folks right here who Farrakhan standing next to, these people tell their own story. They said that they was victims in Egypt. And it says that their forefather Moses learned in all the way of the Egyptian. Guess what started in Egypt, y'all? Slavery, capitalism, money, taxation, rich and poor classes, peasant classes. I can't make this up. These people who created the world banking systems, guess what? They didn't even learn it from themselves. They learned it from Egypt. The first banking systems and capitalistic systems in the world come from Egypt, y'all. That's right. Why you think you got a pyramid on your dollar? The world wouldn't even know capitalism if it wasn't for the Egyptians. What do the Pan-Africans tell us? We Egyptians. What do Farrakhan tell you? We Muslims. What do the black church tell you? We Christians. We Hebrews. We ain't none of that. All of those Abrahamic faiths get their teachings from the Babylonians, the Egyptians. Those are the technological kingdoms that destroyed our ancient utopia with capitalistic systems and all kind of crazy traditions and rituals that we under today. That ain't our true ways. That's our tradition. And these guys are there to perpetuate tradition. And you can't have truth if you got tradition. You got to pick one. Truth is the enemy of tradition and vice versa. Where you see one, you won't see the other one. And it's true. Look around you. Wherever you see church and tradition, you find very little truth. That's right. Farrakhan want us to believe we created these dudes with these beards, man. And our energy ain't even the same. When they say, well, that's the weak energy that's in black people. Even our weakest energy ain't even in tune with these folks. They got a unique energy that only they know what their story is, bro. You can't pull them rabbis out of Tyrone. I'm sorry, nigga. Y'all want to go with this Yakub theory? Like these white dudes that's standing next to Farrakhan right now was literally grafted from us. And after we created them from us, they had to teach us capitalism, what money is, what slavery is, what our role in the new system is, because we didn't know that, right? How did they come right up off the island with capitalism? Which is a system that ain't indigenous to our people. It's one thing to explain them being evil in the flesh, right? The manifestation of evil in the flesh. It's another thing to explain how evil already came out with systems to create slaves and to capitalize monetarily off them. Because when you think about it, right? If you're just evil, you don't give a damn about no money. Think Jeffrey Dahmer, think serial killers. A serial killer don't kill because they trying to get rich and powerful and take over the world. A serial killer is simply evil, and they just killing just because to kill. Just to kill. These people are killing with a fucking strategic agenda to take away the power from the people that's on the land they killing. They ain't just killing you because they're evil barbarians that were grafted from the black man. They're serial killers. They're barbarians. No, bro. They killing with a capitalistic agenda to take over and gain monetarily power and power from the people. Financial wealth. That is capitalism ain't just evil. It's based upon gain and greed too. We can't forget that part. So my thing is, if we're gonna equate capitalism to evil, why is Farrakhan practicing capitalism? Because now he would be practicing the devil's religion. Capitalism would be the system that governs the barbarian. For example, if we grafted the white man on the island, over time, capitalism would naturally form based upon how the barbarians govern each other. We would say, oh, look at these monsters. They all follow the strongest monster. And the strongest monster is overpowering all the little bitty minion little monsters. That would be capitalism. And then when the monsters take over the world, they would take that mindset to the world, and we would have a big fish eat little fish corporate takeover type system. That's capitalism. It would be indigenous to our people. It would be the system that governed the beast, which means the moment we admit that we created the white man on an island, we can no longer practice capitalism and do business with them, y'all. That's right. Because now we being a hypocrite. It's easy to say, I didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on me and I was minding my business, and they built the system of capitalism on top of my ancestral land. So I'm forced to play the game because I'm born on a damn Monopoly board. That's right. I didn't make the board, but I'm born in the game. And the game got me at the bottom. The rules is bit and stuff to make it harder for me to win. But I see my leaders winning. All of they people haven't catching hell in these people's system. But Farrakhan rich, ain't it? All of these leaders at the top of these Abrahamic faiths, they have enriched themselves by doing the enemy's work, y'all. Right. And these niggas will get mad at you and want to kill you for telling this truth.
Was up in 1914, and that the 20th century was to be the time for black people to assert themselves.
Hold on, y'all. And when we view this, when we finna play the whole trailer of the, oh my God, we got the Awakening Minds. You know I'm finna roast this nigga. Oh my God, bro. Nah, bro. Not the 4-minute AI trailer from Bayonets, nigga. Oh man, we gotta watch this shit, bro. You know I gotta roast this shit, bro. It's so harmful for our people, bro. Let's finish this. We'll bounce back and forth.
Established a new temple in Chicago, the city that will become the Nation of Islam's headquarters. This establishing of the nation in Chicago was crucial, as Chicago was a large enough city for there to be hope that the message would spread quickly and grow the following. Another focal point of the teachings pushed by Elijah Muhammad, according to the Britannica piece, was that Elijah Muhammad believed that the white race was created by Yakub, a black scientist, and Allah has allowed this race to hold power for 6,000 years. Their time was up in 1914, and that the 20th century was to be the time for black people to assert themselves. Black economic prosperity and other positive developments were all pushed as being owed to black people, with Elijah Muhammad consistently asserting the time is now. Serving as a leader under Wallace Muhammad since the inception of the group a few short years later in 1934.
Look at this, bro. This is the dude that one of the founding fathers of the NOI, y'all. Does this look like our ancestor stuff? Look at this dude. This dude looked like he from Romania somewhere. And he got these dudes wearing their hair in a part. Like this is a foreigner's mindset we got, and it benefit the foreigner. It excuses him of his evil and give you these spooky stories that keep your people docile.
Wallace Muhammad would disappear. Elijah Muhammad would immediately begin his reign as leader following the disappearance and looked to expand the group in a way he could as quickly as possible. Gaining of funding for the group was something that in the eyes of Muhammad would be the only way for black people to get on track or ahead in society. The fourth quarter published an article that speaks on the life of donor H.L. Hunt and gives reason as to why he would agree to work with a black man, stating one of Hunt's chief allies, Alfred Zoe, indicated that since 1936, Hunt advocated deporting all African Americans to Africa. For this reason, Hunt supplied Nation of Islam leader Elijah Muhammad with continuous financial support due to Elijah Muhammad's belief in racial separation from whites.
Y'all see this? You know why this white man would give Elijah Muhammad that much money in the 30s? Remember now, they was rebuilding America during this time, Great Depression. They was rebuilding the banking system, all that leading into that World War II, all that. Guess what was going on, bro? Black people was knowing who we were and that we're indigenous to this land during this time. That's right. We didn't have an out of Africa theory or none of that. These people kept coming over here trying to make us Africans. We never made ourselves Africans. That's what FBA trying to tell folks today. There was no ethnogenesis. We're simply indigenous to this land. And we don't got to subscribe to the out of Africa theory. But the point is this right here. The out of Africa theory is scientific racism, is making the indigenous people of this land foreigners and immigrants, which now the people that's taking over this land, they don't have no voice here or anything that could be in the way of them. They don't have an authority to talk to, because what you got to realize, when the Pilgrim first came here, he couldn't just do what he wanted to do. He had to ask the chiefs. We still had some authority. We lost authority over time to the point now they don't even want us to know we even had authority. They don't even want you to know even who your ancestors once was and the authority we once had. They trying to delete that from history so we will never reassert that authority, reassert who we are as the indigenous people, and that we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. Why would a white man put money into all of your religious leaders' pockets? Because all of these Abrahamic faiths makes us foreigners. They're basically getting paid to say, you landed on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock didn't land on you. That's what they're getting paid to say.
In 1997, Dr. Manny Maribel would publish an article titled Along the Color Line, which would detail the controversial meeting of Minister Louis Farrakhan, Reverend Benjamin Chavis, and fascist racist leader Lyndon LaRouche. Before detailing this meeting in the 90s, the author notes that the Nation of Islam had a long history of meeting with the white right. At the height of the civil rights movement across the South, many white racists and ultra-conservatives came to the conclusion that the racially separatist views of Elijah Muhammad were clearly preferable to the integrationism of Martin Luther King. Now, Hunt was an oil baron, originally from Illinois, who made it big in Texas. The shared idea that blacks and whites should not be together led to the consistency of the support and the billions of revenue gained from being an oil tycoon made it.
Because check it out, right? You got black people separating from whites, right? And at this time when because remember now, before the Middle East, right? Black folks had an oil boom in America that was bigger than the Middle East, y'all. That's right. In Houston, Oklahoma, America used to be the Middle East when it comes to oil. Simply oil, not location. And see, why do you think during this time you had an influx of Middle Eastern ideologies coming in? Now watch this, right? While they was teaching black people, don't integrate, they was selling our lands out to corporations for oil. a lot of the property that the white man was gaining and was allowing to drill on and all that, the community leaders sanctioned this. And they got paid, but the people didn't. Think about this. Imagine a person telling you, don't do no business with them Arabs. Don't do no business with the white man, just so they can cut out the competition and do business with them theirself. That's like your homeboy shitting on the plug because he don't want to give up the plug. Man, that nigga's a devil. You don't want to meet him. He's a damn devil. He was grafted on an island. He's an evil, wicked man, right? And you like, man, I don't want to go nowhere near them people. Meanwhile, the man that's telling you that, eating cookies with him, drinking tea with him, they kids know each other. They got business contracts together. I don't care what nobody say, bro. Right? Because you started teaching black folks separatism while on a corporate level our leaders was integrating. That's right. And you still see that conflict of interest now, which is why I'm showing you this image. Because guess what? These groups are still teaching us separatism to this day. All of the black men that's telling y'all we was better off during segregation, they wouldn't have none of their success without deals that they did with the white man, y'all. That's right. I'm serious, bro. All of these conservative talking points, when a nigga tell you we was doing better in segregation, I bet you he working with none but white people. Think about the NOI teaching y'all we was doing better during segregation, but Brother Ben can't make these corny AI videos without the white man. That's right. If we was practicing segregation right now, these niggas wouldn't be able to capitalize off their own people. You wouldn't have videos like this if we really wanted to practice segregation. Because guess what? That'll force the Nation of Islam to hire black people. That's right. Ain't the whole argument about segregation and black folks separating from the white man is so we can work together? If your organization making that argument, don't let me find out y'all using AI, because that come from the white man and it's cutting off black jobs. You got to practice what you preach, man. You can't be out here telling your people to separate and segregate from other cultures while you building an enterprise with these other groups. That's right. If y'all was practicing that, it'll be easier for us to practice it. If you telling your people, fuck the white man, the Arab man, we ain't integrating with nobody, then guess what? I should be able to get some work from the NOI. If I'm a black young filmmaker, the NOI shouldn't be using the white man AI technology versus coming to work with this young black filmmaker to get this Yakub story done. Because what's the point of you making an argument about integration and segregation and all that if you're fully integrated and ain't even practicing what you preach? That's right. The whole argument is once we started doing business with other groups, we stopped working with each other. You can't be making that argument while not working with your people with projects like this and you working with the fucking enemy. Same thing with Farrakhan. They working a lot with big foreign corporations to enrich themselves while shitting on the people who they doing business with. You up there working with that grafted devil. And he got a minister collar on, and you know that devil is the manifestation of all evil. That's right. And you won't rebuke and condemn that devil back to the pits. At least let him know he can never wear a minister collar. You're a lesser being. You could never even think about being a minister. For y'all to say that women can't go in the pulpit, but that grafted devil can be a damn whole minister is a shame to the women too. The women ought to get mad because they treating that grafted devil better than y'all in these patriarchal cults. That's right. Women gotta jump through hell and hot water to be a minister, and they ain't even a grafted devil. But the grafted devil can call himself rabbi and minister, and you do business with him, with the devil saying that he a minister. Yeah, y'all sharpened the sword. I'm just making y'all die on y'all own sword. That's all I'm doing. You can't say it's disrespectful.
Elijah Muhammad rich as he purchased lavish homes and other items for himself from these contributions. Additionally, Elijah Muhammad will end up establishing overseas bank accounts as well as for his assets, with many claiming he did this merely out of greed to avoid taxes. As the years went on, Elijah Muhammad will only become more passionate in his pursuit of preventing integration, hypercritically teaching that the white man was the devil while simultaneously accepting these donations. Information gained from the Southern Poverty Law Center highlights the timeline of Muhammad's actions, as it states that in 1961, Elijah Muhammad, founder of the Black Supremacy.
You was calling the white man the devil during the time that the white man was giving the NOI their biggest bags. Now you gotta ask yourself a question. When Malcolm said about the chickens coming home to roost, they silenced him. Malcolm got silenced for talking about a grafted devil. Who cares about the damn devil? We can say what we want about that. That's the devil, man. Now they silenced Malcolm and they took the devil's side. But the whole while they was silencing Malcolm for what he said, they kept calling the white man the devil and he was giving them money. How that makes sense? So y'all call the white man the devil and he break you off. Malcolm say the chickens came home to roost and everybody silenced him.
Stupid.
If we already calling them devils, it don't get no worse than that. When a person call you a devil, no one cares if you hurt the devil's feelings. No one cares if you step on the devil's foot. You don't even gotta say I'm sorry to the damn devil. Fuck the devil. Who cares about the devil, man? Once you start telling us that these people are the devil, how do you empathize with Satan? Over your own. Told you to stop playing with me. Y'all don't want the debate smoke with me, bro. I use logic and critical thinking. For real though. Some y'all don't use. So the devil giving you money, why you out there calling him the devil? But they mad at little old Malcolm for what he said. You calling that white man a devil didn't stop him from making your pockets rich, and it make me wonder why it didn't. Could it be that he wants you to call him a devil? Because it's part of the psyop. If he's a devil, he ain't a human. How do you fight a devil, y'all? I'll wait. That's a mythological angel. If the face of white supremacy wanted to hide itself, I would tell you to call me the devil. Call me something that can't be deduced to a family, a lineage, a bloodline, a corporation, because these are the people that robbed you of your land. You can go look up DuPont and you can see the role they played in taking your land. You can go look up the West Indies Dutch Company, all these corporate entities that still exist. You can follow the paper trail. It's a trail of blood with it. Your ancestors died, man, and they built the whole empire on your land. And they got you looking for red dragons while your leaders are in the bed with the people that fucking responsible for the evil. Ain't no red dragon, ain't no devil. It's these doggone people in power that our leaders keep doing business with. And if I was a small hat in your country taking over, I would love for your leaders to tell your people the devil doing it. I would love for you to be occupied with spook ideas and mythologies. That's right. Not really focusing your energy on a direct threat that's usurping your goddamn indigenous land. And you want to know why they kept breaking off Farrakhan and the nation for calling them devils. How do you fight a devil? You don't see the trick? And they'll get mad at me for saying, look, bro, these are regular men that bleed like you. Go out there and do something about it. Now, I'm going to show you the hypocrisy of it. If you go up to one of these black Muslims and you say, hey, bro, if your black son get into a fight with a white boy and he lose the fight, are you going to tell your black son, oh, he beat you because he's a devil? The devil is more evil than you, son, so you can never beat that devil up in a fight. You better bow down like the black man doing in America and wait on God. You wouldn't tell your son that, but you'll go out there on a pulpit and teach that to the collective of your people, and you don't think you're an agent. That's right. You would tell your damn son, that white boy bleed just like you. Son, don't come in here trying to make that young white boy out of no boogeyman. Now, you got your ass whipped. You need to learn how to fight. But daddy, he's a monster. Daddy, he was created by a laboratory on an island. No, son, he come from a mama and a daddy just like you. He's a regular human. He get musty, he bleed, he sweat, he get hungry, he get thirsty. Son, you making him more than what he is. He just another man, son. And you just gotta get stronger, boy. Now, you would tell your son that, but you won't go tell black people that. And you want to know why we ain't moving further as a people. Go ahead, brother.
What's going on? Yeah, I got off earlier. I ain't get to say my spell, but
yeah, we're reviewing a video right now, but go ahead though. We'll pause it for you though. No doubt.
Appreciate
no
it.
sweat. And now let me say something real quick, guys. I do long streams. I just ask that if you enjoying the show and you enjoying my passion in the chat room, hit the Cash App, hit the Super Chat. We appreciate you in advance. We don't normally like to ask that too much throughout the show, but it helps us to keep bringing you this stuff. Appreciate you. Go ahead, brother.
So you got these mosquitoes that they put in Florida. These are GMO mosquitoes. These are
here
like
we go.
Mosquitoes, right? The white man is exactly what he's doing. The same with the mosquitoes. He's the same entity. Is what I'm saying. And so what's happening is we going into a phase where people gonna start merging with machines, like you're talking about, right? But what happens is everybody not gonna do that. Some people, they're gonna need a real version. This what happens when the devil, he finished running up his line and he finished taking his souls, with the merging of machines. Some people are not gonna go for that, right? So he's gonna leave behind a more synthetic human that can merge with other people, other humans. But what this synthetic human is more subject to choosing the devil the next time around. You get what I'm saying?
I don't.
And so and so it's a squirrel in California that shit start eating heads and shit. You know what I'm saying? So all the animals that you see here it's not original animals. You got original essence and then you got fake. And the common denominator with the devil is he keep faking shit. He fake everything. So you got these humans that nobody know how they came here, but they movements is that of the devil. This is why they work with the devil. This is why they work with the AI.
Well, our ancestors taught how they came here. We just don't want to tell our ancestral story. Our ancestors taught that every single type of human, all of the quote unquote races, originate from the middle of the earth where we call Eden in a lot of these cultures. And say that basically diversity it started at the beginning. Now, when we talk diversity, we ain't talking good and evil, because within every diverse group, there's good and evil. There's some black people out there that vibrate on the same level of Jeffrey Dahmer, Marilyn Manson, and all that too. So you can find a certain frequency in every group. That's why they say your vibe attract your tribe. They don't say your skin attract your kin, because there's niggas out there with the same skin tone as Bro Sanchez, but their culture, their energy, their vibration, their mindset is fucking alien to my FBA Alabama ass, and that's just facts, nigga.
I feel you on that. I'm not saying like that a dark-skinned man is not cannot have evil in them. I'm saying that a dark-skinned man is more connected to the earth and the sun and the natural
and I'm
elements,
saying,
right?
I know that you were saying that. I was saying ain't no proof for that, and I was saying that nature ain't got. I got you. Let me land right here. I was saying nature is not gonna interfere and dictate who's more evil or more good, because that would defeat the purpose of reward system for people that do good spiritually and a punishment system for people that do bad. If people are naturally susceptible to evil more than others, why would I even punish that person and have an ancient spiritual law like Ma'at or karma, which says that when you do bad, the universe will punish you. When you do good, the universe will reward you. Our ancestors created those concepts. It go against the idea that some people are just naturally evil, because then how would the universe, you got to know of your evil for you to be punished. So if white folks don't know what they doing, they're just doing what we created them to do. Like if I make a rat and I genetically modify it to run in circles all day, you can make fun of the rat, but that'll be cruel because I literally made it to do that.
Facts. What I'm saying is that like a black man could do the same exact evil as a white man. But the only difference is, like you say, he's not in ignorance of it, because with the sun, it comes enlightenment. So he's aware of his evil. A white man isn't aware of their evil. When they see this is why people say, oh, man, why they don't pay for.
Let me ask you a question.
Because
you
don't
don't
think
think
in their nature.
You don't think that when the white man is doing wrong, he's aware that he's doing wrong and not good?
Not to the extent of a black man.
But here's my thing.
I can give you examples. I can give you examples.
Here's my thing, right? I think that's a dangerous statement that actually gives them an out, because I'm gonna tell you how you wrong, right? Hold on. I'm gonna tell you how you wrong. The white man is not only very aware that he's doing evil, he created systems to perpetuate the evil when he's not even around to do it himself. So with this amount of knowledge, this man know how to upload your soul out your body with Neuralink. They put a fucking monkey mind in a computer. You know they know that what they doing is evil, because they created religion and a forgiving system, which they saying, yeah, we doing wrong, but Christ paid the price for it, and with his blood, we gonna wash it all away. So you can't tell me a person ain't aware that they're doing evil when they got a whole religious system to excuse them of their evil, bro. Like, that's another level of not only knowing that what you doing is wrong and you feeling guilt, but you're creating a psychological mind fuck for your own people to rid them of the guilt so that they're able to do evil more and more without feeling guilty. You got to tell your people, God wants you to hang this black man. God wants you to torture this black baby. You got to really train. Like when we talk about making a slave, we got to remember they had to make the slave master too. Willie Lynch had to teach white men how to be the best slave masters. They had to perfect this. And part of perfecting it is relinquishing themselves of the guilt that went along with what they was doing. They started to make religious systems so that they can go around the world and do evil in the name of good or God. And by doing that, you able to kill up a whole village. And if you can convince yourself God want me to do this, you will eat and sleep at night fine. Because I was in the military, bro. And these American soldiers, when they killing all these people overseas, they praying first. They're dealing with the whole therapy of getting over the guilt of what they doing, and they got to kiss their cross and tell themselves, I'm doing it for my God and country, and then let's go. And they psych out. You want to know where evil is done the most? In the name of God. You want to see when people are able to do the most evil, bro? Is carried out in the name of some God. All of the genocides, all of that are religious wars. Look at what's happening in the world now. So yeah, they know what they doing. They know what they doing, which is why they go through the trouble of trying to justify it on a moral level with manifest destiny. A person that don't think what they doing is wrong, they wouldn't even go through all that to hide what they doing and try to redefine what they doing. They'll say, you know what? I'm just killing these folks because I can. I'm more powerful than them. They weak. I want they shit, so I'm taking it. And I don't know you no explanation. I don't know you an excuse, but they don't do that, bro. They got all of these theories and Yakub theory and all that on how they get evil. And a person that
I'm speaking like a will of the heavens. Like you can know you doing wrong, but you cannot know to the extent.
I just disagree, man. Yeah.
It's something where a black man, if we do what they do to us, we'll think about God. We'll think about and
wrong.
Even if you look at Avatar, like when these white folks, when they start talking like woke information, they start growing dreads. They start doing cultural things. Like our expression is spiritual. We are spiritual people. This is fact.
Who started growing dread? What are you talking, bro? You lost the hell out of me just now.
We're talking about white folks when they actually become, different than the nature. And
they don't know. It's cosplay, right?
Just because your nature is a certain way, it doesn't mean you can't differentiate from your nature. You can't go in.
Well, now you just making this shit sound more and more like bullshit, bro. Because because y'all are trying to say that white people's evil is a result of their DNA. I don't care what nobody say, bro. If evil is a defect, a flaw that's created out of a weaker gene, a mutation, right? You can't fucking do anything to, like, your DNA is your DNA. If you born with sickle cell, you got sickle cell. If your folks are jet black in your family and you come out jet black, you can skin bleach, but that's cheating. I mean, your DNA said you a jet black person. You can skin bleach, but like I said, if your DNA says you're an evil monster, a barbarian, that's just what you are, bro. A shark gonna be a shark. A tiger gonna be a tiger. A lion ain't never gonna tell that gazelle, you know what? I'm a vegan. I don't want to eat you, pretty little deer. A lion gonna be a lion. And it's gonna eat that pretty little deer to the day it die, and it don't care how the deer feel. It's gonna rip it apart. It's in its DNA. And you can't tame the lion. You can't change the DNA what's making the lion a predator.
Well, within your DNA, you got urges. And so sometimes you could be born, right? And your daddy used to do something, your mommy used to do something. And you got them same urges, but you go against the urges. So what we talking about within the program, these come to us like urges. And so I'm not saying that whenever you're sentient and you can consider you can think whether I'm a go with my flesh, with my urges, with my nature was pulling me one way, or I could go with something else. But it takes for you to think.
Everybody got that though, bro. Every day I wake up, I deal with temptation of the flesh. That ain't just the white man. So
but
to just make that,
all I'm saying is it's levels into the extent of which.
But that ain't got nothing to do with skin color though, bro.
It's levels to where we know the consequences, because when we know the in-depth consequences.
But bro, this is what I'm telling you real quick. Listen, this what you missing.
It's bigger.
You keep repeating yourself, because what you saying is that when a black man is about to do something wrong, he think about the penalties and stop himself, but the white man don't. And I'm telling you, that ain't real. That's a lie. That ain't reality. When a black man is about to do something wrong, he think about the prize and motivate himself to do the wrong. For example, right? If we finna rob a bank, we ain't telling ourselves, man, there's consequences with this bank. We smoking weed, we drinking beer, and we saying, bro, we can be rich if we do this shit right. We're motivating ourselves with the money that we ain't even got yet, just so we can go through with the robbery. No one is talking theyself out of a drive-by. Niggas is hyping theyself up. They tapping into that. So I don't know, like, y'all gotta create these fantasy world scenarios and make us not deal with reality to prove this Yakub shit and all that, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. Every man got to ignore the voice in them and cancel that out when they doing evil. And I know what I'm talking about because I'm from the streets, bro. Every time I'm doing wrong, there is a voice in me that lets me know I'm doing wrong. But I ignore that and I let the voice that's egging the bullshit on speak louder. I suppress the voice that's telling me, you know you wrong, y'all shouldn't go rob that man. Because I want to fit in with my homeboys in my hood. I gotta put that bitch nigga voice aside. And I wanna listen to the devil, so we turn the devil's volume up. We play the gangster music, all that to cancel out that angel voice. We know what the hell we doing, bro. It ain't that deep. We try to make this shit deep. And everybody do that. And I'm telling you, when the white man going over there to take people land, he got the Bible. He got his people praying in the name of God. You know our God promised this land. All the energy that should be guilt, he turned it into this conquest energy. They're psychologically programming themselves to circumvent the feeling of guilt. And everybody doing it in their own way. Gangsters doing it too.
They have a different God. Their God is of this world.
All of that don't matter, bro, because guess what? Ain't none of it. All of that don't matter. Because ain't none of these gods real. What's real is the actions, what the people doing against each other. I can't blame no spook force in the sky for my people land being taken. That's military strategy. And I'm telling you what the soldiers are using to bypass guilt. These folks will come in and destroy women and children and they'll sleep good at night because the Bible telling them they pleased their God and they did it for their people. That the people that they was killing deserve that. And that is God's will. And guess what our black leaders will stand up there and say? God made our people go through this because we evil. God chose the oppressor and let the oppressor take your land and beat you up because you evil. And guess what the oppressor tell his military? My God wants you to take that nigga land because he evil. And so the soldier who would have felt sorry for you is programmed with the Bible to say, you know what? These black folks are evil. They practice foreign religions. The world will be better without them. My Bible said so. Like, quit trying to separate white nationalism from the Bible when the Bible is the book that they use to justify. Then we learn that with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. See, what I'm saying is, I think you misconstruing what I'm saying a little bit.
Y'all always say that shit. But go ahead, man.
what I'm saying, what I'm getting at is that there are levels into what you understand what you're doing. You know what I'm
Speak
saying? When
yourself.
you do, and the more you understand, the bigger consequence it is. So if I could be a kid, right? I could steal from the
I
store,
totally
but
get what you're
but
saying, bro.
I don't know it's that bad, right? But once I get older and I'm really aware that this
Right.
is
The
bad,
white man. Right. I got you. Right.
that's
I
when my
got you, bro.
conscience is
Boo.
penalized.
Cool, bro. You just wasting our time with all due respect, bro. Like you ain't gotta keep talking to me like I'm dumb. I totally get the argument. You don't get what I'm saying, but you acting like I don't get what you saying. You won't deal with what I'm saying after I'm saying it. You just keep repeating what you saying as if I don't get it. We get it, yo. The white man don't know what he doing. He's a baby. He's a kid. Just like a child, right? The white man that teach your children every day, he's a child, right? He don't know what he doing, right? The white man that Farrakhan work with every day, got contracts with.
He teaches towards
he doing, no, bro, it's cool. We got you. If you just gonna keep saying that they're a child and don't know what they doing, it's kind of wasting our time to keep repeating that if you ain't gonna deal with what I'm saying. Because I get what you saying. I don't think you get what I'm saying.
This is why white folks is beating us. If you want to know, it's like if I'm
No,
playing.
I don't want to know.
Right?
I don't want to know. I don't want to know, bro. But you said if I want to know. Now, I don't want to know, but if you just going to oblige us because you got to, I ain't going to hold the flow because you're here to talk and I got to share the mic. So take your time and do what you want to do. Go ahead. But I really don't want to know. But if you're going to tell me, make it interesting then.
If I'm playing a game and I'm playing by the rules, and this person is cheating, right? It don't matter how many times we play this game. They gonna have the ups, right? If this is not if this is not my inclination, this is not my innate response to hide the cards or cheat, then every time we play the game, that person is gonna win. And we're playing a game that's not our game. Capitalism is not our game. That's their game. That's because it's attached to their God. Facts.
My thing, why we gotta bring God into capitalism? Because what I'm telling you is this: God is an idea that the capitalists created to justify the act of capitalism or colonialism. Like we didn't have a concept of a dude in the sky that's overlooking everything on earth, making sure one group rule over the next one. The enemy gave us that idea with the Bible. That's what we not realizing. Before that, we knew. We don't know where these people come from. We don't know. Hold on, you cutting me off, brother. What I'm saying is our ancestors knew about this enemy that came to their land, right? But now they working with them because they saying we created them. And they got all these different theories and stuff on why we integrated with the same people we condemning and calling the devil. See, you ain't getting to that part, right? You keep on saying, trying to tell me why the white people are allowed to rule over us. And you also keep trying to tell me, you know, justify how I ain't really trying to have that conversation with you. I'm honestly trying to ask you to prove your theory. Now, people can go into their theory and talk about it, but it'll be dope if y'all show up and prove it, man. No one done that.
I am proving it. If you let me talk, I got you.
I'm letting you talk and you repeating yourself over and over, telling me that the white man is a child, he don't know what he doing all the time, all that.
I never said a child. I just said it's level.
You used an example of a child, and if you ain't comparing a white man to a child, why would you use that example? I'm not gonna call the colonizer no child because it takes a lot of intelligence to do what he did, and children don't think like that.
Well. The thing is, right? it's not that the black man isn't capable of doing that. Is that it's not. We spiritual beings. We don't want
But
to
we
do
are
shit
doing
like
it
that.
though.
We
are
don't want
doing
to
it though.
destroy the earth.
But
this
we are doing it though.
This is the plan. This is why we have these people around us, because they supposed to bring us towards this machine. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't, brother. I see us doing what. Put it this way, bro. You got black folks helping the white man. If you saying all this about the white man and I'm showing you images of Farrakhan doing business with him, how am I gonna take you serious, bro? You ain't gonna turn me off from the white man when I see your leader doing business with him. You can come up here and try to make the white man whatever you want to make him, but at the end of the day, images like this.
Farrakhan, by the way, I'm from Harlem. I fuck with Malcolm X. And they sold him out. Farrakhan was one of his enemies. I don't fuck with Farrakhan at all. That's a fact.
Okay, so then why are you coming with the same message Farrakhan coming with though? Because it's a Zionist message. Yeah,
it's not the same message.
I'm telling you that the white man want us to call him a grafted devil that we created. That's what he want us to do.
He is though. He is.
He's not though. Our ancestors didn't create the white. They made the pyramids. They made the zodiac wheel. They were into the stars. They weren't into evil like the big-headed boy Yakub. They was into making star maps, coordinate points. They weren't into grafting, playing God, and breaking universal laws, brother.
But once you go into capitalism or chasing greed, and all of these things.
Capitalism didn't exist before the white man. I'm lost.
Well, once you go, you build a society off these deadly.
Let me ask you something, brother. Hold on, nope. I gotta mute you again. I ain't gonna let y'all do that shit. Now y'all said wasn't no evil in the world till the white man come. Now you trying to place evil in the world before the white man, and I'm not gonna let you do it. You gonna start from step one when you say it ain't no evil, and show me how the evil was in our people before we even grafted the white man, cause that would debunk the whole Yakub story, and it'll say that we was already evil as hell before we even made the white man. You gonna slow this down and do it right. Y'all coming with the bow tie scamming energy, man. The fast talk, slick talk, let me rush you through it so you don't see the bullshit in the story. I ain't letting you do that. I don't care how many people say you're cutting them off. I ain't playing no games with this shit. Now start me from the beginning, brother. You got a black world with no evil. Start there, go ahead.
I never said we had a black world with no evil.
That's what Elijah Muhammad saying.
I don't rock with Elijah Muhammad. I rock with Malcolm X.
Then why call into the show? Because we're talking about specifically the Yakub theory.
About is where white folks come from, and I'm just trying to just point out that the same AI that's doing all the bullshit that's polluting the earth is the same thing the white folks is doing. And I'm trying to tell you, they the original AI. They what the AI left behind. They left a humanoid that's not really us. That's what I'm trying to say.
Who created the white people?
The machine.
Who created? You got to slow down. It's slick talk. Slick talk. I got questions. Don't cut off the person asking questions. It look deceptive. I'm simply being honest. Who created them? Who created the machines? They were self-created. They've been here.
The machines been here. These are the fallen angels. These are the original.
Okay, so the machines been here. And why and when did the machines decide, let me create Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton them?
The machines, the goal of the machines is to collect souls, right? To do that, it's hard to do that with a black man, because a black man is aware of the heavens, because he received the light from the sun. We all know light is enlightenment, right?
So shouldn't it be easier to do that with a black man? Because he would be the best double agent. If he know all that knowledge, then he would know how to infiltrate, sort of like the Boule and the Freemasons, like they know the knowledge, and because of that, they can hide it good. Wouldn't that be the best, like, person? You wouldn't use a dumb devil, right, full of ego who only thinking for himself, right?
Well, when the reason why there's evil is due to ignorance. So you can't pollute the earth and do all these things if you're aware, if you're all aware, because you would be aware that, like, yo, this is harmful to me, this is harmful to my neighbor,
So
this
why
is
did
harmful
we?
to the earth. So there's a lack of ignorance there when we talk about white folks. Whether when we talk about the digital world, there's not a lack of ignorance, but it's the same thing how we think AI is smarter than us because we're not connected to the actual awareness, which is the trees, the animals, the nature, the sun, the moon. You know what I'm saying? The white man, he's not really connected to this. To connect to this, he gotta dig into a part of himself that's more closer to us. This is why I say he started.
Can I ask you a question? Like that. How do we see who's connected to and who's disconnected? Simple, if you would be brief. So if I was to walk outside and look at different people, how would I know who's connected and disconnected? Other than just skin color.
So vibration will tell you.
Come on, no. I can't see vibration, and I don't know how to detect it. If I'm just a dumb Joe Blow, right? Hold up, no, don't cut me off. I'm asking you a question. You talking to a nigga from the hood who don't know the deep new age terms like vibration and shit, and that man saying, "Look, how do I know real humans for fake ones when I'm going on my subway, right? How do I know?" Do I just look at everybody white and assume that they're just the evil is one on the subway? Or is there some kind of other way I can see who's evil other than just the skin tone? I'm asking a very simple question.
Other than just the skin tone.
Because you're saying white is the face of evil because white skin does evil. When we see evil manifested, we often see it manifested through white skin. Therefore, all whites are evil. That's the logic. I'm saying, okay, go ahead.
This is what I'm saying. It's just like you might be born with a certain talent. Like, say you born like LeBron James. You got all the talent in the world, but then you got somebody that works really hard. They can exceed you. So the thing is, like, you can have urges within your DNA that it's an innate response to what was and what created you, right?
Well, hold on, I don't understand that. You telling me that these hold up, the evil urges that we have is a direct response to the divine thing that created us?
No, I'm not saying that.
Please go break that down. Yeah.
Okay, the evil urges that we have, say, like DNA is memory. So if I go through some trauma, right, and I develop an urge because of that. Say something bad happened to me.
You saying that
I like killing someone. Like I might
I got another question. I'll be brief. You're saying that when a man see a fat butt and he get a urge that's come from some traumatic experience?
No. But
yeah, do you please specify, bro?
Oh, okay. So the what we engage in, like say if I like alcohol, or if I like, say I can't control my lower desires, and I keep fornicating, right?
But according to the Bible, that's because we supposed to be fruitful, right?
Right. But we also supposed to have balance and control, you know. But so if I keep doing this, right, this is what my DNA is used to, right? So when I give my DNA to my child, he's gonna have these urges, right? But if he's aware, he can think about these urges and say, hey, I don't agree with what Pop do. Like, fuck all of that. Like, it fucked up my family. It fucked up.
He can change the DNA.
Yeah, he can program himself. Yeah, because all of this is a program, just like a robot, and part of us is a program.
And my
But some of
thing
us,
is, this don't really tell me that white people are innately evil, brother. It's just a bunch of stuff I already knew.
but if we look at the patterns of what they doing, just like how we looking at what AI is doing, we can see who's
But
behind.
my whole
how they
thing
wired.
is that ain't. Listen, bro. Listen. If we look at patterns of what all the white evil people are doing, we'll find them. Just like if we look at patterns of all the black evil people, I can go to every race and point out the evil people in a group and look for evil actions, and I'll find them because I'm only looking for the evil people in every group. But you can't go to every race and show me that there's not a group of evil people just like it's not a group of good people. And guess what? I can't go to no goddamn race and say that good and evil ain't equally distributed in that damn race. I don't give a damn what country I'm in. Hold up, you can't cut me off, brother. You see, you're being evil now. You're saying that black people are so good, but you being disrespectful and evil. You see what I'm saying? So you ain't gotta disagree. Your actions is showing that I'm right. We're chaotic. Hold up, look what you doing right now. You can't even be quiet while I'm talking. That's evil. That's chaotic. That's barbaric. The barbarians, the white grafted devil, they cut each other off. They can never have a good conversation. They get triggered. See? You got to practice what you preach, man. Now, what I'm saying is this right here. I can go to any group of people, and for every good person you show me, I can show you a cold-ass, barbaric, evil-ass nigga. I'm a black man. I'm speaking from my experience, bro. I've met good black people in my life. I've met bad ones. By me coming from a bad area, it was equal. Just as many good niggas I met, I came across niggas that'll rob you and give you that smoke. Now, what black people will tell you is that all of us know some killers. If I ask everybody in the chat room if they from the hood, more than likely they gonna say yeah. And I'm gonna say, bro, do you know any goons? Every nigga in my chat room gonna say they know some goons. But if I ask every black person right now, do you know some niggas that's robbing hoods, or do you know some angels, some niggas in your hood that just take they last to help everybody? They'll be able to count them niggas on their hand. And niggas like that we appreciate in the hood because they ain't common. They're rare. Every other nigga is just another barbarian out for himself, and we know that. But we'll come on here and act like, you know, black people are the most angelical people. You know what I'm saying? But the truth is that for every good nigga you show me, I can show you a nigga that don't care about his people, his race. He just care about his money, bro. So it ain't a race problem. It's a capitalistic problem, because in every group, the most powerful sector of each group is the richest people in that group. And the richest people that's leading every group is leading them astray for more money. So that ain't a skin color problem. That's niggas selling out for money problem, bro. And you can be any skin tone to sell your people out for billions and millions. So you can miss me with this kinfolk shit, because I heard of the boule, my nigga, and they selling they people out for green. Like, we got this illusion that all black folks my family and we're angels. Get the hell out of here, bro. Go outside. We live in the wasteland. Y'all forgetting what world we live in out here? Y'all gotta forget it to rock yourself to sleep like this.
I never said that. Like, the black man could be just as evil as the white man.
So the conversation over right there, bro.
No, it's not, because what I'm
still bringing levels to it and specify he's more evil, huh? Go ahead.
There's a awareness, right? We all got free will. The free
You're not
will
saying nothing for real, brother.
We all got free will. The free will is that we all could choose what we want to do, right? Some of us understand because we connected. Just like how when you eat good, you more connected spiritually. Just like how when you engage with nature, you more connected spiritually. The black man's skin, it connects him spiritually. This is a spiritual thing. This is what I'm
You
saying.
just talking, brother, but that you can't. You're
more,
not proving that.
He's more aware. I am proving. I'm breaking it down to you. He's more
You just
aware.
talking though. You kicking poetry to me, and I'm getting tired of it.
He's more aware of what it is, the consequences of what he
But
does.
brother,
right?
that's what I'm saying about the Nation of Islam, why they lost touch with our people. The youth will tell you niggas what you saying ain't resonating with me, cause 3 of my homeboys just beat a nigga to death for some outfits, right? And you'll have Farrakhan ignoring all that, talking over the young boys, saying, but we're just more angelical and we're so nice. And the young black man is like, nigga, 2 of my homies just got shot in the head by black folks, and you kicking this angel shit to me. And what I'm telling you is this, bro. I can't let you keep talking. I can't see, and that's what I'm saying. Then he would try to point out to me about the white man polluting the damn earth, and the white man doing that because of capitalism, nigga. He wouldn't be polluting the earth if it wasn't making him money. Those are factories and toxins that they goddamn putting in the environment to make these suits and perms and bow ties that you niggas in the NOI like to wear. You can't talk to me about the white man polluting the damn earth when your leader is in the bed with the corporations that's running the factories and shit. Miss me with that, and let's deal with the points that I'm bringing up today. Because what I'm bringing up is the Yakub theory, and you're trying to make evil innate to the goddamn white man, and you're trying to, bro, what I'm not gonna let you do is overtalk me with this bullshit you kicking, because you wasted our time. Y'all don't show up being respectful and talking to us like adults. You show up being sarcastic like we don't get it, and I got the whole Sanchez dumb hand and let him know what the white man is just a baby. He don't know what he's doing, and our people really know what they doing when they doing it. Bullshit. And niggas don't be thinking about all that shit when they out there driven by capitalism. You're living in a fantastically delusional fucking world that's disgusting, bro. Because you don't want to deal with reality. What's making niggas go out there and get in the bed with the enemy is money. You trying to make it like you trying to make it. Be quiet, bro. Let me put you in the back room. You gonna listen. You missing a damn point. You trying to make it like the white man is more evil than the black man, and that the black man is innately good and the white man is innately evil. If that was the case, Farrakhan wouldn't be standing next to these niggas, and we would know if the white man is naturally evil, we can't change his ass, nigga. A tiger is naturally a predator, dummy. That's what I was telling you niggas. Y'all like to talk to hear yourself talking, but I run a dictatorship and a tyrannical style system over here. And if someone don't like it, they can unsub and do all of that too. I'm gonna control the narrative on my channel. Niggas ain't gonna come over here and waste our time playing games. I'm tired of niggas playing dumb with B, y'all. You ought to be tired of it too. We going into 2026 and niggas still trying to sell you a big-headed scientist story. Ain't nobody innately good or evil. Good and evil is in everybody. And when men do evil, you better believe it's a lot of money around. Which proves my point. Evil is driven by capitalism, nigga. Right. It ain't no genetic shit. You're being a eugenicist to white people just because they doing it to you. Ain't nobody born evil, man. Not black people nor white people. The system makes niggas do some of the most violent shit. Bro, niggas will go up in your house and tie your children up at gunpoint if they think you got the fucking money up in there. If people was just evil because it's natural, then they would be like serial killers and like Jeffrey Dahmer. That's innately in them because that's some psychological illnesses. White folks ain't got that, bro. Once the court find out that you premeditated your murders, they can't give you the crazy excuse because it takes a level of planning. Everybody know that, bro. I was in law enforcement. You're trying to make it like white folks are so dumb they don't know what they doing. When a white boy go up in a church full of black folks and shoot it up and they let him off because he just born there. He don't know. He just a baby. I see why the KKK like y'all niggas, man. I see why the rabbis like you NOI niggas. When our people do something wrong, it's because we turned away from God and Allah gonna punish us by letting the enemy do evil to us. But when the white man do something wrong, he just a baby. He don't know what he doing. He just a baby.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
I told y'all we cooked and we in trouble as black people. And black folks will defend the Nation of Islam, bro, like it's really on our side. And they don't really know what these niggas is teaching, bro. That shit is so racist. They are against their own people with this teaching, bro. I don't care what nobody say. It's sad, man. It's sad. If Farrakhan thought he was standing next to a natural-born devil, why would you do business with Satan when you know Satan ain't gonna do good business with you? Again, he's doing it because it's a capitalistic agenda, bro. When you see niggas doing wrong, I bet you they driven by money. Show me any crime, any act that these gangbangers and these niggas doing. Bro, a nigga is able to get over the guilt when he count that money. I'm sorry. If it's one thing that'll make a nigga turn into a devil, it's when he's driven by greed and money. Families can get duct taped when money involved, dog. Good people can do bad things when money involved. You can have a totally good person introduce $10 million to the group. People will start turning on each other, bro. You can have perfectly good friends living in the hood, broke as hell, getting along. The white man get them niggas a record deal and the whole group break up like Cash Money. Before them niggas had the money, they was fucking with each other. Introduce the money, niggas can't get along. Look at Dame Dash and Jigga. I know what I'm talking about, bro, and I deal with reality. I don't deal with big-headed bullshit.
Supremacist Nation of Islam met with the Ku Klux Klan leaders at Magnolia Hall in Atlanta. Although they had different ideas about the skin color of the master race, they shared the belief that blacks and whites.
Bro gonna bring up AI. You know why AI on the rise? Cause of money. The people that's making AI is admitting it's gonna destroy the world, but they can't stop cause it's a money race. If they don't, the next man gonna make the money. That's the dope dealer mentality. The dope dealer in his own community know that selling that shit to his people is gonna destroy his community. But what did he tell himself? If I don't sell it to her, somebody else gonna sell it and get rich anyway. That's right. Bro, I know the vibes, nigga. We can keep it real, my nigga. Don't nobody care about destroying the world around them long as they can get paid and ball out first. People got you eating poison, drinking poison, breathing poison just to make somebody rich right now. They ain't doing that to you just cause they evil and they don't know no better. You trying to make it like these folks are just born to do evil and they really just bred that way and they don't know why they doing it. No, bro, all of the evil they doing it is driven by capitalistic gains, bro. They are very strategic with the evil they doing. It's premeditated, which means you can't give them the crazy excuse. No court would give you that. Once they see that you intelligent enough to start creating systems to manifest your evil, you ain't crazy, nigga. You an evil genius. That's genius. That ain't crazy. But y'all are give them that out, bro. Y'all are agents, man. I'm telling you, bro. It's a lot of agents in our community, man. Shout out to Mama 867. You spoke facts tonight. Keep waking others up. I will. Let me read the rest of them. Thank y'all for the support tonight. The Cash App is $BROSANCHEZTV. We trying to compete against multi-million dollar organizations like the NOI with pennies. But we gonna do it. And shout out to Astro 40K. I'm confused where dude going with this. They never go nowhere. They never go nowhere. They know they don't have, that's how cult people react. Shout out to Astro 40K. So white people are GMO now. Yo, I'm crying. We all GMO. You really want to tell the truth. Shout out to Awakening Minds. Like, we all been genetically modified to some degree. That's just my theory. I don't think there's anything on Earth right now existing in its original state. It may be levels of how much other things were manipulated over time, but definitely by now, definitely everything has been manipulated. I'm gonna tell you how I know we're GMO, right? The food that we eat in America, if you try to give it to some tribe in the jungle, it'll make them sick. If you give them the corn that we eat, the pesticides and poisons that the FDA allow to be sprayed in our food, it will kill those people. Because what they ain't telling you, they've been priming our environment for centuries, and we've been slowly mutating. And evolving ain't the word. We've been mutating, and our DNA has been changing, our biology, to make us be able to process certain things that the tribes in the jungle can't process. This is why the tribes want to keep themselves separated from us, because we've been modified and they trying to preserve their bloodline. So if you ever want to know why these isolated tribes, they will risk their life to keep you outsiders out of their shit, and they've been isolated from the world, and you can't, nothing can go in, nothing can go out. They quarantine themselves because they know everybody up under these colonizers, your environment has been terraformed, and guess what? You're a product of your environment. The outside world becomes the inside world. So once we get enough of the outside world inside of us, we're able to consume things that have been genetically modified like us. Basically, the reason our grocery store is full of GMO food is because we are GMO humans. You can't take a lot of the food we eat and take it out there in the wild and give it to those humans out there. It'll make them sick, even the water we drink. The shit you feed your dog, if you take it out there and try to give it to a wolf, it'll make that wolf sick. We've been domestically engineered to be able to eat what we eat, and the music we listen to. Everything is a byproduct of our mutation under terraformation. But I ain't gonna go deep into that. We get the point.
I agree with you, brother. I agree with what you're saying, and that's all I was saying too. It's just levels to that mutation. You know, it's levels to that. And when you got when you melanated, you mutate at a lesser level. Just say it like that. You know what I'm saying?
Ain't no such thing as melanated, bro. But here's the whole point, right?
When you dark, just like
I know what melanated mean. I was saying it's a theory. I get, you ain't got to teach it to me. I'm telling you, it's more pseudoscience. But what I'll say is this: dark skin don't protect you from a damn thing. The people with the darkest skin on the earth being oppressed the most. So y'all be double talking. You will act like the darkest skin is the most resilient, then turn around and say the darkest skin is the most oppressed. Which one is it? So I don't deal with all that stuff, bro. I only deal with reality. Don't give me no perks. What melanin does, it gasses our people. It say, you know, because you got dark skin, you won't mutate faster. It didn't take but 400 years to turn a goddamn Negro to a nigger. That's overnight, my nigga. You talking about a fast mutation. We went from building pyramids to smoking PCP in no time, my nigga. I'm dealing with reality. Anything else is a cop-out. It makes niggas not take accountability for what we up against. Because niggas will sit back and say, well, my melanin got me protected. No different than a Christian saying, my Holy Ghost got me protected. Bro, ain't nothing gonna protect your people other than strategy, union, power in numbers, and understanding what's going on in the world, bro. Knowledge is power. Everything else is ego stroking, is gonna get you exterminated. That's right.
Yeah. I get what you're saying, and what you were saying is very similar to what I was saying, but where we disagree is that the skin tone has no relevance to the heavens, and it does. And even with the fruits and vegetables,
what I'm saying, you misrepresent what I'm. Why you got the lie to do that? Let me put him back out of here again. I'm gonna teach him a lesson. He gonna learn today. You won't get a word in playing with me like that. I don't do that to him. I let him say what he's saying, but he got to make up something I said and then say, oh, no, don't interrupt, so that I don't say, bro, I didn't say that. And I ain't the type nigga to let you keep going in error. When a person say what you about to say, I said, I didn't say that, and you don't let them correct you, you're being dishonest. You supposed to stop right there and say, oh, well, shit, what you said then, man, because I don't want to put shit in your mouth now. I do that all the time. That's right. I don't feel right going on. When a person say, but Sanchez, I didn't say that. Guess what I'll do? I'll stop in the middle of my shit and I'll say, bro, the flow on you. Go ahead and tell me what you said. And guess what happened? They'll repeat what I was already saying. And I'll be like, bro, that's what I said you said. Or we'll clear it up. But shout out to you, Global Status. What's good? See, the whole thing about this dude here is giving me age and energy, which is why I'm giving him agent treatment. You be straight up with me when you deal with me on this show. That's right. Don't play on my intelligence and don't come with the games. And you'll have a good experience, whether we agree or disagree. So, like I was saying, your skin color ain't got nothing to do with your morality. Because niggas like to say, the darker skin you got, the bigger connection you got to the universe, when the darkest people are the ones created evil, according to the Yakubian theory. How the hell are you connected to the higher realms, which are good, but the moment you get smart, you want to manifest evil? You didn't want to manifest a world free of disease. You didn't say, let's make a world where we can create something that make humans stronger with this technology. Maybe we can make humans live longer. Nope, let's make a fucking whole nother evil race just because we can. But you connected to the universe. You want to put yourself on a pedestal on one hand as being more connected to the universe than everybody else, and at the same time blame yourself for bringing evil into the world with your connected ass, with your connected to the universe ass. You wouldn't think that the people connected to heaven would be responsible for raising hell. Make it make sense, nigga. See, all that, I don't get into that. You ain't a good person because you black, man. You a good person because you worked on your ego and you worked on and battled your demons. You ain't a good person because your skin black. You a good person because your altar dark. You heard me? You ain't a good person because your skin dark. You a good person because you went into the dark. That's what I'm telling you. Anybody go into the darkness will come out a shining light. You ain't putting in no work on yourself, and niggas want to go around and put ourselves on a pedestal while treating each other like shit. Black people killed Malcolm. It wasn't a white devil that killed Malcolm. You keep talking about the white man being evil by default when our leaders keep doing business with him and they killed the goddamn black man. Talking about you from Harlem and you up under Malcolm. Nigga, you sound like an agent. When Malcolm died at the hand of black people, you should have known then that black don't mean good morality, dummy. Ain't no cheat code to being a good person. You gotta work on your damn self. White, black, yellow, orange, pink. Nature don't make you good, and nature don't make you bad. You make yourself good or bad. You can't blame shit else on that. That's right. You control what kind of moral character you want to exhibit to the world. And you can't look outside of nothing but yourself of what's controlling your actions as a person or a being. It's your responsibility to have some self-control over yourself. And you can't say the devil made me do it. Black people created this way in the laboratory and made me do it. If black people didn't make me like this on a laboratory, no, bro. Every man doing evil is because they're a piece of shit and that they need to work on themselves. That's right. Point blank, period. Fuck the stupid deep shit, nigga.
And the process of grafting white out of black began.
Were they evil because they skin white? He good because his skin black. That's childish. And the goodest people on the earth got the blackest skin. And the wickedest people on the earth got the whitest skin. If I can just go around and see a person's moral character by their skin tone, then nigga, we wouldn't even need a legal system or police. We'll just lock up all the white folks, dummy. That's right. I don't know who for me or not in this world, nigga. You can put 100 people in front of me of different races, and I won't know who on my side or not, bro. You will be the dummy thinking that, oh, the black people on my side. Bro, I will have to get to know each individual before I just go to saying who really got for me or not. I ain't no fool. I'm not naive. You the nigga that'll assume all the black people in here love me and they good. And all the white people in here hate me and they evil. That's so damn stupid. That's stupid, man. I'm sorry. You can't see a person's moral character on their outfit or skin tone, nigga. You gonna get yourself in a lot of dangerous situations thinking naive like that. I know some places I can take you at where niggas will be so happy that you think like that, fool. And by the time you make it up out them slums, you will be naked and robbed and beat the fuck up, thinking that black means good morality, nigga. I can take you to certain parts of Africa where, nigga, they kidnapping Americans. They don't give a fuck what color you is. And they dark jet black, nigga. And what's making them do evil? Money, money, money. Morality is dictated by capitalism. Or should I say, bad morality is incentivized by the system of capitalism. That explains all the evil in the world. It explains places where we don't see capitalism practice have better societies that are more spiritual and more in tune with nature. It's facts. It ain't a color thing. Anybody that adopts capitalism as their mind form are gonna become a piece of shit. I know, because I'm a capitalist. And I gotta wrestle the capitalist me. I gotta tell myself, man, you can make a lot of money doing that, but it ain't gonna bring no good to the world. You know how hard it is for you to know if I did X, Y, and Z, I can be better than where I am financially, but I'm not gonna do it simply because it's the right thing to do. And even if I gotta live in a certain tax bracket, I can't go against my moral code. You wanna know why our people go against their moral instincts that's been programmed in us through our ancestors? For money, nigga. If you show me the most wicked black people, I can show you what they got in common with the most wicked white folks. That's money and capitalism. That's right. What does that prove? It ain't about skin color. It's about a system called capitalism. If the most evil people in every race are the richest, it can't be skin color. Because everybody in that race will be doing evil, that kind of evil. But when we see genocide taking place, countries being invaded, bro, that's billionaire, trillionaire money that's funding these exterminations and colonial projects that's taking place overseas and covertly here domestically with Americans. That's driven by greed and money. Again, if white people was just being evil just for fuck's sake, just because they bred that way on the island, then they wouldn't be doing it for money, nigga. Because it's people in the world that's like that. They do evil just for the sake of doing evil. Because they're sick, they're psychotic, they're born that way. And guess what? They don't do it for money. They don't have a capitalistic system that's driving their murders. It's simply pure evil, bro. That's it. They ain't getting nothing out of it other than evil. So you can't make that argument for capitalists and colonialists, bro. That's right. You can't do it. That's right. Don't tell me a big-ass, big-headed monster chasing them. Now, y'all leading us, hold the fuck up, you gotta be playing. No, you don't got a fucking white dude with a chainsaw chasing the black folks. So we created the white man on the island. And now the white man is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, chasing a nigga through the warehouse. You, bro, you awakening minds, you really wrong for this, bro. You know I'm about to roast this. Let's take it back. Let's break it down. Oh my fucking God, are you serious? That shit say Yakub's Grafting Center. Now remember what these niggas been arguing the whole night? It wasn't in a laboratory. Hey, drop a one. All night, these niggas been getting up saying it didn't take place in a fucking laboratory and it took place in an even worse setting. A junkyard and a warehouse with car parts and broke down car parts. You mean to tell me that the white race was created in a shade tree mechanic shop? The white race was created at a scrapyard. God damn.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Bro, this looked like the nigga that shade tree mechanic with the cigarette hanging on his lip. How the fuck? Wait a minute. So the whole night, y'all was mad at me for saying laboratory, and you wanted me to say warehouse. My bad.
Stupid.
Sanchez, we didn't graft Yakub in a laboratory. We grafted him at a scrap shop, motherfucker. Yo, you can't make this shit up. Yo. Yo, you can't make this shit up. Bro, you can't make this shit up. Y'all just should have went with the laboratory, bro. I was helping y'all niggas out. It turned out to be even worse. Wait a minute. Hold on, bro. God damn. Wait a minute. I don't know how you're gonna practice selective breeding with carjacks, oil, antifreeze, car parts. How do you get the white race from a scrapyard, my nigga? I can see if you said, you know, our people created the 1967 Buick from this shit, but not the white race. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, bro. So we gotta understand what kind of tools would be in this kind of shop. Jacks, car parts, tires. Where are we selective breeding the white man at from this? Now I can see if you were saying, okay, our people, we created cars. But nigga, to argue with a person that we didn't do it at the laboratory and present this shit for your trailer, that's fucking funny.
Stupid.
And you arguing a nigga down to, we didn't graft them in a laboratory. We did it in a car shop, bitch. Sanchez, old dumb ass. Sanchez, you stupid. Because we did not graft him in a laboratory. That'll be too much like science. We did it at AutoZone. Sanchez up there talking about we grafted the white man in some laboratory. We grafted him at O'Reilly's Auto Parts. And I don't know how the hell you grafted the white man through selective breeding and he come right out of the process a chainsaw carrying zombie. This is turning into too much, my nigga. When you look at this shit, look at Neo, y'all. I meant bayonets, goddamn. And let me tell you what bayonet's thinking. Bayonet's thinking right now, you grafted motherfucker. That big-headed boy created you, and now my handsome Neo in the Matrix, suit-wearing, strong, muscular, artificial intelligent generated ass gonna stop you. What y'all thought I was gonna have a pause moment? No, this is AI. This the AI brother Ben. He wish he was like that. But the AI brother Ben and all of his might and power looking like Neo and shit, he's thinking in his mind, you grafted bitch, my little brother just made you. He got a big ass head, but I didn't make my head big because I'm the destroyer. I'm not the creator. That part. Like, why Yakub got to build a crackhead, waterhead baby? Shout out to Astro 40K. Dr. Ben X ain't gonna give himself a big ass head. Right? But why come all of us ain't got a big ass head, man? So you give this little bitty boy a big ass head, and you come walking up in this bitch looking cool as hell with a regular size head. And I guess what BNX thinking is, listen, my little brother is a big-headed bitch. We told his little big-headed ass, don't make the white man. The God spoke to him and told him, don't create your funky ass. Now I got to come up in here like Neo in the Matrix and destroy the white man. But in reality, the white man ain't destroyed, y'all. He's still alive and well, and he's ruling over bayonets. That part. I got to come in here and whip your ass, white man. Step aside. Bang, pow, kazam. Let's watch this shit. Now, bro, I thought when we was creating a white man, we was like gods and shit. I didn't know we was janitors and shit. First of all, we in a scrap yard. This building looked like some shit up off Resident Evil. It ain't a place suitable for grafting the white man. Now, if Elijah Muhammad said that it took place on an island, how did we end up in a goddamn episode of Resident Evil with zombies and chainsaws and shit? This is a little money grab or something.
Breaking news, Yakub's grafted devils are on the loose and it's not looking good.
Okay, Yakub is a little bitty boy, right? He grafted these devils because we told him no. We ain't gonna let you do it. So the little boy went away on the island and he said, fuck it, I'm gonna do it in secret. And this race populated and this little boy was their god. And that's how the white race populated the earth, y'all. That's the story of how white folks get here. Go home. Go home and go work for the white man because he your boss.
Stupid.
A little big-headed ass boy, long time ago, broke the rules. And now we got this white man ruling over everybody.
In the root of the original people, among the righteous, there arose one unlike the rest.
Bro, this is the worst AI generated shit ever. Bro, quit making this. I'm gonna be honest, this is horrible. Cause it's so inconsistent. You go from Resident Evil warehouse to nature and Agartha, make up your mind. These settings they're not consistent. And it just comes off as a medley of AI slop, which it is. It's not coherent.
A child with he is so large, the wise whispered of prophecy. His name was Yakub.
Like, why are we playing with rocks right now? If this is a little bitty boy playing with rocks, he's showing us his maturity level. Like, the image is not matching the script because this little boy would really be mature. He would be some scientist, but he's fiddling rocks like any other little boy. You should have gave him a bib and a pacifier. And that's where AI gets it wrong, you see. You're telling AI this is a child that's doing something that a man would do. AI should automatically know, let me make the child not really act like a child, but see, we gotta teach AI that. I'm giving you a tip, Bennett. You got to train your AI that Yakub ain't the typical child. Cause what it'll do, it'll have him in these settings that's suitable for a typical child, even though he's a little big-headed scientist. Just giving you a tip, bro. This is very, okay.
And though he was born of us.
And this is not the same little boy that we just saw right here. Again, that's another thing when you using a cheap AI video generator. The cheap ones don't get your character right in every slide. Meaning, if you say, make me a little boy with a big head, this gonna be my Yakub, If you pay a little money for your software, then the good ones will make this same little boy every time. That's right. I'm pointing out the fact that Ben X got people donating to this shit, and it seemed like he's using just the lowest subscription or the cheapest software. And when you talking about the NOI and the Yakub story, like, this is so cheaply done. Like, who is this? That's Yakub still? Bro, step your video generating game up. Because if you pay just a little bit of monthly subscription, it'll be more consistent, more coherent, and people will want to donate to it more. This is literally AI slop. Shout out to Astro 40K. They in that Saul Gideon's meat packing plant. Yeah. That's the thing, when you go to these basic AI sites, you being cheap. You're not paying for legit prompt makers. You want to put a lot of hype around the film, but not put a lot into it. And people who don't know about AI, they don't even know that they're getting like the shit end of the stick when it comes to the AI world. And yeah, man, it's basically a nigga throwing something together for a quick little come up right quick.
His mind will lead the world into 6,000 years of chaos.
Just corny, man. And Yakub was the little bitty, big water-headed ass boy, and the grown folks told him, hey boy, sit your little big-headed ass down somewhere with them dumb ass ideas. And the little big-headed boy got mad and said, I'ma show you. And he went into hiding and manifested his dumb ass ideas. And now here we go with George Bush, Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton, and all these white folks in small hats taking over the world. And you can't tell a nigga from the NOI that ain't how white folks get here. Cause Sanchez, we know how the white man got here. That was a little big-headed, hard-headed ass boy. And we told him, we said, boy, sit your big-headed ass down somewhere. Ain't nobody finna break these universal laws. And he said, okay, you won't let me do it? Then I'll do it on my own in isolation, away from you. And we left the little boy alone so long, y'all, right? We left him alone so long that he not only created the white race, he allowed them to populate to a level where they can take over the whole earth from just a little bitty ass island. Now, they say it took Yakub 600 years to go through with this experiment and graft the white man. But you know what part they left out? Yakub can't live that long, could he? Like, damn it, how old was Yakub when he died? 700 and some? If Yakub is the only man responsible for the white race, then you're not giving me a historical database of records to show who inherited Yakub's work after he died. Because if it took 600 years for the white man to be grafted, then Yakub would have died and had to leave someone else to do the work. But according to y'all, he was the only one of our people with this idea. There was no 2, 3, 4, 5 Yakubs. I never heard nobody say, well, no, Yakub actually had an army. And Yakub had a bunch of other men that was working with him. They don't tell that story. They make it like this one dude named Yakub created the white race. If he had help, then why don't we ever get them other niggas' names? All we get is Yakub. Shout out to Breaking Free from the Matrix, I think. Y'all names be so long. It don't even spell it all out, but I'm sorry, I gotta guess the rest. It say, love to you, Brother Sanchez, and those closest to you. Peace to the community. I love you. I love you right back. And I want to thank everyone that supported the show, because we've been here long, and not just long, but strong. This is passion. Like, I got a passion for calling out bullshit, man. That's right. The bullshit keep our people going nowhere, and it only keep a few people getting rich at the expense of keeping you ignorant and believing in fairy tales that don't serve you, man. That's right. Giving you the lowest quality information and products while asking you for all of your hard-earned work. People ain't giving you they all, but they want you to they want it vice versa, though, the other way around. And then you will have people up here pouring their heart out to the people, getting pennies. So those days are gonna change, man. And we're gonna call this crap out.
Just stay separate. The following year, Muhammad invited American Nazi Party chief George Lincoln Rockwell to address a nation convention in Chicago. Rockwell had gone on record telling his followers that Elijah Muhammad has gathered millions of the dirty, immoral, drunken, filthy-mouthed, lazy, and repulsive people, and inspired them to the point where they are clean, sober, honest, hardworking, dignified, dedicated, and admirable human beings in spite of their color. Muhammad knows that mixing is a Jewish fraud and leads only to aggravation.
Let me go ahead and rewind this, because I had missed a little bit. Let's get into this. This is deep stuff. Like and share.
Nations. Information gained from the Southern Poverty Law Center highlights the timeline of Muhammad's actions, as it states that in 1961, Elijah Muhammad, founder of the black supremacist Nation of Islam, met with the Ku Klux Klan leaders at Magnolia Hall in Atlanta. Although they had different ideas about the skin color of the master race, they shared the belief that blacks and whites should stay separate. The following year, Muhammad invited American Nazi Party chief George Lincoln Rockwell to address a nation convention in Chicago. Rockwell had gone on record telling his followers that Elijah Muhammad has gathered millions of the dirty, immoral, drunken, filthy-mouthed, lazy, and repulsive people.
And that's a stupid concept. We created a damn deformed monster that's taking over the earth, and now we're gonna unite with the monster to keep our people separate from it, versus making our people go and destroy the monster they created. So we created a monster on the island or in a damn car shop, and when the monster left the shop in deep numbers to oppress our people, our leaders made a deal with the monster to keep the two separated. And your leaders should have been saying, listen, y'all, we created this monster, we gotta destroy him. We can't let the monster keep roaming free, oppressing everybody. Who does that benefit? The monster. Again, it benefits your enemy. That's right. We created a monster that's messing the world up, and we ain't gonna even solve the problem that we created. That's some coward shit. That's some evil, wicked, coward shit. You got the whole world being oppressed because you don't want to handle your business, man. You made the problem, solve it. It's only one way to do that. You created this monster, you should know how to destroy him. You should know how he think. You should know everything about him, Mr. Expert, because again, you know his old origins. You know the monster's history, even though the monster don't know his own history. You Mr. Expert, so why don't you know how to defeat the fucking monster? Why are your leaders making deals with the monster? Why the fuck did you make Frankenstein, let Frankenstein take over, then sit at the table with Frankenstein and beg for mercy? This is the fucking epitome of coward shit, bro. That's right. That's some coward shit. We made the monster bullying everybody, so we can't beat them, let's join them.
People, and inspired them to the point where they are clean, sober, honest, hardworking, dignified, dedicated, and admirable human beings in spite of their color. Muhammad knows that mixing is a Jewish fraud and leads only to aggravation of the problems that it is supposed to solve. I have talked to the Muslim leaders, and I am certain that a workable plan for separation of the races could be effected to the satisfaction of all concerned except the communist Jew agitators. George Lincoln Rockwell. Many in attendance were specifically angry at the fact that the speaking of Rockwell took place on Savior's Day, specifically which was Wallace Muhammad's birth date, in a way to commemorate it with the Nation of Islam. Despite the outcry by others in high positions of power within the nation, Elijah Muhammad would speak publicly on the matter, rebuking the comments of his peers in the April 1962 edition of Muhammad Speaks. Muhammad Speaks was a newspaper produced by the Nation of Islam from 1961 to 1975 that was widely read, and the origins of it would be later taken on by other Muslim leaders such as Farrakhan, showing the popularity and the legacy of the publication. The actions of Muhammad led Rockwell, affectionately referring to him one time as the Hitler of black people, which was a statement that many with
I'm gonna tell you something, bro. I don't respect the Nation of Islam. That don't mean I don't respect Muslims. I don't respect black folks taking those people culture and cultural appropriating it, putting a twist on it, creating all the Yakub stuff. See, if we was dealing with the real Middle Easterners, they would really be saying what I'm saying. The Nation of Islam, phony and fake. They talk all that separatism shit, but they cultural appropriating the sand niggas motherfucking culture. Why don't you, if you wanted to separate, why don't you give the sand nigga back his Quran, nigga? Right. Why don't our people fully separate? Get a white man back his Bible, get a sand nigga back his Quran, and let's get back to our original identity. You niggas ain't practiced separation. That's what I'm doing, nigga. That's right. I'm practicing separation, nigga. I don't got none of the foreign identities of my enemies, nigga. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not none of that shit, nigga. I'm a foundational black American, my nigga. That's right. That's separation right there for your ass. You fake ass separatists. You in the bed with these people in every way. Farrakhan united with the white man by contract. He's united with the sand nigga by religious contract. That's what Islam is. Fake ass separatists. You want to separate from them, nigga.
And the origins of it would be later taken on by other Muslim leaders such as Farrakhan, showing the popularity and the legacy of the publication. The actions of Muhammad led Rockwell, affectionately referring to him one time as the Hitler of black people, which was a statement that many within the Nation of Islam felt showed more of a reason not to work with him or other white supremacists. This meeting between Muhammad with the clan was greatly frowned upon, with many in society simply believing that there was never a need to work with those that hate black people so much. The language used by Rockwell during his speech, doubling down on his disdain for blacks, led to many feeling as though Elijah Muhammad was becoming out of control with his power, as it was clear that many devout followers for years within the Nation of Islam greatly opposed this decision, along with some of his teachings of the religion. Muhammad, on the other hand, was grateful, as there was funding that came as well from these meetings to further prevent integration with whites.
Let me thank everyone that supported the show once again. I really appreciate all the donations. No matter how big or small they was, I appreciate y'all. We gonna keep the show going a lot. You know what's crazy? People will get in the comment section and they will say, Sanchez, why do you do these long ass shows? And they will go in on me for giving my people more content. And you know what I had to tell myself? I don't got one channel member that's complaining to me about more content. You know, I see other YouTubers on here for 10 hours, 15 hours trying to beat video games. Shit, Casanat and I Show Speed spent like 2 days on a stream because it took them that long to beat the game. They literally went to sleep on stream and woke back up and showered and ate breakfast with the stream going. So can't nobody make me feel bad for having long streams about stuff that's important when the people that have the longest streams is about bullshit. Now I'm dropping the link, and it's crazy because when you doing these long streams, let me give a shout out to Goon Ho. I appreciate the love, Goon Ho. Appreciate everyone who hit the Cash App, the Super Chat, either one, and I appreciate. I'm gonna respond to all of them. When at the end of the show, I'm gonna open up the Cash App and I'm gonna respond to those too and read those. Somebody says somebody else want the link. Go ahead. There you go. There go the link, man. Bring the smoke. Let's see who bluffing or not. There go the link.
Having George Lincoln Rockwell.
And let me give a shout out to Naisha Creative Channel. Thank you so much, my sister, for the donation. Appreciate y'all.
As a donor, helped as this lead to Muhammad Farms being established, which is a 5,000-acre piece of land located in Terrell County, Georgia. The purpose of this land was to give blacks another place to be comfortably far away enough from white people, much to the delight of all parties involved. The actions of Muhammad resulted in a breaking point for the Nation of Islam. On March 8, 1964, when Malcolm X, who had studied under Muhammad for years, broke away from the group, feeling as though he had a better way of getting black people what they need. He opposed some of the teachings of Muhammad at this point, especially the one that enabled Elijah Muhammad's self-proclaimed title as God's messenger, allowing him to suspend X at the time for speaking to the press for 90 days. A New York Times piece broke the news the day after the formal departure, stating Malcolm X broke last night with Elijah Muhammad's Chicago-based Black Muslim movement and announced that he was organizing a politically oriented Black nationalist party. He said the party would seek to convert the Negro population from nonviolence to active self-defense against white supremacists in all parts of the country. As Elijah Muhammad aged, he would find himself at the center of further scrutiny.
Like the Nation of Islam was supposed to be the group that's badass, standing up to the white man. Then they go and silence Malcolm X for talking gangsters, saying, hey, like today a nigga say, hey, we smoking on a Sanchez pack. If I die and they don't like me. That's what Malcolm was saying when he said the chickens come home to roost. He was saying, yeah, we smoking on that JFK pack. He was basically saying, we don't care about what happens to a grafted devil. And we don't care if all of you grafted devils die. Y'all ain't nothing but a science experiment and a mutation that's messing the world up. Why would we empathize with the devil, y'all? And silence one of our own for mocking a grafted, evil-ass devil? That's how I knew it was bullshit then. Well, they did that to Malcolm because he wasn't obedient. And they told him not to do this, and he did it. Well, that's a cult, nigga. Because my pastor can tell me not to do something, and I can disobey my pastor, and it won't cost me my life or my freedom of speech. I'd rather be a black Christian than a black... Hold on. My bad, y'all. My mic buzzing. Let me reset. Check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Thank you, Thug Rob. Mic check, y'all. Give me the ones if we right now. Mic check, Thug Rob. Appreciate the love. Let me rewind the stream and see where we got the static at. Check, mic check, mic check.
Within the Nation of Islam felt show more.
When the people that had the longest streams is about ass. Standing up to the white man, then they go and silence Malcolm X for talking gangsters, saying, hey, like today a nigga say, hey, we smoking on a Sanchez pack. If I die and they don't like me. That's what the whole point I was bringing up with the static. Shout out to Malcolm Fletch. We finna go to you. But the point I was making. Hold up. The point I was making is, why would you silence your own God, your human, Malcolm, for talking crap about a devil? That's how come I said, you know, it's all bullshit. Because if you thought that the white man was really a devil, a grafted devil that we made, you wouldn't care if Malcolm X said that the chickens came home to roost. Because no one cares if people mock Satan. They just don't. If I say fuck the devil, if I say, just say the devil fall off a cliff and I laugh at it, you think somebody gonna say, Sanchez, that's disrespectful. Don't you do the devil like that. That's what the NOI did to Malcolm. They took up for the devil over God. Think about this, right? Farrakhan won't check these young drill rappers. When one of them die, guess what they say? We smoking on a such and such pack. But the Nation of Islam checked Malcolm for basically saying we smoking on a grafted devil pack, a JFK pack. Malcolm was saying, who cares that a devil died? Good riddance. We shouldn't have created y'all in that warehouse. I meant that island, my bad. Brother Bennett's got it in a car shop, but you know. Like, who cares if you step on a roach? It's a grafted devil that ain't gonna do no good anyway. Who cares if you hurt their feelings or say something about them bad? Evidently, the Nation of Islam do. Ain't that crazy? Because they the one told us how evil this creature is and where he come from. But now they care about his feelings being hurt. But guess what a nigga tell you? It ain't about the white man. It's about Malcolm being obedient and doing what the fuck he told. Wait the hell a minute here, so that's a cult. Because I'd rather be a black Christian than a black Muslim if that's the case. Because my black pastor can tell me to do something in my church and I can disobey him. It ain't gonna cost me my freedom of speech or my life, my nigga. You telling me if I join a Nation of Islam and I be a man and say, look, I don't agree with that. I want to think for myself right here because this ain't a cult. It's supposed to be a brotherhood that's encouraging good morality and unity and networking among our people, not encouraging every single nigga to have the same mind in it because that's a cult. You do what you told. They told Malcolm not to say nothing about that devil. But you just called him a devil. I don't care. We can call him a devil. You just can't, you know, piss the devil off or hurt the devil feelings, you know, so we had to silence Malcolm. Wait the fuck a minute. Who cares about the devil's feelings? If we want the devil exterminated anyway. Weird, man, just weird. What up, Malcolm Fletch? I think that your name I think that your name is a parody and disrespectful to the real Malcolm X. But I'm not going to let my feelings get in the way of me respecting you and giving you the floor. Go ahead.
Well, you know, I think, brother, you've been doing this long enough to not be parroting old propaganda and lies that have been long debunked. You know, I think
we go into these lies? Are we gonna name one of these lies?
Yeah, I mean,
right.
yeah. I mean, you lying more than Donald Trump right now.
Give me one lie told. We can go one at a time.
You just said that we killed Malcolm X because he was talking about a devil. Well, and we are. I didn't say that. No, I didn't. We are worried about hurting the devil's feelings. That's what you said. I
didn't say that.
Bro, you guys over 600 people in here.
I didn't say that. Let me tell you what I said. I said that y'all silenced Malcolm X. I didn't say you killed him because he.
What is silence?
Because listen to me. That meant he couldn't talk for a while. He couldn't go do ministry for a minute. So he went on a pilgrimage, to my understanding. But what I say is this, right? I didn't say that him being disobedient to Elijah Muhammad is what is my theory on why I think the NOI unalived him. My theory on why that happened to him is because he was leaking a secret in a cult. In a lot of cults, a lot of the members know sick stuff about the leader, and they don't say nothing about it, and the member that starts speaking out about it first, he better watch his back, and that's just my theory.
All right, let's deal with that. Okay, so what's that secret that you're referring to?
I don't gotta go into that. I want to know why you came up
Let's deal
here.
with, bro. I want to deal with it bar for bar.
I don't want to deal with it though. I want to deal with what you called in.
Deal with Malcolm.
Yeah, let's deal with what you called in about. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. We dealing with Malcolm, right? So you said that you don't believe he was unalived for speaking up against JFK.
What I said.
Am I correct in my assessment?
I don't think that's what got him taken out. No.
But he got him silenced.
Yeah, it just made him say, hey, you shut up. You talking too much, nigga. Because to my understanding, people really like JFK. And it was bringing bad pub to the nation.
Okay. So what would be the difference if that same order went out to all the ministers in the Nation of Islam? What's the difference from him getting that order and then all the other ministers getting that order?
Ain't no difference. Malcolm just said a nigga ain't gonna tell me what to do. I'm a grown man. That's my opinion, though. That's my opinion.
Okay, right. So I'm glad that you said there is no difference, because there is no difference. That same order went out to all the ministers of the Nation of Islam.
I know that.
So Malcolm was the only one that didn't follow the instruction.
That's my point, right?
That's the difference.
I said that earlier.
Okay, so he was in the wrong then.
This is how I said it. In a cult, there are rules given to the leader.
What about the military?
Hold up. That's a cult. And when I was in the military, guess what? I followed the rules. The Nation of Islam is not selling itself as a military. It ain't selling itself. The Nation of Islam ain't saying we're a cult and you got to do what the leaders say or it can be repercussions. They saying, listen, we just a nation to uplift black people. And if that's the case, then you got to allow different people to have different thoughts, because that would make it a dictatorship with one leader and can't nobody else think of nothing different, even if it can help our nation. It's just, no, if it ain't Farrakhan and Elijah, shut up. But it's young, intelligent gurus in the nation that know the way the world moving now that they may not know. Like, you can't have a cult order, a cult way of doing business, but say we still a nation for black people, but we operate like a cult for Farrakhan and a secret society. If it's saying, okay, all of these ministers got an order, don't you say nothing about JFK. One of those ministers said something about JFK, and he was disciplined, let's say, right? I'm saying, why give the order that we can't say that we can't celebrate a devil dying, because aren't we happy? Think about it. Who would care if the devil went away? You calling these people devils. So shouldn't I celebrate if Satan is defeated? That's a celebration moment. That's one less devil.
May I respond?
Please, brother, why can't I celebrate the good riddance of a devil even, man? A filthy devil.
May I respond?
I'm fucking waiting on you, brother. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I can't. You gonna keep muting me.
Oh, no, you ain't muted. We can all hear. Can you all hear him out there? I hear you right now, yeah.
Okay, now one, from what it sounds like, it sounds like you never really even been part of any form of organization before.
I have plenty.
Just based on what you're telling me.
If you want to know what organizations I've been a part of, I'll tell you.
Please let us know.
Okay, I've been a part of the one you just named. What was that? You gave the same example, and I said, good example. That ain't what the nation is. The M word, what you say?
Say what?
The military, brother. You named it yourself earlier.
Great.
You said the military.
Great. I'm glad you said that. So in the military, they don't have rules. They don't have structure.
Right. I told you I was in the military, so you can't say that. I know what I'm talking about.
No. So if you was in the military, you know that you would have to follow a structure, right?
Let me ask you a question.
I just asked you a question. Please answer my question.
I told you I was in the military, and I get your point, but you need to hear what I'm asking you.
But you're not answering my question.
Go ahead, ask it again.
I'm asking you a question. So if you're in the military has a structure. If they give you an instruction, you have to follow that instruction, yes or no?
I'm agreeing with you, but you ain't letting me ask you a question. The problem I got with that.
Ask your question.
The problem is this. I agree with you about how the military work, but I'm telling you, a religious organization can't be posing like the military.
That's not true.
Hold on a second, bro. You gotta let me finish now. Here's what I'm saying. In the military, you take an oath to go out there and do whatever you got. I'm muting you just so that you can refrain from the background. And when it's your turn, I'll mute myself. Cool. What I'm saying is this. The Nation of Islam is not a military. It's not a militia. It's not dealing with weapons, gun, none of that stuff. It's not organizing itself like that. If it was, it would definitely be getting targeted by the DOD and the government. Facts. Any black militant group is going to be like NFAT or the Grandmaster J guy. They ain't letting it, bro. Oh, but anyway, let me just get to my point right here. When it comes down to the military, you're taking an oath to join a real army to go kill. It's like joining a mob or a gang, right? But people don't think that's what they're getting into when they go into Islam, brother. I'm telling you that right now. I never got American military vibes from NOI until I woke up and saw, damn, these people they are a cult, but they won't just come out and say that. And I'm with you. If they want to behave like that, quit calling yourself a religion, because a religion should be right, a place where a person can come be who they are and think freely. But the religions we got today, they're just cults that tell you how to think, tell you what to think, not how to think, is what I'm saying. So, and anybody go outside the box, get silenced. And anybody, they training you how to follow orders. So in a cult, the leader may tell you to do something just for the sake of you doing it, just to break you down and let you know who in charge. Which is why I don't join cults, because ain't no man getting that much respect from me. If it don't make sense, I'ma ask questions. If I feel like that's my enemy and he died and we already calling him a devil, I'ma celebrate the death of a devil until you give me a logical reason on why I shouldn't. And it can't be, nigga, because I told you and I said so. Because now I'm in a damn tyrannical cult and I don't care what nobody say. Because you got to tell me what was wrong with Malcolm celebrating the fucking death of a devil. Ain't that a good thing? Right? But if you say, but he was told not to do, why though? Why can't we celebrate I'm with Malcolm. I'm going to celebrate when the devil died. That's less evil on the earth. You making it like we too scared to celebrate the death of a devil because the minister said don't do that because we scatter them people. You going to get us beat up. But the minister call them devils every day on TV. This the weird thing about it. So the only reason would be because he was just simply told so and you do what you're told. Only in cults and militaries. Once you compare your shit to the white man military, you in trouble, bro. I was in the white man military and it's a big cult. So once you compare it to that, you proving my point, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that you're displaying a massive amount of ignorance right now.
Okay, cool.
One point you said that there are no religions that are tied to any militaries.
No, what I said is the Nation of Islam can't.
Okay, so you don't cut me off every time I speak.
Yeah, every time you misrepresent what I said, I'm gonna cut you off, and then I'm gonna mute you too.
Man. I'm gonna
then I'm gonna mute you too. Y'all gonna quit doing that, bro. We can have a good conversation, man. I ain't like, don't come up here with the deception, man. If that's how you gonna have the conversation. I didn't say that there's no religion without a military. I said that the Nation of Islam can't pose as a military force when it's just a religious organization. And then I went into why. I specifically said them. because of what they're telling our people they are. They can't operate like that white man's cult that I was a part of. That's the point. You're saying we are an organization that's for the people, but then you compare it to an organization that's for the corporations. And you start comparing it to the American military that will yield and put the people under the bus for the rich corporations. And then you go to proving my point by saying the Nation of Islam got secrets. They got a level of tyranny and dictatorship like a cult, where if you're told to do something, you just do it, even if you don't understand it. Just like in the military, dog. You brought it up. I said you right, because I was a soldier. When a sergeant tell you to do something, the sergeant can say, listen, we know they just throwed a grenade in that building, but we need you to go in there and check that the grenade is completely extinguished. You can't get scared. If the sergeant send you in harm's way, you can't ask questions, nigga. It's like gangbanging. If the OG say, take this shank and go stab that nigga up for the set, you don't ask no damn questions. That's right. And that's what them niggas did when they went after Malcolm. They was given an order and they followed it. I told you the NOI is a gang for Farrakhan, nigga, and you proved it. That's right. How is that going over your head when you're comparing that shit to the white man's military?
Stupid.
As a reputation of being a spiritual leader will be tested.
I'm not gonna let y'all come up here and misrep. I'm very clear on what I'm saying, bro. Y'all can do that with other people, but not me. You're gonna have a bad experience on this show when you come up here lying like a motherfucker. Again, that scamming ass bow tie energy. That AI made warehouse ass Yakub energy. Let me show you what kind of energy we dealing with, family. Let's go to it. Here go the energy we dealing with. We dealing with the white man being created in a warehouse, in a car shop energy, y'all, and selling that to your ass. Look, Yakub's grafting center energy, nigga. That's what I'm going against. You think that the white man was grafted with a scientific process? He's a devil. But you mad at Malcolm X for saying good riddance. I'm glad that devil gone. That's right. And you think I'm gonna let you unmute your mic and go around that fact that I just dropped, nigga? Y'all don't want to deal with that. Why the hell would you silence Malcolm X for celebrating a devil dying? Ain't that's what we want? But y'all want to create chaos and shift the narrative and come up here and play dumb, put words in my mouth, misrepresent my arguing point. You don't want to deal with the points I'm presenting, and that's what COINTELPRO ass agents do, but it ain't gonna get no play over here, nigga. That's right. I know the tactics. Back to this bullshit we roasting. Let's go. Like, think about how silly this is, y'all. You comparing the Nation of Islam to the grafted devil's military. Let this sink in, y'all. We created the white man who's the manifestation of evil, but yet our nation, the NOI, is patterning itself off of the white man's motherfucking military, which is a tyrannical dictatorship that don't allow none of the soldiers to challenge nothing. You got people dying for dumb reasons so that we can be we in the bed with the corporations. American soldiers ain't dying for the country. They dying for the rich people to stay rich in this country. They dying for the corporations. And they can't ask no questions when they're given an order. They just gotta go put their life on the line like some dumb grunt and die for rich people without asking no questions. And he telling me that's how the Nation of Islam runs itself. But you telling me evil come from the white man. Every time I turn around, we trying to mimic everything the white man doing. That's right. We keep comparing ourselves to the white man. Shout out to Astro 40K. He said, got that shit looking like the Haunted Mass episode of Goosebumps. Yeah, man, like Dr. Ben making corny, scary movies now. Like this supposed to be a historical documentary, a scientific documentary on selective breeding and the creation of the white race. And really, it just comes off like another scary movie, a zombie movie, the zombie apocalypse type shit. I doubt if y'all learn anything in this shit. You watch this shit, it's gonna be laughable. Ain't no way I'm gonna watch it if it costs though, if I can't see it free, nigga. But I'm gonna tell you right now, this is the message is dangerous. It's harmful to our people. Cause what happens is now, it ain't that the white man is doing what he doing cause he have bad morality. It's that his bad morality come as a result of us alternating his DNA. That's a cop-out. You saying that this man tortured babies, castrated men, done some of the worst acts of humanity, it's because we bred him to be that way. And if that's the answer, then the white man don't have to have any kind of accountability. That's right. Because he's only doing what's in his DNA. And how do a person edit their own DNA and change what they are? It's their nature. You just got to deal with it. And that's something that the colonizer will want to teach to your people. Let me be evil. Let me stay in charge and just deal with it. Deal with it. Because when you give this narrative, how do you rise up against that? Shout out to Shine to God for the support and to Joshua Tellington. Appreciate the love, y'all. Look at that. That don't look like a white man that was grafted through selective breeding. It looked like a zombie that mutated, like a white man hit some dope and turned into one of them people on Kensington, goddammit. Like, this is so cheesy, cheap, and just a quick hustle. I got a question, bro. Why in the hell is blood just randomly coming out this light up here? Again, just craziness, madness. Look, this light is perfectly fine. Let me get this on the screen. Just slap together real quick and let's just hurry up and sell it. On the strength of Farrakhan in the name of the NOI. It's horrible business, man. I don't care what nobody says. You see this light up there at the top? Check, it's just going, for no reason at all, turn bloody. AI is horrible, man, when you don't really know how to use it right and you being cheap and quick. Watch this. Watch the light. Look at this shit. Like, just random chaos. Incoherent, no sense of continuity. Just the most basic put together AI shit you can get.
Breaking news, Yakub's grafted devil.
And Malcolm Fletch in the chat room like, bro, Sanchez, you didn't like the part when the light started bleeding? Come on, Sanchez. Hey, Sanchez, what about the part when the zombie was walking down the hall with the chainsaw? I bet you never saw that one before, huh? Another white man with a fucking chainsaw covered in blood, right? Again. That's very original, ain't it? You gotta love him for the creativity, huh? AI slop, bro. I would have rather him hire black people, put some soul in it, put some originality in it. See, when you're part of a cult, you don't care nothing about the people. Because if you care about the people, you would want more and better from our goddamn leaders, from these folks. Facts. You will hold these niggas to a higher standard if they saying we the gods. These niggas are saying that the white man is a grafted devil, but they making the damn video about the white man using the white man technology. They keep pushing separation and segregation, but they are totally integrated with the white man and his AI companies. That's working with the white man. That ain't them going to hire young black actors. That's right. I'm pushing black power right now. I'm pushing separatism and segregation. You're pushing integration and the Nation of Islam working with Scientology, Ron L. Hubbard, the Jews, and the AI companies. Now, if the white man is the devil, what the hell you think AI is? Because that would be the devil grafting himself now. So we grafted the worst of us. Now the white man grafting the worst of it. Not only are you working with the devil, you working with the devil's grafted image, which is AI. Or artificial form of intelligence, not original intelligence that come from the gods. Dr. Ben, you can't tap into your melanin, man. That's what I'm telling you about all these folks that like to talk about how good they melanin is, but you pumping out AI slop like every fucking body else. That's right. Come up off your high horse, nigga, and tap into your soul, nigga, because our ancestors didn't throw crap together with AI and sell it to their people. They came together and gave us shit that was lasted the test of time. Quality shit that they sold their people, nigga. You mad at me for holding these gods to a higher standard. You mad at me for telling these black melanated gods to get out the bed with the white man and let's be original creators and not the AI slop. That's right. I told you. When you see who is who now, right? Sanchez, look at the blood coming out the light. You telling me that ain't dope?
Breaking news, Yakub's grafted devils are on the loose and it's not looking good.
Yakub grafted devils is on the loose and it's not looking good. And she's outside the warehouse while the devil's breaking out with chainsaws. Damn, the white man took over the world with chainsaws, nigga. And he looked it like a zombie. I thought he looked it like the dude on the oatmeal box, not like a motherfucker that walked off of Michael Jackson's Thriller video. Now, was he a damn pilgrim or a zombie? Well, he was both of them, technically, Sanchez, and the pilgrims did have chainsaws against our people, man. Them niggas gonna make this shit right. Brother Ben know what he talking about. That's a fire trailer.
In the root of the original people, among the righteous, there arose one unlike the rest, a child with a he is so large, the wise whispered of prophecy. His name was Yakub, and though he was born of us, his mind would lead the world into 6,000 years of chaos. In the mountains of the east, beyond the reach of common man, a chamber was carved for only the wisest among our people. Here decisions were made that shaped nations and destinies.
Where is your leader? He's in the back. Bring him to us. What do you want with the leader? Tell him we have this big-headed ass little boy with a dumb-ass idea he want to propose. Now, we already know it's a dumb-ass idea, but for some reason, we was told to walk this big-headed dummy to the leader to propose this dumb-ass idea, right? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, man, this is fucking crazy. That shit's stupid, you big-headed motherfucker. Take his ass back to bed. No, let the big-headed motherfucker talk. But that's gonna break the universal laws if we do this big-headed ass idea. Let him speak. This is interesting. I like how they walking this little nigga up in here. Hold on.
Were made that shape nations and destinies.
This boy is the biggest headed dummy that the world has ever known. He fucked up the world for 6,000 years, but yet we want to march his little big-headed dumb ass up in here like he's just the man. Right? He got an army with him. Hey, tell boss that a little big-headed dummy want to see him. Come on.
What brings you here, son?
I believe he has an idea he would like to present to the gods. Go ahead with your proposal.
Why did he put the rocks down? What was that about? Like, why play with the little bricks and shit? What does that do? Well, that's gonna help activate his big-ass, dumb-ass head to get this dumb-ass idea. See, because he's good at playing with rocks and little stones and shit, but he's horrible at actually coming up with an idea that helps the world, right? We should have left his little ass at the creek playing with rocks. And why did we let him even speak? Because he fucked the world up with all his little magic tricks and shit.
To present to the gods, go ahead with your proposal.
Inside every man, there are two forces. A strong one.
We got a little big-headed British accent motherfucker wanna talk to your boss. What you doing? Well, I was milking my cows, but if you want me to talk to that little dummy Yakub, I got a little time. Tell me what he's about to say. I know it's some shit that breaks all of the universal laws, right? Because we already know what his big-headed ass want to do. He want to create white people again. Yep, he does. He want to tell you again that he have an idea. It's the same idea that we already knew before he walked in the building. That part. Shout out to Astro 40K. You know it's AI, the mouth don't even, oh, well, yeah, it's definitely AI. They ain't trying to hide that. It's like watching an old Chinese movie. I'm crying. It's y'all king. For sure, man. Look. What make it so stupid in the script, it ain't that it's horrible AI, it's the script is incoherent. Ain't no need of the young boy telling them what he want to do if they already knew it. Because the moment he tell them, they're going to be like, you know we can't do that. So why even bring him in there in the first place? The dudes walking him in there knew what he was going to say. They should have been like, Yakub, you know they going to just tell you this a dumbass idea again. You know everybody know about grafting a white man and taking our weaker gene and turning it into a man, But we don't want to do that because it breaks the laws of the universe. So what make you think they gonna let you break the laws, Yakub? You don't think they should have been telling, like, little nigga, sit your ass down. Who do you think you are? That's like me taking my son to talk to the president. Hey, look, my little big-headed, dumb-ass son got an idea he want to let you know something, President. Listen up. Well, what I want to do is take the weakest gene and the worst of humans and turn it to his own species. Wouldn't that be fun? Hell no. Get your dumb, big-headed ass up out of here, boy. That's how the whole DVD should have went, nigga. It's really a 30-second movie that ends and get your big dumb-headed ass up out of here. Then the credits start rolling up. Produced by Dr. Bennett. Hope you enjoyed it, all that. Yeah.
And a weak one. If the weak could be made stronger, it could create a new kind of man.
You are too young to speak of such dangerous.
So they obviously know about these things already. This young boy ain't telling them nothing they don't know. They just telling him, nigga, this is forbidden. In the real world, they would have said, you brought this little young dummy to the White House for this shit. Man, get his little ghetto, big water, crack-headed, big PCP-headed baby. Get this motherfucking boy up out of here and put his ass in the retarded class talking that dumb shit. He trying to get us all killed.
Things. Yakub, this knowledge is forbidden. Separation of the germs is the way of rebellion.
One must rule, and the other must follow.
What will this do, besides cause mischief?
And I guess Yakub said, you motherfuckers don't want me to do this shit? Fine. I know a scrapyard down the street, and I'ma just create the white man inside of there. They already got jacks and oil and antifreeze and all that shit. I can just make the white man in this abandoned car shop, since the gods tripping. How do y'all leave the gods in this ancient setting to a goddamn modern scrapyard with chainsaws and cars? And like, this is fucking the joke, bro. Like, this is when you know it don't matter about what I put out. I just want some money. The people ain't gonna care that I'm giving them bullshit because I'm riding on the brand, the NOI.
That's right. Decisions were made that shaped nations and destinies.
What brings you here, son?
I believe he has an idea he would like to present to the gods. Go ahead with your proposal.
Inside every man, there are two forces, a strong one and a weak one.
And why the hell did Dr. Ben prompt this boy with a British accent? Shout out to Galactic Virgo. A British accent? Thank you, Galactic Virgo. A British accent. It's just so much wrong with this shit.
If the weak could be made stronger, it could...
It sounds like a little white boy from Harry Potter or some shit. Like, it's so much inconsistencies in this shit, bro.
Inside every man, there are two forces, a strong one and a weak one. If the weak could be made stronger, it could create a new kind of man.
You are too young to speak of such dangerous things.
Yakub, this knowledge is forbidden. Separation of the germs is the way of rebellion.
One must rule, and the other must follow.
What will this do, besides cause mischief and the shedding of blood, son?
Will you please not cut it off at this part? Because I can't wait for them to tell us what's the purpose of grafting this evil man. Please put that in the trailer and don't be a scammer and make us wait on the shit to know that part. That's crazy.
You do not see what I see.
Are you serious? what would be the purpose, young man, of grafting this evil man from our weakest gene? That's what I mean about Yakub being an evil genius, but also a childish little boy. You don't see what I said. Bro, we just asked you what would be the benefit, young man. Come on. This is fucking stupid, bro. You can't make him this advanced fucking tech guru and this whining ass little boy at the same time. We need his young ass to tell us, how will this benefit us if we do this? That's right. And this right here was a cop-out, because I don't even think the NOI got an answer for that. That's right. If you go up to Farrakhan and say, why did we create the white man if we know he was going to be evil? Just to see if evil could have the same potential as good. But we knew that it was going to be evil, so we knew what we was going to see. It's almost like what we say about God in the Bible. If God know everything that's going to happen before it happened, why would he do it just to test to see? If God know everything that Job gonna do, why would he let Job go through all of that and let Satan torture Job? A person will say, well, God wanted to know if Job was gonna be faithful, but they will turn around and tell you, God know everything. God should have known that Job was gonna be faithful without putting his damn saint through all of that damn torture. That's right. What's the point of God being all-knowing just to ignore what the fuck he know and still subject me to harm through Satan? It's now pointless to have knowledge. Same thing here. What's the point of us having all that knowledge, knowing that it's breaking universal laws, but you still telling me, Farrakhan, we wanted to see if evil could have the same potential as good? That's what they say. We just wanted to see what was going to happen. Will evil be good? These same people will tell you black people are good and we can't do no wrong, like the other brother was saying. So they don't just tell you, we found out that the evil man can do no good. What they're telling you is we knew from the beginning of time that the good man can do no evil too. If you know that the good man can't do no evil, what would make you think that the evil man can do some good if we dealing with the laws of polarity? That's right. If your argument is that black people can do no evil, what make you think that white people could ever do some good? And you just proved yourself right by grafting an evil man and then turning around and saying, see, look at them. All of them evil. Look at them. They all evil. Because we made them that way. And when I say why we made them that way, so we can see what they be good. And then when I say, well, we was wrong for that, then guess what they'll say? Some of them are good. We did raise some of the grafted man up to a higher conscience, Sanchez. Double talk. For them to radicalize you against white people, they got to say, we created these people in the lab and it ain't no good in them at all because it's in their DNA. If you're genetically bred to be evil, you can't escape your DNA, man. That's right. And that's what they teach. When they call white people devil, they never say the evil white people are the devils. They say all white people are devils, bro. That's right. You can't rewrite history, NOI. I know niggas that are Muslims. You ain't gonna lie about this, bro. Y'all don't specify which white folks y'all calling devils.
besides cause mischief and the shedding of blood, son?
You do not see what I see.
Your answer is no. Proposal denied.
One day you'll understand.
Yakub, respect. Get out.
And then Yakub went into an old car shop and grafted the white man out of old car parts and shit. I don't see how selective breeding can take place in this abandoned warehouse. It got a better chance taking place in FDMG than this shit, Brother Ben. And the nerve of you niggas to come up here and argue with me. Sanchez, it didn't take place in a laboratory. It wasn't a laboratory. It was a grafting center. It was technically an abandoned scrapyard. Like, are you serious? This little nigga love to play with rocks and potions and smoke screens, but he dumb as hell when it come to any kind of ideas in science. Like, your big-headed ass should have just been a magician. All these little rock tricks and shit. But when we ask you, hey, young man, tell us a good idea that can help the world. Well, we can take the most dumbest, foulest shit inside of us and turn that to a human. Yo, get this dumbass little magician out my office. Put him in the retarded classroom. That boy ain't good for shit but doing magic tricks with rocks. We don't need to go to him for nothing scientific, sir. But if you want to see a good magic show with some rocks, he the shit, though. Let me show you another one of his tricks. Look at this one.
Your proposal.
Inside every...
Like, they should just let him do little rock tricks and shit. Leave the science out of his reach, for real. Because in between him playing with rocks and crying like a baby, he's coming up with the dumbest ideas out of that big-ass head of his. Shout out to Galactic Virgo. Shout out to Galactic Virgo.
Do not see what I see.
Your answer is no. Proposal denied.
One day you'll understand.
Yakub, respect. Get out.
Boy, I told you, you ain't create no goddamn white man in my old mechanic shop. Now take your ass to bed, Yakub, with your big-headed ass, boy. But I keep telling his little bad ass he's not grafting a white man today. Now he's grounded. The shit they got our people giving energy to is sad. What's all that about? Like, what's up with that? Then he turned into Big Yakub. Now that head takes on a whole... Now, this Yakub got a very intimidating head, right? My thing is, why this man always got to be the one with the big head? Ain't no... Think of how silly this is. It's a whole world full of black people. All the black people look the same. Except for this one black dude with a big-ass head. And he the one made white people. Why do y'all like believing in fairy tale stories, man? Like, it was no other people on the earth with a big-ass head but Yakub. Yep, Sanchez. The whole world was full of black people, but Yakub was the only motherfucker walking around with a big ass head. And he had a bunch of dumb ass ideas in that big ass head, Sanchez. Yeah, this is... Yeah. Who was Yakub's parent? They didn't have... His mama didn't have a big head. He didn't inherit that big head from his parent. That's right! You mean to tell me he just the only human with a big head? His mama ain't got one. His dad ain't got... Yeah, he just... Yakub, man. He was just born that way. The only big-headed motherfucker in the whole universe, Sanchez.
Stupid.
The convergence of the sacred helix and the elemental binding agents. It must be the key.
Oh, there go another big-headed Yakubian motherfucker. See, they didn't tell me about the other Yakubites. I thought it was just Yakub. Oh, I might have to get the movie now, nigga. They didn't tell me Bigfoot had a family.
The convergence of the sacred helix and the elemental binding agents. It must be the key.
You will abandon this thought. No. I will perfect it.
Yakub did not want to take no as an answer. He had a determined idea. And even though the gods said that the proposal was denied, he was gonna go by any means necessary.
Because not only did he have a big ass head, he had a hard ass head, Sanchez. He was hard headed, Sanchez. So technically, Sanchez, it's not just Yakub, the big-headed scientist, it's Yakub, the big, hard-headed ass scientist, Sanchez. We forgot, we left one word out. My bad.
Your answer is no. Proposal denied.
No, the fuck he didn't draw out an Abraham Lincoln lookalike. Yakub had an idea on how he wanted the white man to look. Look at this face on the paper. Yeah, I'm gonna give him a thin lips, right? Pale skin. I already know what he gonna look like.
Proposal denied.
I wouldn't want to put my name on nothing as AI sloppy as this. What I used to really compare myself to other people and think like my work ain't good enough. But when I see this kind of shit coming up out the NOI, I got to kind of, be easy on myself. I'm just saying. Like, I'm really doing a good job. I'm giving the people quality shit, real research. Not fairy tales and AI slop. So I really should kind of pride myself a little bit more. But I don't. I don't. This is horrible. I can't really stress how horrible it is.
According to the fourth quarter push, Gladys Towles Root, the white female attorney who filed the paternity suit against him.
I'm gonna get up out of here. Peace and much love, y'all. I'm way I'm going into 8 hours.